You! The outsider Dao Sovereign's face fell immediately. He had no idea where he was, but he could sense that the aura of death in this place was indescribably powerful. He could also tell that within the aura of death was a type of powerful sealing. And yet, even that wasn't the most frightening thing. Most frightening of all was that he could sense dozens of auras in this place that were terrifying even to him. Each and every one of them was equivalent to a paragon's. Furthermore, those auras were filled with chaos, with greed, with a hunger for anything living, as if they were lying in wait for his chi, blood, and cultivation base. Suddenly, he realized what this place was, and his heart was battered by waves of intense shock. The 33 Hells. He knew what the 33 Hells were. A place where Paragon 9 seals had sealed other paragons long ago. In fact, the 33 Heavens had long since carried out detailed investigations regarding the 33 Hells, and had come to the conclusion that, to the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, it was a place where good fortune or great catastrophe were equally possible. However, to anyone not from the mountain and sea realm, it was a place of certain death. As of this moment, he felt as if he had become food to be devoured by these 33 Hells. "No!" he roared in rage. He shot forward in an attempt to fly out of the opening. But how could Meng Hao be willing to let him do so? He had set this entire situation up to trap this outsider, and had gone to great lengths to lure him inside. How could he possibly let him emerge? "With the exception of the successor of Paragon 9 seals," said Meng Hao, "or someone else with his approval, no one can use this place to increase their cultivation base. This outsider Dao Sovereign is definitely going to die in there." His eyes glittered as greed's life force essence exploded out within him. The 33 Hells suddenly trembled. A dense mist poured out, and the sound of clanking iron chains could be heard, along with angry roars. Meng Hao waved his right hand, summoning the Paragon Bridge. As it crushed down, greed's life force essence exploded out. Not only did the mist within the rift grow thicker, but the ground at the base of the stone steel therein also split and cracked, and an enormous gravitational force sprang up. The outsider Dao Sovereign's face flickered with astonishment, and he let out a roar of fury. He was now shaking, going all out with every bit of power he could summon to try to escape. However, an iron chain whipped through the air, wrapping around him. Then, the mists churned, as if a giant were approaching, and simultaneously the outsider was dragged in. The shocking gravitational force pulled on the outsider, making it impossible for him to flee. He stared with wide eyes as the rift slowly began to close. Madness flickered in his gaze, as well as a towering, venomous hatred. "No!" Even as he roared, rumbling sounds echoed out as a blood-colored light sprang up. It was a shield that emanated the aura of a paragon. With that protection, he was able to break free from the giant's iron chains and shoot up into the sky. However, even as he neared the rift, it closed up. "Rumble!" The outsider Dao Sovereign roared, and his eyes shone with fear as he looked back down into the mists below him. Apparently, the mists themselves weren't affected by the gravitational force. As he looked, he suddenly realized that a pair of greedy-looking eyes had appeared therein. What caused him to tremble even more than before was that he could sense that after this world had been closed off from the outside, it was as if the entire place had awoken. A voice suddenly spoke out as if from far beneath the ground, accompanied by laughter that filled with hope and yearning. "Flesh and blood, a soul, a cultivation base. If I consume him, I can extend my life for another 10,000 years. It's been a long, long time since I tasted a Dao Sovereign." Massive rumbling could be heard as the trembling outsider Dao Sovereign roared, pouring all of the power he could, even his life force, into the blood-colored paragon shield. His eyes were bright red as he battered the heavens he saw above him, hoping to break open an exit and flee before he was consumed. Outside of the 33 Hells, Meng Hao's face was pale. He wiped the blood from his mouth, then flickered into motion. After leaving the 33 Hells, he looked back at the pitch-black region, and his eyes flashed coldly. Hopefully the outsider Dao Sovereign will be killed by this place and become nothing more than fertilizer for it. Then, when I come back later, I can absorb that power to help me to get stronger. If he isn't killed, at least he'll be trapped for a while. When he thought about the blood-colored shield the outsider Dao Sovereign had used, and the intense aura it had emitted, it was clear that it was a protective item gifted by a paragon. Even if he can figure out a way to escape, it won't happen anytime soon. By that time, I should be prepared to cut down a Dao Sovereign in battle. Meng Hao's eyes glowed brightly as he turned away from the 33 hells. Now that his divine sense was no longer being suppressed, he sent it out to fill the entire 8th mountain and sea. What he saw were cultivators of the mountain and sea realm fighting fiercely with the outsiders from the first heaven. Because of the previous war between the 7th and 8th mountains and seas, the cultivators were familiar with battle and had concentrated their attacks on 2 fronts. Other than those 2 fronts, the other main battle was being fought on the 8th mountain itself. The Lord of the 8th mountain and sea and one of the 5 incarnations of the outsider Dao Sovereign were fighting back and forth, shaking the entire 8th mountain. As the ripples of magical techniques spread out, Meng Hao almost immediately caught sight of his grandpa Meng beating back the Dao Sovereign clone over and over. "Grandpa!" he thought, vanishing. When he reappeared, he was on a battlefield filled with cultivators from the 7th mountain and sea, and outsiders from the first heaven. As soon as he appeared, his cultivation base surged, and his divine sense swept out. Fully half of the nearby outsiders let out miserable screams as their heads exploded. Meng Hao snorted coldly, then vanished again. This time, he appeared on a battlefield with cultivators of the 8th mountain and sea. Again, his divine sense swept out, provoking miserable shrieks as one outsider after another exploded. Such a vast number of deaths instantly filled the outsiders' hearts with shock and fear. However, Meng Hao didn't even pause. He vanished again, reappearing at the peak of the 8th mountain. The moment he appeared, his grandfather was unleashing an attack backed by the power of the mountains and seas. The outsider Dao Sovereign's clone coughed up some blood and fell back. However, Meng Hao appeared just behind him, eyes flickering with killing intent as he clenched his fist and punched out with the god-slaying fist. Rumbling booms echoed out as the clone's face flickered. He had no time to evade, and the fist strike struck him directly on the back. Half of his body instantly shattered, and he let out a miserable shriek. He shot away from Meng Hao, his body healing, but his aura severely weakened. When he turned back and saw Meng Hao, his face fell. "If you're not dead, then what happened to Long Linzi?" "Oh, so his name was Long Linzi?" Meng Hao replied coolly. He took a step forward, and as he did, the Lord of the 8th mountain and sea, Meng Hao's grandfather, approached. After seeing it was Meng Hao, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes shone with love and reminiscence. Years had passed, but he had never imagined that his young grandson would grow up to be like this. The outsider Dao Sovereign's face fell again, and a gleam of disbelief flickered in his eyes. He was well aware of Long Linzi's true battle prowess, and although it was somewhat weaker than his own, he was now split into 5 parts. On the other hand, Long Linzi had attempted to kill this very same person without splitting himself apart. Therefore, Long Linzi had been able to use all of his battle prowess. And yet, he had been defeated. By this point, he could sense that Long Linzi's aura had vanished. This caused the clone to gasp, and without the slightest bit of hesitation, he began to flee. Too many miscalculations had been made in this attack. He had underestimated this mountain and sea lord. In fact, his clones were suffering setbacks all over the mountain and sea realm. Worst of all was this lord of the 8th mountain and sea, who had successively defeated him again and again. As for the cultivator who had just appeared, the actual level of his cultivation base seemed low. However, he had defended himself against the attack of a paragon, and not even Long Linzi had been a match for him. The outsider Dao Sovereign clone could think of only one thing to do, and that was to flee. "Did I say you could leave?" growled Grandpa Meng. He stamped down with his right foot, causing the starry sky around the outsider Dao Sovereign to distort as a huge sealing mark appeared. At the same time, Meng Hao extended his right hand, performed an incantation gesture and pointed out with his finger. It was the 8th demon sealing hex. Although Meng Hao had not been a match for Long Linzi, this was merely a Dao sovereign's clone, and killing him would be as easy as flipping over his hand. As soon as Meng Hao waved his finger, the clone stopped in place, a shocked look on his face. Simultaneously, Grandpa Meng looked over in surprise at Meng Hao and said, Meng Hao waved his finger again. It was the 7th demon sealing hex, karmic hexing. Rumbling could be heard as blood sprayed from the outsider's mouth. His karma was thrown into chaos, prompting a miserable scream. Next was the 6th hex, which caused a gray sealing mark to appear on his forehead. Then a boom rang out as the mark shattered, disintegrating his head. However, he wasn't dead yet. He quickly recovered, but was even weaker than before. After that came the 5th hex, the inside-outside hex. Cracks spread out all over his body, and a blood-curdling scream rang out as the clone collapsed into pieces. Things weren't over yet, though. Even as he collapsed, Meng Hao unleashed the 2nd hex, real unreal hexing. Even as his collapsing body began to reform, and he fled off into the distance, all of the shattered remnants of his body were transformed from being real into something unreal. A wretched shriek rang out in the moment before he died. Everything about him transformed into ash. This outsider Dao sovereign clone was absolutely no match for Meng Hao. Meng Hao's battle prowess might not be on par with Xidagarba's, but he could still be considered a peak expert in the mountain and sea realm. Well done, Grandpa Meng said, laughed heartily. The love in his eyes was clear as he looked at Meng Hao. Meng Hao turned excitedly, clasping hands and bowing as he said, Hauer offers greetings. Grandfather and grandson looked at each other, and their hearts filled with emotions and memories that would be difficult to describe without using many, many words. Eventually, Meng Hao asked about his Grandpa Fong. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Meng sighed and said, He is not in the mountain and sea realm. I complied with the instructions given by Senior Outsider, and successfully became the Lord of the 8th Mountain and Sea. Unfortunately, I've been asleep ever since then. However, your Grandpa Fong is a born warrior, with latent talent exceeding even your father's. Senior Outsider took a liking to him, and gave him some very important responsibilities. After a moment of silence, Meng Hao looked at his grandfather and asked, Who is this outsider you refer to? He calls himself Shui Donglu, Grandpa Meng said slowly. As soon as Meng Hao heard that name, his jaw dropped, and his eyes filled with a strange gleam. He stood there quietly for a moment as numerous connections were made in his mind. All of a sudden things seemed much clearer. He nodded. Grandpa, I sent Grandma and the Meng clan ancestral mansion to the 9th Mountain and Sea. Unfortunately, the 1st heaven descended right afterwards. Furthermore, the Lord of the 9th Mountain and Sea and I have a beef with each other. The Lord of the 9th Mountain and Sea, Jitian? How dare he? Grandpa Meng's eyes flashed with coldness. After I take care of things here in the 8th Mountain and Sea, I'll go to the 9th Mountain and Sea, and if Jitian is devoted to the Mountain and Sea realm, then I'll go easy on him. Otherwise, killing intent flickered in his eyes. Meng Hao instantly felt a little bit better. He could sense from the cultivation-based fluctuations that Grandpa Meng was even stronger than Lord White, being more than half a step into the 6 essences level. The only reason he hadn't been able to immediately vanquish the outsider Dao Sovereign's clone was because he had just awoken and was still clearing his head. However, he was already reaching the point of being able to unleash the full power of his cultivation base. Grandpa Meng looked at Meng Hao, and although he wasn't sure exactly why Meng Hao didn't want to return to the 9th Mountain and Sea, he could tell that his grandson was someone who exceeded the Mountain and Sea Lords within the Mountain and Sea realm. You've grown up, and you have an astonishing cultivation base, he said. The Mountain and Sea realm is unstable now, and all cultivators have their own missions to accomplish. You follow your heart and do whatever it is you need to do. Don't worry about the Fong clan in the 9th Mountain and Sea, he said. The 8th Mountain and Sea is already in ruins. I'll gather the survivors and go to the 9th Mountain and Sea. That is where we will take our stand against the outsiders. Meng Hao stood there silently for a moment before clasping hands and bowing deeply to his grandfather. He looked off in the direction of the 9th mountain and sea, and from what he could sense in his blood, he knew that the Fong clan cultivators were not in any great danger at the moment. Feeling somewhat at ease, he turned and transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. His destination was the 4th mountain and sea. Leaving the 9th mountain and sea behind, his purpose was to bring Su Qing home. Now that war had broken out, he was feeling more and more uneasy. That unease had begun to grow as soon as the first heaven had begun to descend. Back on the 8th mountain, Grandpa Meng stood there looking at Meng Hao making his way off into the distance. A loving expression could be seen on his face, and also traces of how profoundly he hated having to part with his grandson. Senior Outsider once said that when the mountain and sea tribulation arrives, everything will be transformed into dust, he said softly. However, there is something special about the 9th mountain. It will eventually become the only mountain left. He even said that he wasn't sure if any of the mountains and seas would survive the catastrophe. He said that all he could do was search for a certain hope. Apparently the hope he was talking about was Hauer. Looking away from Meng Hao, he sent his divine sense out and quickly caught sight of some outsiders. Eyes flickering with icy killing intent, he sprang into motion. Meng Hao sped along through the starry sky of the 8th mountain and sea. Soon, he reached the rift where he had fought Lord White. By now, that rift had collapsed, leaving behind only faint traces. Meng Hao hovered there, eyes flickering as he took a step forward. Although he seemed to be just strolling along, he was actually walking in a circle. He moved faster and faster, until the essence of time began to emanate out. The void distorted, and the starry sky was affected. Soon, a blurry vortex appeared, which spun around and around as it grew. It went from 30 meters to 300 meters until eventually, Meng Hao could be seen only as ghost images. Innumerable copies of Meng Hao could be seen as the vortex rumbled out to 3,000 meters. As the power of time travel exploded out, many people from the 8th mountain and sea sensed what was happening. It was at around this time that a rift suddenly appeared within that vortex. This was none other than the rift which had connected the 7th and 8th mountains and seas. In almost the exact same instant that the rift appeared, the countless reflections of Meng Hao which were spinning around the vortex transposed, once again forming a single version. Then he stepped into the rift and vanished. After he disappeared, the vortex faded away, and soon, the rift quickly vanished, and the starry sky returned to normal. Within the rift that connected the 2 mountains and seas, Meng Hao was a beam of bright light that moved with speed far exceeding Lord White's. In virtually the blink of an eye, he was already on the other side. Soon, he could sense the aura of the curse power which was unique to the 7th mountain and sea. Without the slightest hesitation, he burst out through the exit portal. Almost immediately, a cold snort echoed out. Someone has appeared. It seems my calculations were correct. These mountain and sea realm aboriginals really are trying to escape from the 8th mountain and sea through here. Well, now that you're here, don't try to run. Almost immediately, the magic of a divine ability rumbled toward Meng Hao, and black flames instantly surrounded him. As soon as he saw the flames, he could tell that this was an outsider's magical technique, backed by the cultivation base of a Dao Lord. Although powerful experts of that realm could rock their surroundings with the mere stamp of a foot, to Meng Hao, they were like insects that could be killed as easily as flipping over a hand. His eyes flickered coldly as he suddenly sucked in a deep breath, inhaling the black flames through his nose and mouth. Then he looked around, even as gasps rang out in reaction to what he had just done. The rift entrance to the 7th mountain and sea was very near the 7th mountain, and the entire area was littered with corpses. 8 outsiders were present, and shockingly, their cultivation-based fluctuations were that of the Dao realm. Clearly, they were lying in wait to slaughter anyone who appeared here. But now, after seeing Meng Hao simply inhale the essence flames that the Dao Lord had unleashed, they all gasped, and their faces fell. That was especially true of the outsider Dao Lord, whose eyes went wide. Mind-reeling, he immediately fell back, but in that same instant, Meng Hao appeared directly in front of him, reached out, grabbed him by the throat, and threw him to the side. His scales shattered, and his flesh and blood turned into a gory mass. A blood-curdling scream echoed out as he was completely shredded into pieces. Immediately, the other outsiders began shaking all the way down to their tails, and instantly tried to flee, using all the power they could muster. Dao Sovereign. He's a true Dao Sovereign. I thought Xitigarbha from the Fourth Mountain was the only true Dao Sovereign in the mountain and sea realm. But he's fighting with the Imperial Lord. He can't be here at the same time. Who is this guy? Damn it. We just ambushed a true Dao Sovereign. The 8 outsiders were completely taken aback. Filled with terror and shock, scales shivering and tails shaking, they tried to flee. However, Meng Hao sent his divine sense out, a single thought that filled the entire area. Instantly, the nascent divinities of all of the One Essence and Two Essences outsider Dao realm experts were shattered. Their minds were wiped away, leaving behind soulless corpses which toppled down out of the starry sky. As soon as Meng Hao's divine sense swept out, he saw everything in the Seventh Mountain and Sea floating in his mind, and the seemingly endless amounts of outsiders present. He saw numerous black cubes floating in the starry sky of the Seventh Mountain and Sea, the largest of which were 30,000 meters wide, and the smallest of which were only a few hundred meters wide. The outsiders were pouring in and out of these cubes. Apparently, they were some sort of military stronghold. Black flames surrounded the cubes, and lightning crackled on their surfaces. The starry sky around them was also distorted, as if the cubes were organized into some sort of spell formation. The Seventh Mountain and Sea should have been occupied by cultivators of the Mountain and Sea realm. However, what was visible now were mostly outsiders. Few native cultivators could be seen, and the majority present were dead. Most of the cultivators from the Seventh Mountain and Sea were actually in the Eighth Mountain and Sea. The ones who had remained behind were, for the most part, low-level, making it extremely easy for the outsiders to occupy the place. Meng Hao's face was grim, and his fury toward the outsiders only continued to grow as he discovered that they didn't even spare the mortals. To them, it didn't matter if someone was a cultivator or not. Anyone from the Mountain and Sea realm was guilty. Of the 4 great planets in the Seventh Mountain and Sea, 3 were already shattered and in ruins. Because of that, the curse power that normally filled the Seventh Mountain and Sea was now in complete chaos. Lord White, even death cannot atone for your crimes. Meng Hao growled, eyes bloodshot. As he examined the situation with his divine sense, he noticed that there was a force of over 10,000 outsiders attacking the final planet, the largest planet of the Seventh Mountain and Sea. There were still tens of thousands of cultivators left alive on that planet. Those fighters were the last remnants of the cultivators of the Seventh Mountain and Sea. Even in the brief moment in which his divine sense swept over the planet, Meng Hao could see many cultivators of the Seventh Mountain and Sea choosing to self-detonate instead of being killed. In the last moments before they died, the words they shouted echoed within Meng Hao's divine sense. Live for the mountains and seas. Die for the mountains and seas. Booms echoed out around that group of tens of thousands of cultivators as they fought to defend the planet and all the lives on it. Among those cultivators, Meng Hao caught sight of the Seventh Mountain's echelon cultivator, Yuan Jian. Yuan Jian was completely soaked in blood and had been severely injured. Despite that, he roared in rage as he fought against the enemy. He was a body cultivator, and the weapon he wielded was the very same valuable treasure he had taken from Meng Hao years before. He was currently surrounded by a host of enemies with whom he was desperately fighting. Currently, a Dao realm outsider was laughing coldly while shooting toward Yuan Jian in a beam of light. Even as he closed in, Meng Hao snorted coldly, causing his divine sense to vibrate. Instantly, the Dao realm outsider who was attacking Yuan Jian let out a miserable shriek and then exploded, killed instantly. At the same time, Meng Hao took a step forward, vanishing as he headed towards the fighting. Of the 4 planets which orbited the Seventh Mountain, 3 were destroyed, and had become nothing more than fields of swirling rubble and dust hanging in the starry sky. The only remaining planet was the one known as Tiger Cage. Currently, Yuan Jian and the tens of thousands of cultivators who were the broken remnants of the forces of the Seventh Mountain and Sea were there on planet Tiger Cage, fighting a deadly battle with the outsiders. The fighting was bloody and bitter, and occasionally the booms of self-detonation rang out. Sky and land were both as red as blood, and the vicious and maddened outsiders were fueling divine abilities with their own life force, causing black seas of flame to scorch everything in their paths. Massive fissures were spreading out across the surface of the planet, and the cities and life forms there were all trembling. To them, it was as if the end of days had come. Even the sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, and as the cultivators and the outsiders fought, the only thing they seemed to have in common was that they were all engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Yuan Jian was actually not the strongest cultivator among the tens of thousands of survivors. However, because of his status as an echelon cultivator, his words carried much weight, and he was currently leading a large group of cultivators into battle. He was soaked in gore, to the point where it almost seemed like he was clothed in blood itself. His skin was crisscrossed with wounds, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He looked completely and utterly fearsome. However, beneath that fearsomeness lurked sadness and despair. Live for the mountains and seas. Die for the mountains and seas. Yuan Jian threw his head back and laughed, and in response, the cultivators at his back let out mighty roars. Murderous auras sprang up. They might be fighting a losing battle, but they would still kill as many outsiders as they could. There was no path of escape. In the Seventh Mountain and Sea, all the areas which formerly pledged allegiance to Lord White had already fallen into enemy hands. The cultivators had watched as 3 of their planets were destroyed, and countless lives were sacrificed. The Seventh Mountain and Sea was relentlessly taken over by the outsiders, and the local cultivators could do nothing but fume in rage. Now, the only reason they had left to live was to fight. Even if they only had one breath left to breathe, they would use it to kill one more outsider. A boom rang out, and Yuan Jian coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was facing a coldly sneering Dao realm outsider, who bore down on him as fast as lightning. The outsider's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and black flames spread out to form a huge mouth which shot out to consume Yuan Jian. Yuan Jian laughed bitterly. When he had faced Dao realm outsiders before, there had always been Dao realm experts of the Seventh Mountain and Sea to lock them down. But now, all of those Dao realm experts were either dead or seriously injured. Yuan Jian was staring extermination in the face. His eyes flickered with madness as he glared at the Dao realm outsider and prepared to self-detonate. The other cultivators under his command also stared with bloodshot eyes and prepared to follow him in self-detonation. The self-detonation of a single cultivator wouldn't do anything to a Dao realm expert, but if 10 of them detonated, or 100 or 1,000, it would be a different story. The massive accumulation of force in such an explosion was power that would shock even a Dao realm expert. The outsider's eyes widened, and he frowned. Just when he was about to take defensive measures, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine sense suddenly exploded out. It was a divine sense bursting with killing intent, hatred, and madness, and as it erupted out across the battlefield, the Dao realm outsider's eyes went wide, and he shouted in alarm, "Dao!" All he could utter was a single word before his head exploded and his body shattered. In almost the same instant, numerous other outsiders on the battlefield screamed miserably, expressions those of terror as they subsequently exploded. From far up above in the starry sky, the battlefield almost looked like a field of blooming flowers of blood. The surviving outsiders were shocked and terrified. They immediately tried to escape the planet, leaving the cultivators of the Seventh Mountain and Sea standing there in shock. However, their hatred could not be diminished, and they immediately attacked the fleeing outsiders. Yuan Jian was trembling, but had no time to think, and immediately joined in the slaughter. It was at this point that a new figure appeared on the battlefield. It was Meng Hao, who had just teleported in. Immediately, he extended his right hand and made a vicious clawing motion. The power of the mountains and seas erupted out. Although it wasn't a vast amount of the power, not even enough to fight Dao sovereign experts, any of the outsiders under that realm would be crushed as easily as dried twigs. Rumbling sounds echoed out as an enormous illusory hand appeared in the starry sky. Boundless ripples emanated from the majestic hand as it clawed down toward the outsiders. The starry sky trembled, and numerous rifts were slashed open. In the blink of an eye, the area in the starry sky occupied by the outsiders was completely crushed. Rumble, miserable screams and roars of rage alike were suddenly cut off. A moment later, the huge hand vanished, and all that remained was drifting ash. The battlefield went silent, and the cultivators from the seventh mountain and sea looked around, stunned. Yuan Jian turned his head, and through the crowds he spotted Meng Hao. "Meng Hao," he said, a smile breaking out on his face. Unfortunately, it was a smile that was bitter and even hollow. Even though more than 10,000 outsiders had just been killed, no cries of joy rang out, and no excitement could be seen. The cultivators of the seventh mountain and sea simply stood there quietly. When they turned to face Meng Hao, there almost didn't seem to be any life in their eyes, as if their souls were already dead. They well knew that the number of outsiders currently in the seventh mountain and sea was completely incalculable. Despite having won a victory in this battle, the next battle would likely result in the complete extermination of the seventh mountain and sea. They silently clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao, then began to disperse to carry their fallen comrades away, and to expunge the area of the sordid blood of the outsiders. Everything was as still as death. As Meng Hao looked around at the listless cultivators, he felt as if his heart were being stabbed. Yuan Jian grimaced from the pain of his injuries as he approached Meng Hao. Then he looked around at all his comrades and bitterly commented, "They're like this because we have no hope. Meng Hao, do you really think that we can win this war?" He seemed confused, and from the way he asked the question, it almost seemed as if he were inwardly searching for some way to pull himself together and rise to the situation, even if whatever he found was a false hope. Meng Hao had seen war before, but he had never experienced anything like he had just now. His heart hurt, but he was infinitely moved. He looked around at the tens of thousands of cultivators of the seventh mountain and sea, and he saw how exhausted they were. He saw how despair had taken hold in the depths of their hearts, and he saw how much they hated the outsiders. He suddenly felt the urge to speak. Although he wasn't sure what he should say, it was as if there were a voice deep inside of him desperate to cry out, to rally the people around him. "Fellow Taoists of the mountains and seas, I am Meng Hao, echelon cultivator from the ninth mountain and sea. I don't know for sure whether or not we'll win this war. But what I do know is that as we speak, Paragon Sea Dream is fighting the outsider Paragon. Right up there." As he spoke, his voice began to grow impassioned, and he pointed up toward the heights of the starry sky. "I also know that the Lord of the fourth mountain and sea, Xidagarba, is fighting the outsider Imperial Lord. All of the other mountain and sea lords are fighting with incarnations of an outsider Tao sovereign. Furthermore, just moments ago, I managed to trap their other Tao sovereign in the 33 hells. If he doesn't die there, then at the least, he'll be unable to emerge for some time. Another thing I know is that as of this moment, I, Meng Hao, am the only cultivator who can fight at the Tao sovereign level that is currently not fighting. I don't know whether or not we can secure victory in this war, but the mountain and sea realm will not be overthrown easily. We are the descendants of the Paragon Immortal realm, and we have lasted all the way down to this day. We are the mountain and sea realm, and the war has only just begun. How could we possibly lose hope now?" Even as Meng Hao looked out at the cultivators of the seventh mountain and sea, his heart bursting with powerful exhortations, a fierce fight was raging above planet South Heaven in the ninth mountain and sea. The Li clan's spell formation covered the entire planet, ensuring that any outsiders who approached were destroyed before they could set foot on planet South Heaven. The sky rained with the blood of the outsiders. Of course, that blood was filthy to the point that it could harm cultivators and even devastate the earth. Therefore, it was not allowed to touch down onto the ground, but was dissipated into a mist before the very eyes of the cultivators of planet South Heaven. Standing atop a distant mountain was Shui Donglu, who was staring up into the sky, a perpetual look of sorrow in his eyes. At some point, an ancient ship had come to appear off to the side, floating there in the air. It was a ship that no one could see, almost as if it didn't exist. An old man sat cross-legged at the prow of the boat with his back to the world, as if he had forsaken all heaven and earth. If Meng Hao were here, he would instantly recognize this ship and this old man. He had boarded this same ship back when the 10th Wang clan patriarch had stolen his Dao foundation, leaving him on the brink of death. The ship had taken him on a dreamlike voyage through the mountain and sea realm, a voyage which had opened Meng Hao's eyes to the wider world. Whether it had been intentional or not, the old man on the ship had healed Meng Hao's injuries and given him a bit of life force that had enabled him to keep living for a time. Right now, that very same ship was floating in midair in front of Shui Donglu. Shui Donglu stood there at the peak of the mountain, and the old man on the boat sat there with his back turned to the world. Although their eyes had not made contact, it clearly seemed as if they were looking at each other. Suddenly, an ancient voice could be heard as the old man on the ship spoke. "Is all this necessary? Your hope has always been doomed to fail." This was apparently the first time this man had ever truly spoken, and his voice seemed to echo out from the depths of time itself. As he spoke, the ship upon which he sat seemed even more illusory than before. Shui Donglu didn't respond. Instead, he continued to stare off into the distance. After a long moment passed, the old man on the ship sighed. Then he and the ship slowly faded away. In almost the same moment that the ship and the old man vanished, Shui Donglu suddenly turned his head. Someone was approaching him silently from behind, a young man in a black robe. His expression was calm, and his features extraordinary, but he had an astonishing murderous aura roiling off of him. He was none other than the person who had taught Meng Hao the time-walking technique. Slaughter. He looked coldly at Shui Donglu, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. "I pondered the matter for some time. I should have dispersed, so why was I brought back? It wasn't until seeing you that I understood. One time. I'll help you. Only one time." With that, Slaughter looked deeply at Shui Donglu, then vanished into thin air. Shui Donglu stood there thoughtfully. The entire time, he hadn't spoken a single word. Soon, the sun set, night fell, and the moon shone, casting a long shadow behind him. "Deliver the people, lose the world," he murmured softly. "Lose the people, deliver the world. The choice has long since been made." A strange, anticipatory light slowly began to gleam in his eyes. The mountain and sea realm is at war, and now the spirit of the people must rise. Back in the 7th mountain and sea, the previously listless eyes of the cultivators began to flicker with light as passion stirred in their hearts. They suddenly recalled the image of Meng Hao slaying the outsiders with one blow. Couple that sight with what he had told them just now, and a certain title began to ring out in their minds and hearts. Dao Sovereign. What Meng Hao had done, and what he had said, made it clear to these cultivators exactly how strong he was in battle. Battle prowess like that would be vitally important in the mountain and sea realms war. There were too many things that these cultivators didn't understand, and the terrifying power of the 33 heavens was something they didn't even want to think about. They were in such despair that they would cling desperately to even the slightest scrap of hope. As of this moment, hope was now kindling in their eyes. To them, a cultivator like Meng Hao represented the absolute pinnacle of the mountain and sea realm, and if he said that he hadn't lost hope or faith, then they believed him. "It is we of the mountain and sea realm who called for this war," Meng Hao continued. "Therefore, this is not a war being waged upon us by the 33 heavens. No, this is us waging war on the 33 heavens. We will break open those 33 heavens, so that the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm can look up and see the true starry sky above our heads." As Meng Hao spoke, the light in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators grew brighter. However, words alone were not enough. As Meng Hao looked out at the crowds around him, a wild notion suddenly sprang up inside him. He knew that what he was seeing right now was not an isolated incident. Whichever mountain and sea one went to right now, one would surely find similar thoughts of despair running through the hearts and minds of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Perhaps the degree of despair would be different in different places, and perhaps some people could suppress the despair and turn it into killing intent. But some would surely tremble in fear and lose their will to fight. If that happened, then the war truly would be a hopeless one. As he realized how difficult this war would be, he suddenly gained understanding of a simple truth. War needed heroes and at the same time did not. The reason it needed heroes was because they could rouse the spirits of their comrades. Simultaneously, the reason heroes were not needed was because a single person can never determine victory in a war. Even with someone as powerful as Paragon 9 Seals. The people were delivered, but the world was lost. War required unity. People needed unity. It was only by means of unity that the cultivators of the mountains and seas could rise up. Only with a burning spirit could they fight back against all odds, and have the fortitude to fight to the death with the 33 heavens. "There's something I need to do," he murmured softly. Usually, he didn't think of himself as the lord of the mountain and sea realm. That was something that would happen in the future, not at this moment. Perhaps that's the wrong attitude, he thought. If there is no future, then there will be no lord of the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he looked up into the starry sky toward the first heaven. The crazy idea that had just occurred to him just now was growing stronger. Taking a deep breath, he decided to let the notion percolate for a while. With that, he turned and headed out across planet Tiger Cage with Yuan Jian. Behind him, the spirits of the cultivators seemed to have lifted. As they watched Meng Hao leaving, sparks of fire appeared in their hearts and began to burn steadily. One could well imagine what would happen as those sparks burned hotter and brighter. The hearts of those cultivators would ignite, and eventually the same thing would happen throughout the entire mountain and sea realm. In the end, either they would be burnt by those flames or the enemy would. Cracks and crevices covered the surface of planet Tiger Cage. All of the lands were covered with rifts that were only growing larger and wider with time. As of this moment, the planet seemed to be teetering on the verge of collapse. Apparently, the carnage of the war in the mountain and sea realm was focused initially on the 6th and 7th mountains and seas. As Meng Hao looked around at planet Tiger Cage, his eyes flickered with the desire to kill. Furthermore, his rage toward Lord White still lingered, despite the fact that he had already cut him down. Now that I think about it, there is still one more traitor among the mountain and sea lords, he thought. Heart filling with icy coldness, he looked off into the distance for a moment, then turned to Yuan Jian. "Brother Yuan, back in the windswept realm, you mentioned that the 7th mountain and sea has god blood." Although Meng Hao was planning to merely pass through, there were still some important things here for him. God blood was something critical for making breakthroughs with the fleshly body. After his recent breakthroughs, his current fleshly body level had actually become an encumbrance. If he could make a breakthrough, then based on the foundation he had built up, he would experience an incredible rise and immediately reach the level of a Tao sovereign. At that time, considering the level of his cultivation base and his terrifying divine sense, he would truly be equipped with the power of a Tao sovereign. After acquiring the Green Emperor's eternal incantation from Lord White, he had made major progress with his eternal stratum. Even still, he could tell that his fleshly body needed to become more powerful before he could be confident in facing the flesh and blood desolation, which was the second of the 7 desolations of ancient realm soul lamp extinguishing. The crazy idea which had come to him required that he have battle prowess truly equivalent to the Tao sovereign level. Only then could he be confident enough to make that idea a reality. "Of course we do," replied Yuan Jian. "In the Vale of the God Grave. However, it's already been occupied by the outsiders. Brother Meng, if you want to go, then I can take you there." Yuan Jian's eyes gleamed brightly. "Not yet," Meng Hao replied softly. "I have a bit of unresolved karma on this planet. Brother Yuan, please wait while I take care of something." With that, he took a step forward and then vanished. Yuan Jian hovered there silently for a moment, his eyes burning with a will to fight. "We're both in the echelon," he thought. "But Meng Hao has already reached the point where everyone looks up to him, and yet I still haven't passed through the ancient realm. It's hard to say how long this war will last. I must step into the Tao realm." Yuan Jian's eyes shone with a flicker of determination. As Meng Hao flew along above the lands of planet Tiger Cage, he felt an aura spreading out from inside of him. It came from deep in the recesses of his cultivation base, where there existed a white diamond-shaped object. Planet Tiger Cage, Chomen Tai, Meng Hao murmured. He had never forgotten about that immortal's corpse which had fallen out of the sky back when he was on planet South Heaven. That immortal was none other than Chomen Tai, and they had come to an agreement that Meng Hao would return his legacy to planet Tiger Cage. At that time, the gift given to him by Chomen Tai had been like a precious treasure. Now, it was relatively insignificant. However, Chomen Tai had mentioned that by returning his legacy to his home on planet Tiger Cage, Meng Hao could acquire some good fortune. Of course, Meng Hao didn't care too much about that. After all, there was little good fortune that he could acquire now that would be of much help to him. Based on Chomen Tai's cultivation base level back, there was nothing he could bestow upon Meng Hao now that would be of any use. Meng Hao had come, not because of any potential good fortune, but rather to keep a promise. As he proceeded along, he cast his senses inward to observe the fluctuations of the diamond inside of him. Soon, a mountain appeared up ahead. It was cracked and crumbling, but hadn't fallen apart completely, and when Meng Hao scanned it with divine sense, he found an immortal's cave which had long since been abandoned. Layers of dust covered everything in the immortal's cave, but deep within its recesses was a spell formation. At the very center of the spell formation was a small column of inky jade the size of a hand. On top of that column was a diamond-shaped slot. As soon as Meng Hao got close, his own chest began to radiate light as the diamond-shaped legacy bestowed upon him years ago by Chomen Tai suddenly flew out. It moved with incredible speed as it flew through the cracks in the side of the mountain, entering the immortal's cave, lowering itself down toward the spell formation and settling into the diamond-shaped slot. Meng Hao didn't follow the white diamond. Instead, he hovered outside the mountain, watching. Moments later, his jaw dropped. This? His eyes flickered as he took a step forward and then suddenly appeared inside of the mountain. Having scanned the mountain with divine sense, he was certain there was nothing unusual lying in wait. Considering the level of his divine sense, there would be few things in existence which could conceal anything from him. Earlier, his divine sense had revealed that the spell formation was emanating fluctuations that seemed to indicate it was searching for an appropriate apprentice upon whom to bestow a legacy. But now, after the diamond sank down into the slot, the spell formation immediately altered. Instead of preparing to deliver a legacy, it was summoning something? Meng Hao hovered outside of the spell formation, face darkening. As he studied the spell formation, he could sense the power of summoning, something that was completely ignoring the 33 heavens above and was instead stretching out to some unknown location. This was Meng Hao's first time seeing a spell formation like this, and was definitely his first time seeing anything which could pierce through the seal of the 33 heavens. Because that diamond-shaped legacy had fed him power for so many years, it also contained a bit of his own aura. Furthermore, that bit of aura appeared to be transforming the summoning power in some way that even Meng Hao didn't understand. This is no legacy. Chomen Tai, who exactly are you? Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he let out a cold harumph. Although what was happening was unexpected, considering the level of his current cultivation base, he could simply destroy the spell formation if he wanted to. That might be a violation of his previous oath, but the current mountain and sea realm could ill afford an unknown and unexpected hazard. He had come here because of his promise, to repay Chomen Tai for the good fortune he had bestowed. But now his face was grim. He would rather incur karma and sully his oath than permit this spell formation to cause any harm to the mountain and sea realm. He reached his hand out, causing a massive burst of power to build up. Just as it was about to blast down onto the spell formation, a voice suddenly spoke out in Meng Hao's mind. It was a voice filled with a pleading tone. It was, Chomen Tai, please allow me to have some hope. Please, I have no desire to hurt you or do anything to harm the interests of the mountain and sea realm. Please, allow me my hope. The person I want to resurrect, he is my master. Years ago, he sent me away into the cycle of reincarnation. I experienced many, many things. Eventually I awoke and remembered my home, and who I was back then. I remembered that he had extinguished his own soul fire. I want to resurrect my master. That is my sole purpose in life. Please allow me to have my hope. If you do, I can help you in this mountain and sea war. 3-0 Chomentai said moved Meng Hao at all. He sent his cultivation base power out, and the spell formation began to emit cracking sounds as the summoning was interrupted. However, it was at that point that Chomentai said one last thing which caused Meng Hao to suddenly stop. I, Chomentai, pledge on my own life, that if you preserve the spell formation, I will devote my life to the mountain and sea war. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. How can you help? He asked. When Chomentai responded, his voice seethed with manic determination. I can help you to seal a 7 essences paragon and make that person your puppet. Meng Hao was quite shaken. Even after leaving planet South Heaven and traversing the mountain and sea realm, he had never forgotten the kindness Chomentai had shown in blessing him with good fortune, nor the agreement they reached regarding planet Tiger Cage. He had always planned to return Chomentai's legacy to planet Tiger Cage. However, he could never have imagined that the so-called legacy was actually a sham. It had all been a ruse. Meng Hao hovered there silently. He could accept being swindled, but he couldn't accept the existence of a spell formation like this, not if there was even a chance that it could harm the mountain and sea realm. He was responsible for the mountains and seas, and had already borne witness to the tragedy of war. Furthermore, that warfare had already changed him. He had grown up. Therefore, his first reaction upon seeing this spell formation was not to be concerned about the karma he would sow if he broke his oath and destroyed it. However, at the same time, Chomentai's words had moved him. In fact, his mind was spinning, and his eyes glowed with bright light. I, Chomentai, swear an oath upon my soul that if anything I have said is untrue, then, no matter if I live or die, I will never again see my master. The madness in Chomentai's voice was growing, and the sincerity of his determination made his pleas seem even more intense. In fact, as he spoke, Meng Hao could sense the vague fluctuations of a powerful oath, and could also detect karma building up within the mountain peak and the spell formation. All of that indicated that the words spoken by Chomentai were true. Meng Hao said nothing at first. He was not a cold and ruthless person, and Chomentai had bestowed good fortune upon him in the past. If he could choose, he would rather not destroy the man's hope. Furthermore, he had sworn an oath upon his soul. How is it that you can do such a thing? Meng Hao asked. It doesn't matter how I can do it, replied Chomentai. Just point out a 7 essences paragon, and I'll take care of the rest. From the sound of his voice, Chomentai seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. A heaven-defying technique like that would surely come at a heavy price, a price too difficult to even comprehend. Whenever or wherever you are, as long as I still live, all you have to do is catalyze the sealing mark, and you can perform the sealing. A mysteriously glowing magical symbol floated out from within the mountain to hover in front of Meng Hao. The symbol flickered and danced, and constant fluctuations rippled about inside of it. It was actually impossible to see clearly, and numerous transformations existed within it. Meng Hao eyed the magical symbol for a moment, and then his eyes flickered with determination. He waved his sleeve, gathering up the magical symbol and then looking at the mountain for a long moment before turning to leave. Meng Hao could now tell that the reason why planet Tiger Cage still remained intact within the 7th mountain and sea, the reason why it had not been destroyed, was not because of Yuan Jian and the other cultivators with him. More importantly, it was because of the spell formation inside this mountain, and the remaining power of Chomentai which protected the entire planet. Because of that power of protection, even though the surface of the planet was riddled with cracks and crevices, it still remained in one piece, as the spell formation protected both the mountain and the planet. Meng Hao took a step, and was already far off in the distance. Just what sort of entity could inspire one of its servants to be so devoted, to become completely obsessed with resurrecting it? Even as he left, a blurry figure appeared within the middle of the spell formation. It was Chomentai, and he seemed to be fading away. He was staring into the spell formation itself, trembling, eyes filled with anticipation and reminiscence. For the sake of others, you closed your eyes for all eternity, he murmured. After I returned, I could never find you. Chomin Tai's voice seemed to be filled with grief as he slowly sat down in the spell formation. Please return, my master. As Meng Hao made his way off into the distance, he found that the meat jelly had emerged from his bag of holding at some point. It was perched on his shoulder, looking back at the mountain. Then the parrot flew out, landed on his other shoulder, and also looked back. It was a rare occasion when these two living treasures weren't making a ruckus. The meat jelly sighed and said, perhaps to that entity, Chomin Tai eventually ceased to be simply a servant. Meng Hao, do you think that one day, if you meet your end, I'll be like Chomin Tai and do everything I can to try to resurrect you? AI. That is a question very worthy of consideration. Fifth bro, what do you think? Meng Hao stopped in place. The meat jelly's words just now were definitely the type to make one feel touched. But to hear them coming out of the meat jelly's mouth was quite strange. Lord Fifth was actually pondering a different question. If Lord Fifth ever meets his end, Meng Hao, would you feel sad? Would you try to resurrect me? The parrot looked over at Meng Hao, its expression very serious. Yes, Meng Hao replied softly. The parrot and meat jelly had followed him for so long that in his heart, he no longer viewed them as simple servants. Well, Lord Fifth won't die and can't be killed, so you'll never have that chance. Ha ha ha. The parrot laughed heartily, but as it laughed, a trace of sorrow and grief could be seen in its eyes. However, it quickly passed, and the parrot quickly reverted to its usual simple-minded state. Meng Hao didn't say anything further. A knot had taken root in his heart, an uncomfortable notion that he didn't dare to contemplate or ponder. The reason being that he wasn't sure which side to pick. He had an inkling of the karmic cause of the war of the mountain and sea realm, that it was actually being fought because of the copper mirror. If he simply handed the copper mirror over, could the war be ended? It was a question Meng Hao didn't dare to consider. His family lived in the mountain and sea realm, as did his friends, his masters, and all other living things. But on the other hand, the copper mirror had been with him from his earliest days in the Reliance sect. It had accompanied him and allowed him to grow from being a mere scholar to his current pinnacle. As for the parrot, although Meng Hao pretended to not care very much about it, the truth was that after all these years, he had become very attached to it, and could never bear to part with it. Do I forsake the parrot? He thought. Or forsake the mountain and sea realm? Perhaps the only choice I can make is to forsake myself. Meng Hao sighed inwardly. This was the question he didn't wish to ponder, because he knew that one day he would be forced to make that decision. Who knew what cruel realities he would need to face when the time came to choose? I have to get stronger, he thought, his eyes glowing brightly. He took a deep breath as he forced himself to stop thinking about that painful question. Then he transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. The meat jelly sat silently on his shoulder, and although the parrot seemed completely oblivious to anything, it was uncharacteristically quiet as it transformed into a multicolored streak that flew into the copper mirror in Meng Hao's bag of holding. Meng Hao continued along quietly, sighing the entire time as he contemplated the enigma that was fate. As of this moment, he was consumed with worry for his family and a deep yearning to reunite with Su Qing. Eventually, he made his way back to Yuan Jian, who was sitting there cross-legged waiting for him. Instead of wasting time with words, Meng Hao simply looked at him and uttered a single sentence. Take me to the place you mentioned, the Vale of the God-Grave. Yuan Jian's eyes shone with a bright light. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and rose to his feet. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, and the two of them transformed into bright beams of light that shot off into the starry sky at top speed. Normally speaking, Yuan Jian would never be able to keep up with Meng Hao. So Meng Hao lent him some energy, and they proceeded along to the location Yuan Jian indicated. I need to get stronger. That way I can slaughter my own path out of the enigma of fate. There was something murderously bleak about Meng Hao now. His previous air of youth and naivete had been wiped away, and the only thing that remained was the grief and pain that came from seeing tragedy play out in the mountain and sea realm. The seventh mountain and sea was now almost completely in the hands of the outsiders, who continued to pour in, filling the starry sky with their pitch-black cubes. Increasing pressure radiated out in all directions. Soon, Meng Hao and Yuan Jian appeared in the southeastern part of the seventh mountain and sea, in a location that was very quiet. Off in the distance was an area full of hundreds of black cubes. They floated about in the starry sky, lightning dancing across their surfaces. It was just possible to see the images of outsiders passing into and out of the cubes. They almost seemed to be forming a spell formation. "The veil of the Godgrave is up ahead," said Yuan Jian. "It's a spatial rift within which rest the ruins of an ancient battlefield. Countless strands of divine will exist inside, which can kill you before you even notice them. The veil of the Godgrave is one of the most dangerous places in the entire seventh mountain and sea. The last time I went in, I only managed to travel a short distance. By chance, though, I managed to get a drop of impure god blood. Even that was enough to instigate an incredible breakthrough in my fleshly body." Yuan Jian was under the protection of Meng Hao's divine sense. As they hovered there in the starry sky, no one other than perhaps a peak 6 essences Tao sovereign or a 7 essences paragon would be able to detect their presence. After the first heaven descended, this was the very first place to be occupied by the outsiders. I suspect that quite a few of the outsiders have already gone inside. Presumably, they are also interested in getting god blood. Meng Hao looked calmly off into the distance. He could sense the fluctuations of powerful experts coming from many of the black cubes. Furthermore, the spell formation formed by the cubes contained shocking power in and of itself. The area surrounding the veil of the Godgrave was completely filled with outsiders. Although there were number 6 essences experts there were definitely 5 essence experts. Meng Hao had already identified 4 with his divine sense. And that didn't count any outsiders who had entered the veil of the Godgrave, which was beyond the scope of what Meng Hao could survey with divine sense. Meng Hao turned to look at Yuan Jian and said, "Brother Yuan, this place is clearly very dangerous. I think you should wait for me here." Yuan Jian hesitated for a moment before determination gleamed in his eyes and he shook his head. "The 33 heavens aren't even sparing the mortals in this war. Clearly, they plan to wipe us all out. They want to exterminate the bloodlines of all living beings in the mountain and sea realm. As the saying goes, if the nest is overturned, none of the eggs survive." Yuan Jian clenched his hands into fists. "I need to get stronger. I need to have a cultivation-based breakthrough. I have a body refinement magic which can use god blood to sacrifice some life force in exchange for 100 years of a Tao realm fleshly body. I, Yuan Jian, am an echelon cultivator. Even if I can only live for 100 years after stepping into the Tao, I have to live up to my place in the echelon." Yuan Jian's eyes shone brightly, and his pupils seemed to flicker with flames. "Brother Meng, I'd like to request that you let me go with you into the veil of the Godgrave. Don't let me be a burden. You can even ignore me. I only request that you get me inside. Once there, we can part ways, and I'll go off on my own to search for my good fortune. This is my choice, so whether I live or die has nothing to do with you, Brother Meng. I won't infect your karma. I, Yuan Jian, just want a chance to search for my path of good fortune. If I live, fine. If I die, fine. I was born in the mountain and sea realm and I grew up in it. I'll give my blood, my cultivation, everything about me, to repay that debt." Yuan Jian's bitter smile was tinged with madness. The things he had seen and experienced recently in the seventh mountain and sea were hundreds of times more tragic than what Meng Hao had seen so far. He had witnessed 3 planets destroyed, and had watched as innumerable lives were ended. He saw one sect after another exterminated, wiped out by the outsiders. He had even seen people being eaten alive. Out of all his family, his clan, and his sect, he was the only survivor. Therefore, he now lived for revenge. Meng Hao looked silently at Yuan Jian for a moment, then turned to leave. "Just keep up," he said. Then he transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Clearly, he was choosing not to sneak in, but to fight his way through in broad daylight. After all, this was the mountain and sea realm, not the outsider's first heaven. Rumble. The instant Meng Hao charged forth and began to fight, Yuan Jian rapidly began to grow larger in size. Apparently there was a bit of god blood inside of him, pumping through his veins, leading to a shocking growth in fleshly body power. Astonishingly, it took only an instant for Yuan Jian to turn into a huge giant that took a step forward, following Meng Hao into the fray. Two men, two echelon cultivators, two beams of light, shot forth like unsheathed swords. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the two of them stabbed into the outsider's spell formation. Meng Hao's cultivation base was so powerful that only Dao sovereigns could hope to stand up to him. In the moment that he began to fight, vast numbers of outsiders began to pour out from the black cubes and charge toward him in attack. At the same time, shocking fluctuations began to emanate from the cubes as streams of divine sense sped forth to attack him. Further off in the distance were three heaven-shaking, earth-shattering five essences auras that instantly veered toward Meng Hao to block his path. Meng Hao gave a cold harumph. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he looked at the hosts of the incoming outsiders, with their vicious expressions and murderous auras. Waving his sleeve, he summoned the Paragon Bridge, which crushed down onto them. Instantly, blood-curdling screams rang out, and the starry sky around Meng Hao shattered. This one single attack crushed everything in its path. No less than 1,000 outsiders were instantly smashed, their fleshly bodies shattered, their nascent divinities destroyed. All of the other outsiders who witnessed this gasped, and their faces fell. Instantly, they began to back up in shock. Dao sovereign. Damn it! In the mountain and sea realm, Dao sovereigns are supposed to be as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. How could there be one here? Why haven't the two exalted Dao sovereigns from our first heaven come to stop this person? The shocked outsiders were so terrified that they didn't dare to get any closer. In fact, they backed up to let him pass. As for Yuan Jian, even though he had an incredibly high opinion of Meng Hao, and had even seen what he did earlier to the outsiders attacking Planet Tiger Cage, witnessing this left him shocked. Looking at Meng Hao's back as he led the way, Yuan Jian realized that although he wasn't necessarily physically imposing, there was something spectacular about him. It was as if the war for the mountain and sea realm might not necessarily end with them being wiped out. However, even as the outsider cultivators backed up, the streams of divine will emanating from the hundreds of black cubes came together into a shocking convergence that blasted toward Meng Hao. This amalgamation of divine will was so powerful that even Dao sovereigns who encountered it would likely shy away in fear. It transformed into an enormous face which filled the starry sky and lunged toward Meng Hao as if to consume him. So what if you're a Dao sovereign? Screw off. The voice which shouted out was not the voice of a single outsider, but rather the conjoined voices of hundreds of them. The sound of it echoed out, rocking the starry sky, causing the void to tremble, and crushing down with a will of complete defiance. Scram! Screamed the conjoined voices of the outsiders. As for all of the other outsiders who were observing from off to the side, their eyes began to glow brightly as they waited for Meng Hao's momentum to be broken, and for him to be forced backward. Meng Hao's expression was calm, but his eyes flickered coldly. It was at this point that his own divine sense exploded out toward the face converged from divine will. His divine sense transformed into a huge fist which punched out viciously. Boom! The fist slammed into the face, shattering it into pieces, and causing a boom to ring out that shook heaven and earth. Cracking sounds rang out as fissures snaked out through the starry sky. They were like dragons shooting out in all directions, and when they hit the outsiders, screams rose up. There was no chance for the outsiders to flee, and many of them were instantly ripped apart. At the same time, miserable shrieks echoed out from the hundreds of black cubes. Rumbling sounds could be heard as each and every one of the black cubes shattered, and the outsider cultivators inside were eradicated. From a distance, the scene which was playing out was completely and utterly shocking. More gasps could be heard as the surviving outsiders fell back even further, so terrified of Meng Hao that they were shaking. Before they had come to the mountain and sea realm, they had viewed themselves as above everyone, and looked down derisively at the mountain and sea realm. They couldn't wait for the chance to start slaughtering the immortals for fun. But after seeing Meng Hao's terrifying performance, memories from their ancestors were slowly being unlocked inside of them. Memories that had been sealed within their bones, hidden within their souls. Memories of how their ancestors had been conquered by the Paragon Immortal realm. Meng Hao's face was cold as he looked around. Due to the sheer number of outsiders present, it would be difficult to kill them all, even with the current level of his cultivation base. However, as he glanced about, all of the outsiders upon whom his gaze fell backed up, trembling. He snorted coldly, advancing again, and no one dared to get in his way this time. They all fell back to make way for him. However, as he passed by, they would form ranks once again behind him. It was almost like Meng Hao was surrounded by a huge circle of empty space. Despite the fact that he was clearly surrounded, the ones who were terrified were the outsiders, not him. Yuan Jian followed directly behind Meng Hao. The scene which he was watching unfold in front of his eyes had his blood pumping. Glancing around coldly as he proceeded along, Meng Hao eventually caught sight of a dilapidated altar up ahead. It looked ancient, as if it had survived through countless years of time, leaving it corroded and falling apart. It wasn't complete. Only about 70% of its original structure remained. And yet, the starry sky around it rippled and distorted, emanating fluctuations that contained incredible pressure. Gradually, it became obvious that this altar was an entrance, leading to some other dimension beyond. It was clear that previously, the altar had not been out in the open like this. Various restrictive spells and other obstacles had obviously been in place. However, after the outsiders arrived, they had cleared the area, leaving the altar hovering out in the open in the starry sky. In front of the altar were 3 outsider cultivators with grim faces. They hovered there, staring at Meng Hao, emanating fluctuations of the 5 essences level. Although they were a far cry from a mountain and sea lord, they were close to the level of the boy Xiao Yihan. They looked on with flickering eyes as Meng Hao approached. The one in the middle had a horn jutting out of his head, and if you looked closely you could see that it wasn't black, but violet. He took a step forward, and then it became clear that he did not have the same murderous aura that the other outsiders did. He clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao, saying, "I am Long Daozi, of the Dao tribe of the First Heaven. Greetings, Dao Sovereign Meng." Meng Hao looked back coldly. The fact that this person knew who he was came as no surprise. In the initial moments of the invasion, he had clashed with the outsider Paragon Igu of the First Heaven. Although most people in the mountain and sea realm had not been able to see what happened, the outsider experts certainly were watching, and had seen the events unfold. The violet-horned outsider's eyes shone with a strange light as he slowly began to speak. "Dao Sovereign Meng, based on your cultivation base and powers of perception, you are certainly aware that the mountain and sea realm cannot possibly win this war. Even if the first heaven isn't a match for the mountain and sea realm, there is a second heaven and a third heaven and in the end 33 heavens. There is no hope for the mountain and sea realm. Although we 33 heavens wish to destroy all life in the mountain and sea realm, we also respect the powerful experts here. Fellow Taoist Meng, if you would agree to follow the orders of the first heaven, to join us in our campaign, then I can guarantee the safety of you and your clan, and can promise that you won't be harmed. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Fellow Taoist Meng, surely you understand the truth of that old saying. Not only can your clan be saved, but anyone else you wish can join us as well. The first heaven won't kill them. All you need to do is become a Tao slave of the first heaven. Compared to freedom, what meaning is there in death?" In response to his words, Yuan Jian remained silent. Although he trusted Meng Hao, the offer made by this outsider was something that would stir even his heart, albeit only a bit. After all, he had no clan left. He had nothing. However, back when his clan and sect had still existed, if he had been given this choice, he couldn't be sure what he would have chosen. That line of thinking caused a spark of fear to rise up within him. "Trying to seduce me into being a turncoat?" Meng Hao asked coolly. His expression was calm, but a flicker of derision could be seen in his eyes. You don't qualify to try something like that. Only an outsider who was out of the loop would talk to Meng Hao in such a way. If this person had been Paragon Igu, who was aware of who exactly Meng Hao was, he would never have uttered such words. Back in the days of the Paragon Immortal realm, even when the entire world had crumbled into pieces, its people, despite being broken and dying in the mountain and sea realm, refused to bow their heads in compliance to the 33 heavens. If that was the case back then, how much more so would it be the case now, when the mountain and sea realm had grown strong, and was carrying on the legacy of the Paragon Immortal realm? To bow one's head in compliance would be a betrayal of one's people, one's home, and one's everything. To become a Tao slave, where life and death were not under one's own control, where one had no freedom, what would be the point of being alive? When Yuan Jian heard Meng Hao's response, he suddenly felt very calm. As for the violet-horned outsider, he gazed deeply at Meng Hao for a moment, then laughed softly, as if he wasn't very surprised. Then he and the other two outsiders stepped back to make way. If that is your wish, Tao Sovereign Meng, and considering that we can't stop you, then we will permit you to enter the Veil of the Godgrave. Please, go ahead. The violet-horned outsider smiled and gestured for Meng Hao to walk past. Yuan Jian breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure he felt from these 3 5 essences outsiders made him realize how insignificant he was. Although he felt relieved, he gritted his teeth petulantly and told himself that even if it was more risky, he had to get into the Veil of the Godgrave. However, just when Yuan Jian was about to proceed forward, he realized that Meng Hao hadn't moved an inch. A strange expression had appeared on Meng Hao's as he looked at the 3 outsiders, and he began to laugh. Did you 3 practice your cultivation wrong and turn into retards? Or were your brains always defective? He suddenly took a step forward, and when his foot landed, his energy surged wildly, as if a giant had stomped down onto the starry sky. It was like the crashing of an ocean of waves. This is the mountain and sea realm, not the first heaven. Everything here belongs to the mountains and seas, not you people. Just because you're standing around here, doesn't mean I need your permission to come and go, does it? The 3 outsiders' hearts began to quiver. It felt as if mountains were crushing down onto them, as if the heavens were suppressing their hearts. Their faces fell and they quickly backed up. You think that when I show up, you can just step back and make way for me? The mountain and sea realm and the first heaven are at war. As for you 3, what makes you so confident that I won't just kill you? Meng Hao threw his head back and laughed. Then he took 3 steps forward, each one of which caused him to erupt with extraordinary power. The sheer towering majesty was almost impossible for onlookers to take in, and the pressure he emanated crushed down with infinite force. A tempest sprang up, sweeping in all directions, and crushing might bore down onto the 3 outsiders. The mere upsurge of energy caused everything to shake violently, and the 3 outsiders' minds were reeling as blood sprayed out of their mouths. The scales on their bodies even began to explode as they fell back a great distance. Meng Hao, how dare you? If you only stuck to killing some of our lesser tribe members, then whatever, they aren't in the Tao realm, so they don't count as successors in the first heaven. But if you kill us Tao realm experts, your clan will definitely be placed on the 33 heavens list of clans to be exterminated. You're going to get your whole clan exterminated. Meng Hao, do you really dare to attack us? Pipe down, Meng Hao said coolly, his energy crushing down with a booming sound. The 3 5 essences outsiders trembled, and one experienced a complete explosion of all the scales on his body, after which his entire tail shattered. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and when Meng Hao took a 5th step, he screamed and exploded. A majestic 5 essences outsider was crushed like a twig by Meng Hao's divine sense and cultivation-based power. Only 2 remained. The violet-horned outsider was holding out better than the other, who coughed up a mouthful of blood as his flesh was shredded. Even as he let out a despairing howl, Meng Hao took a 6th step. Rumble! The outsider's body twisted, as though some enormous hand were squeezing down on it. It was crushed into a pulp, completely dead. With 6 steps, Meng Hao had killed 2 powerful enemies, to shocking effect. The violet-horned outsider's face was pale, and he let out a howl as he suddenly began to grow. His appearance completely changed. Astonishingly, what now appeared in front of Meng Hao was a 3,000-meter-long black lizard. His long black horn glowed with violet light, and he looked boundlessly fierce. This was the true form of the outsiders from the first heaven. They looked less like cultivators and more like animals. At the most, they were like demonic beasts. The 3,000-meter-long lizard roared mightily as flames burst out from his body. However, instead of charging Meng Hao, he fled in the opposite direction at high speed. "I guess I gave you too much credit," Meng Hao said, eyeing the lizard coldly. "You're just an animal, and yet I tried to explain things to you as if you were a cultivator." With that, he took a seventh step. The instant that seventh step descended, Meng Hao's energy reached an indescribable level. The power of the mountains and seas rumbled out, filling the entire area. It was as if the will of the mountain and sea realm had been driven away by Meng Hao and his power. The only thing present was mountain and sea power, with none of the realm's will. It was as if that power was under the complete control of Meng Hao's will. His will was superseding the heavens and replacing the Tao. Superseding the heavens and replacing the Tao? This is impossible. The violet-horned lizard was filled with terror and shock. What he was seeing was so impossible that he couldn't think, and his heart filled up with complete despair. All of a sudden, he experienced a vision. Images rose up, the memories of his ancestors which were concealed in his blood. He saw his ancestors in one of the lower realms beneath the Paragon Immortal realm. He saw them acting as mounts for immortals. In the end, that was the last thing he ever saw, as Meng Hao's surging energy superseded the heavens and replaced the Tao. It became an explosive will of destruction that, in the blink of an eye, completely crushed the gigantic lizard's soul out of existence. Boom! He was completely and utterly eradicated. The other surrounding outsiders gaped in shock at what they had just witnessed, and trembled as they stared at Meng Hao in complete and utter terror and disbelief. "Scram!" Meng Hao said, glaring at them. He was well aware that, considering the vast number of outsiders present, it wouldn't be an easy task to simply wipe them out, not even with the aid of the power of the mountains and seas. Right now, these outsiders were completely shaken, so the best thing to do wasn't to kill them, it was to plant a seed inside of them. That seed was a seed of terror, a seed that would eventually topple their hearts. His voice was like a cudgel that swept out and slammed into the hearts and minds of the outsiders. It was like a bolt of lightning that destroyed their courage and wiped away their will to fight. Fear of Meng Hao overwhelmed them, and screams could be heard as they scattered, fleeing in uncoordinated chaos. Yuan Jian watched blankly as all of this happened. He gazed at the spot where the three outsiders had just died. He looked at the other outsiders, who were fleeing madly in all directions. Finally, he looked back at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was grim as he eyed the retreating outsiders, and then took a step toward the altar. Yuan Jian hesitated for a moment before saying, "It might waste a bit of time, but we could still kill at least 30% of these fleeing outsiders." Meng Hao turned and replied, "Killing people isn't as effective as killing hearts. The key to war is not just victory in battle. It lies within the spirit. They've lost their courage because I crushed their hearts. Without spirit, these outsiders will become the first stepping stone in raising the morale of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm." Yuan Jian revered Meng Hao, but still had an opinion to express. Only one victory, or an impressive display by one powerful person, is probably not enough to make that happen. "You're right, and that's why I need to get into the Vale of the Godgrave as soon as possible, to get that god blood." Meng Hao stepped onto the altar and looked up into the starry sky, and the giant landmass that was the first heaven. In that moment, a flickering flame of madness could be seen in his eyes. "Let me ask you a question," Meng Hao murmured softly. "Imagine what would happen if the outsiders from the first heaven looked up and saw their entire world shattering into pieces and then falling down out of the sky. After that, do you think that their spirits, their hearts, and their courage could remain intact?" His words were spoken in a quiet tone, but the meaning behind them was astonishing enough to rock heaven and earth. Yuan Jian gasped. You! He felt almost as if he had been struck by lightning, and could hardly speak. Meng Hao closed his eyes. The key to winning a war is destroying your enemy's spirit. To these outsiders, the first heaven is their home, and their spirit. With that, he vanished into the altar. Yuan Jian was trembling, not from fear, but from excitement and anticipation. Meng Hao's words echoed in his mind, and he could truly imagine what it would be like if he was in the middle of fighting the outsiders. Then suddenly looked up to see the first heaven crumbling into pieces and falling out of the sky. To him, it would be something completely exhilarating and galvanizing. In sharp contrast, the outsiders would find it an utter catastrophe. The veil of the God-grave. It really was a shattered portion of an ancient battlefield. That was the only thing which existed there. Not even the will of the mountain and sea realm could be detected. It was as if the only thing that existed in this place was an all-pervasive will to fight. In almost the exact same instant that Meng Hao entered the dimension, he heard the sounds of countless voices echoing in his ears like thunder. Fight! It was a voice belonging, not to any individual entity, but rather the dimension itself, and the powerful will to fight that had existed in this place for countless years. It was like an undying soul throwing its head back and howling, consumed with the desire to slaughter its way through the heavens, the starry sky, and all lands. If Meng Hao's divine will were not as strong as it was, being at 80% of a paragon's, that will to fight would have incited him to instantly attack something. But now it was simply a slight stimulation that hardly affected him. However, as soon as Yuan Jian appeared, he began to shake, and his face drained of blood. Meng Hao waved his hand, and Yuan Jian recovered. After looking around, he turned to face Meng Hao. Brother Meng, I can do this myself. With that, he clasped hands, and then sped off in another direction, eyes gleaming with determination and decisiveness. Meng Hao watched Yuan Jian leave the area of protection he had offered, and could see both the difficulty with which he did so, and also the mad desire within his soul that drove him to such lengths. Meng Hao sighed. Yuan Jian had his own path to follow. Meng Hao understood that, and thus would not intervene. He turned his head and looked off into the distance. The soil here was black, and littered with countless corpses. Some had already petrified into stone, while others were still in a state of decay. In fact, the further one proceeded into the depths of the valley, the more slowly things seemed to be rotting and decaying. The veil of the God-grave was ring-shaped, with the outer areas being safer, and the danger increasing the closer one got to the center. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but thunder boomed in the air up above, and countless lightning bolts crashed down almost like a rain of lightning. And yet, what boomed loudest in his ears was not thunder, but rather, that echoing call to fight in battle. This place was like a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering sea of lightning, within which could be seen shadowy figures fighting each other. Normally, the rain of lightning which was pounding down would destroy everything beneath it, but in this case, the battle was so awe-inspiring that the effects of the lightning were negligible, whereas the intensity of the combat wreaked havoc upon all heaven and earth. In one location, Meng Hao spotted an enormous giant made of lightning, which crackled with boundless electricity, as strode to and fro fighting invisible enemies. Further off, he saw war chariots flying about. As the lightning fell, it pierced through the chariots, and yet they passed through the sheets of lightning as if they weren't even there. There were cultivators too, locked in magical combat, the sound of which transformed into a call to battle that caused everything to tremble. On the ground could be seen enormous, 3,000-meter-long beasts, as well as cultivators wearing crude, ancient robes. There were also mighty mountains and rivers which seemed to be in a constant state of flux, rising, falling, and changing course with every passing moment. Most disturbing of all were the illusory cities that popped in and out of existence, a sight that filled the heart with shock. However, what was more surprising than all of that was what existed in the very center of the valley. After sending his divine sense out to cover everything, Meng Hao was able to see that there in the center were two mountains, except they weren't actually mountains but giants. Each giant was fully 300,000 meters tall, with rough skin that was covered in complex magical symbols. Most notable were the stars which could be seen on their foreheads. Those stars were gray, as if they had lost all life force. Even still, the corpses of these two giants had not rotted away, but instead had transformed into mountains. Apparently, some sort of magical technique had been used on them, shrinking them down to only a portion of their true size. As soon as Meng Hao saw the two giants, and the rest of the dimension, he immediately thought back to the ruins of immortality in the ninth mountain, to that enormous tree he had seen, and the land mass beneath it, which was the corpse of a giant. The feeling Meng Hao got from the aura of that corpse was very similar to the feeling he got from these two giants. The only difference was the disparity in size. Are these gods? Meng Hao flickered into motion, entering into the world of lightning. He walked along casually, expression calm. With every step he took, endless amounts of lightning crashed down, and yet none of it even touched him. The illusory war chariots sped toward him with a towering desire to fight, but Meng Hao didn't dodge. He let them come and they passed right through him. As he walked along, he saw shocking beasts roaring, giants swinging their fists, and countless other creatures and beings. He saw corpses beneath his feet. At first most of the corpses were petrified stone, but more and more rotting corpses appeared, until everything was a mass of putrefying flesh. Soon, he was passing through from the outer region of the Vale of the Godgrave into the central area. None of the illusory entities here had any effect on him. Neither did the explosive pressure, which felt like nothing more than a cool breeze to him. Occasionally he would stop in place to observe the illusory fighting going on around him. Often, his eyes would then flicker as if he had gained new enlightenment. After a few days passed, Meng Hao was in the central region of the Vale of the Godgrave, where he caught sight of a corpse. Although it was buried in the ground beneath his feet, the entire area was being struck by so much lightning that some of the skin had become visible. It was a giant at least 30,000 meters tall. Meng Hao knelt down and smacked the ground with the palm of his hand. A boom echoed out, causing the soil in the area to disintegrate and reveal the enormous corpse. He placed his right hand on top of the giant's head, and in the blink of an eye, the giant's face turned crimson. A moment later, it then turned pale as a drop of blood flew out of its forehead and into Meng Hao's hand. He looked thoughtfully at the golden drop of blood. Finally, he shook his head and said, "Too many impurities. Not pure blood." With that, he put the golden drop of blood away and proceeded along. Eventually he reached the very center of the Vale of the Godgrave. This area could be considered a restricted area for cultivators, a place where very few people could ever enter. 7 days passed, during which time Meng Hao traveled to many places within the Vale of the Godgrave, searching high and low until he had collected fully 100 drops of impure blood. He had even inspected the 2 gigantic corpses, from which he extracted some high-quality god blood. However, all of that was not enough to experience the breakthrough he was aiming for. On the other hand, Yuan Jian had found his good fortune, and his fleshly body was currently experiencing heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations. Meng Hao searched even longer, but couldn't find any more god blood. His face darkened, and he felt disappointed, but at the same time suspicious. I refused to believe that the outsiders would have the Vale of the Godgrave so heavily locked down, and yet not send any of their forces inside. There must be outsiders in here, with the ones on the outside acting as Dharma protectors. Well then, where are they? Meng Hao flickered into motion, flying up into the air until he reached a high point where he could look down on all the lands below. What he saw caused him to tremble, and a strange light to shine in his eyes. What he saw was that the lands that comprised the Vale of the Godgrave were actually about the same size as the giant upon whose back had grown the enormous tree in the ruins of immortality in the ninth mountain and sea. In fact, the Vale of the Godgrave was actually a bit larger than that. However, what was most shocking to Meng Hao was that the shape of the land itself resembled a face. The highest mountain was the nose of that face, and the deepest valley was formed by the mouth. Furthermore, in the forehead position, 8 stars were visible, very faint, but still flickering with light. Each one of those stars was emanating fluctuations that caused Meng Hao to tremble. "That's it," he said, eyes shining brightly. From such an incredibly high position, Meng Hao could now look down and see the outsiders. There were 3 5 Essences experts among them, surrounded by hosts of other outsiders. Furthermore, they were not milling about chaotically, but rather had gathered in 3 specific areas. By chance, those 3 areas happened to be locations on the head of the god, where the stars existed. Meng Hao spotted Yuan Jian in another part of the Veil of the God Grave, trudging along toward a lightning-filled area, where something like a corpse could be seen. That corpse was profoundly ancient, and if one looked closely enough, one would see that it was actually the finger of a god. Perhaps that was the location of Yuan Jian's good fortune. Meng Hao looked away from all of that for a moment. Everything he had seen in this dimension left him profoundly shaken. This world, this veil of the god grave, was actually a head. The head of a god. Despite only being the head, Meng Hao could tell that it was even larger than the corpse he had encountered back in the ruins of immortality in the 9th mountain and sea. That in and of itself left Meng Hao deeply shaken. This is one of the outsider gods. His eyes shone with a strange light as he looked down at the enormous land mass which was formed by the head. All of a sudden, he saw images in his mind, a vision of these so-called gods, seemingly as tall as the heavens, whose enormous bodies were virtually impossible to fight back against. In their hands, planets could be crushed to pieces, and the mere brush of their fingers could wipe cultivators out of existence. Such unequaled power was completely shocking to Meng Hao, causing the thought of doing battle with beings like this in the future to become even more agonizing than before. At the same time, he refused to be cowed so easily, and felt his heart surging. Who cares about these gods? They can still perish, which means that winning the war against them is still possible. They aren't invincible. Meng Hao's eyes flickered brightly, and his energy rose up, creating a vortex around him which swept out through heaven and earth. If I can absorb the power of the god's blood right here and now, then I can achieve a fleshly body breakthrough. I can rise from the peak of the ancient realm into the Tao realm. Back when he had completely extinguished all 5 soul lamps, the chi and blood which he had built up became stuck in a fleshly body bottleneck, making a breakthrough impossible. However, once he did achieve a breakthrough, that power would explode out and push him explosively into the Tao realm. Meng Hao had been waiting for a long time for this day to arrive. He took a deep breath, and without any further hesitation, made a beeline for the enormous god's forehead, toward the first star thereupon. In that location, a huge lake could be seen. Meng Hao flew like a meteor, causing rumbling sounds to echo out, distorting heaven and earth as he passed along. Wind screamed and thunder crashed. Nothing, be it illusory or corporeal, could do anything to hinder his progress. He pierced through every obstacle, and a brief moment later, he was in the air above the vast lake. Not pausing for a moment, he shot down into the lake itself. Almost as soon as he entered the water, a massive rumbling sound could be heard. The surrounding land shook violently, and the mountains vibrated as all the lake water shot up into the air, forming something like a column that rose high up into the air and then dispersed into a mist. Now a crater could be seen down below, deep and filled with faint, flickering light. However, that light was profoundly ancient and contained an indescribable power of chi and blood. A strange gleam shone in Meng Hao's eyes as he shot down toward the center of the crater and then sat down cross-legged. Then he stretched his hands out to either side and slapped them down onto the ground. Rumble! The ground quaked violently, and the sludge at the bottom of the lake vibrated for a moment before transforming into ash. Numerous crevices appeared in the land, most noticeably beneath Meng Hao. In the center of that crevice could be seen the light of an enormous star. That star actually spread out to cover the entire area of the lake, and emanated an incredibly ancient aura which began to speed toward Meng Hao. His hair whipped around him, and his clothing flapped wildly. At the same time, a bright light appeared in his eyes as he experienced the sensation of his fleshly body power rising rapidly. So it really has been here all along. Meng Hao lifted his hand up and then chopped it down into the ground. The power of his cultivation base exploded out as he shot, spear-like, down toward the star. As the ground trembled, Meng Hao frowned and then snorted coldly. The parrot flew out, transforming into the battle weapon, which he stabbed down. As he did, the battle weapon extended, piercing further down into the earth. The ground was shaking with unprecedented intensity, as if a soundless roar were echoing out through heaven and earth. After Meng Hao pulled the battle weapon back up and emerged out of the soil, a drop of golden blood rose up through the gap to float in front of him. As the blood drop rose up, the land sank and withered, as if it had lost some of its life force. As for the star, it seemed to grow dim. Meng Hao looked at the golden drop of blood and took a deep breath. Then, without any hesitation, he reached out, grabbed it, and shoved it into his forehead. Rumble. As soon as the golden blood touched Meng Hao, it coursed into him, filling him with sounds like rumbling thunder. His expression twisted, and he began to tremble as his body experienced heaven-shaking, earth-shattering transformations. His heart rate increased dramatically, and his blood pumped rapidly through his system. Even his bones emitted cracking sounds. It was as if he were being reborn, as if his flesh and blood were twisting around each other to pump out more power. Amidst echoing rumbles, Meng Hao threw his head back and let out an astonishing howl. At the same time, his body grew, and his qi and blood surged. The land around him trembled, and far off in the distance, both Yuan Jian and the outsiders could sense a shocking aura which stirred their souls, coming from the direction of Meng Hao. This is the feeling I was going for. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red, and a vicious expression could be seen twisting his face. However, a gleam of excitement was visible in his eyes as he felt the level of this fleshly body increasing, and sensed the indications of an imminent breakthrough. His bones were transforming, becoming stronger and more resilient. His flesh and blood were experiencing constant advancement, and a terrifying level of power was surging through him. It was a mad power that could destroy vast swaths of land. Every beat of his heart sounded like the crash of thunder. Still need some more. By this point, he had grown to nearly 30 meters tall, making him look like a mountain. Every inch of his flesh exuded a terrifying power. There were even magical symbols which bulged out all over his skin, radiating an ancient air as his body's energy rocketed up. A strange light gleamed in his eyes as he suddenly used the tiniest scrap of cultivation-based power, not to teleport, but to leap up into the air. The ground beneath his feet shattered and collapsed in on itself as Meng Hao shot like lightning toward the location of the second star. It only took a moment for him to bear down on what was a convergence of masses of outsiders, who were arranged in formation around a violet-horned 5 essences outsider. The second star was actually located in a vast plain. The outsiders had obviously been here for some time, and had excavated a huge pit, at the bottom of which the violet-horned outsider sat cross-legged, absorbing the thin strands of blood-colored qi that were seeping up from the dirt. As he absorbed the blood-colored qi, he slowly became more powerful, and an aura similar to Meng Hao's was even beginning to build up within him. It was at this point that rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and a blur shot through the air at an indescribable speed, heading directly toward the pit in the middle of the plain. It was none other than Meng Hao. When he landed, the ground shattered, and countless shocked outsiders were hit by a powerful shockwave. Rumbling sounds rose up, along with miserable shrieks, as the shock wave swept over the outsiders, instantly reducing over 1,000 of them into ash. Further out, the outsiders who were able to avoid the brunt of the blast coughed up blood, having sustained serious injuries. Some were even sucked down into the collapsing ground. Meng Hao's expression was tranquil. Intense pressure radiated off of his 30-meter frame as he completely ignored the dying outsiders around him. A red glow could be seen in his eyes as he turned his head to look at the violet-horned outsider sitting off to the side. Even as he turned his head, the outsider's eyes opened, and without a moment of hesitation, he ceased absorbing the blood-colored qi and shot backward in retreat. "Think you can just leave?" Meng Hao said with a cold laugh. In the moment that the violet-horned outsider fell back, Meng Hao suddenly shot forward at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the outsider, who suddenly found Meng Hao's hand gripping his neck. Even as the outsider bellowed in rage, the power of Meng Hao's cultivation base and fleshly body exploded out through his hand. The outsider tried to fight back, but his resistance was like a rotting weed against Meng Hao's blow. Meng Hao disregarded it completely and clenched down with his hand. The outsider didn't even have a chance to speak. A boom could be heard, and the violet-horned outsider's eyes bulged. Then, his entire body exploded, and all of the blood-colored qi which he had absorbed spread out, then bored into Meng Hao. Meng Hao lifted his right foot up into the air and then stamped it down. A boom echoed out as the land shattered, and a drop of golden blood flew up. He quickly grabbed it and pushed it into his forehead. This was his second drop of god blood, and it was not ordinary god blood, but rather soul blood. As it was absorbed into Meng Hao, he threw his head back and roared. His entire body, including his bones, his flesh and blood, and his internal organs, vibrated violently. At this moment, his ancient realm fleshly body broke through. Intense reverberations echoed out that could shake heaven and earth. Meng Hao's fleshly body power skyrocketed to such an extent that traces of numerous natural laws became visible around him. They were spreading out from his body, and they directly affected the world around him. "So, this is a Tao realm fleshly body?" he said, eyes glittering. He took a deep breath as his body grew once more, this time to 300 meters. "I can still get stronger." Meng Hao suppressed the energy of qi and blood building up inside of him, not permitting it to fuse with his fleshly body. Instead, he looked off into the distance, his eyes gleaming with a bright light. As he shook his body out to limber it up, cracking sounds echoed out. A terrifying fleshly body power emanated out from him, and Meng Hao could sense that he was already several times stronger than before. Ignoring the surviving outsiders in the area, he once again leapt up into the air. The ground beneath him shattered, swallowing up the outsiders like a giant mouth. Miserable screams echoed out, but then vanished almost immediately. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao sped through the air toward the location of the third star. This place was a tall mountain, and as soon as Meng Hao landed there, it shattered and collapsed. A huge crater opened up below, and a drop of golden blood flew up. Meng Hao grabbed it and, without pausing for a moment, absorbed it and then shot toward the fourth star. He appeared a moment later in the fourth area, where a swamp stretched out in all directions. As soon as he appeared, he slapped his hand down toward the swamp. The swamp was instantly destroyed, and the god blood concealed deep down below was extracted, shooting into Meng Hao's forehead. Meng Hao threw his head back and roared, and rumbling sounds could be heard as he grew even taller, instantly reaching 600 meters. His fleshly body now radiated incredible power. He could tell that he was now at the level of a Tao Lord. Tao Lord fleshly body. Meng Hao licked his lips. The good fortune he was acquiring here was incredible. It was power that could rend the heavens and crush the earth. It was as if he were being completely reborn. To him, the veil of the Godgrave was a place to completely reach a higher level. He took a deep breath, which caused wind and thunder to scream, and everything to darken. With that, he stamped his foot down, and as the land was destroyed, he suddenly appeared at the location of the fifth star. There were also outsiders here, and they seemed prepared to face a powerful enemy. Their cultivation bases exploded with power, sending the entire area into chaos, exerting incredible pressure with a wide array of magical techniques and divine abilities. Numerous shocking shields surrounded a wizened 5 essences outsider, who was sitting there cross-legged, absorbing vast quantities of qi and blood. As he did so, his gaunt frame radiated an increasingly terrifying power. Even as Meng Hao closed in, rumbling sounds could be heard as the outsider's fleshly body suddenly broke through to the Tao realm. Only the best of the best among the outsiders had been sent into this place to acquire the good fortune of god blood, to increase their fleshly bodies to incredible levels. The outsider experienced the fleshly body breakthrough at almost the same moment that Meng Hao arrived. When Meng Hao landed, the ground shattered, blasting away in layers as a boundlessly domineering air spread out. All of the outsiders' divine abilities and magical techniques were shattered as a massive windstorm kicked up. Miserable screams rang out as the vast majority of the outsiders, unable to stand up to the power, were killed. Meng Hao turned and reached a claw-like hand out toward the wizened outsider. However, in that same moment, the outsider opened his eyes, which shone with brilliant light. He shot backwards, simultaneously unleashing a fist strike to meet Meng Hao's palm. A boom rang out. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, but the outsider coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He immediately began to retreat at top speed. Meng Hao's eyes flickered coldly as he looked at the fleeing outsider. Having sensed the level of his opponent's fleshly body, he chuckled coldly, then unleashed his own fist strike, the Life Extermination Fist. This version of the Life Extermination Fist was completely different than the one he had been able to unleash before. Instantly, all of the life force in the surrounding 30,000-meter area was sucked away. A 30,000-meter area became a field of death. The outsider let out a wretched shriek and attempted to fight back. However, his life force was inexorably sucked away. Soon, the entire area had absolutely no life force in it, almost as if the natural laws in the area had been changed, as if life was incompatible with this area. All of the pressure of this field of death weighed down onto the outsider. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he let out a blood-curdling scream, and then exploded. As he exploded, his chi and blood dissipated. However, the bits of god blood within him shot toward Meng Hao, boring into him as if he were the lodestone of all god blood. Rumbling echoed out from inside of him as he grew even taller, and the power of his fleshly body increased until it was very close to the four essences level. Then he flickered, shooting like lightning toward the location of the sixth star. As Meng Hao sped along, this part of the veil of the Godgrave began to collapse, as if he were taking away whatever power it was that supported the head, as if the existence of this part of the dimension was now completely meaningless. Rumbling could be heard as the collapse spread. By that time, Meng Hao was at the location of the sixth star. Here could be seen another huge lake, except that instead of water, it was filled with lightning. As Meng Hao neared, the power of that lightning exploded out, converging together and surging toward him as if to overwhelm him. "Eh?" Meng Hao said. Eyes flashing, he looked at the lake of lighting, and did nothing to avoid it. Instead, he plunged into the middle of it all. Rumbling could be heard as the lightning slammed into him. He shook his arms and legs, and the lightning collapsed. However, it seemed endless, slamming into him relentlessly over and over again. Meng Hao snorted coldly, then clenched his right hand into a fist and unleashed a fist strike onto the ground directly beneath the lake of lightning. It was not the Life Extermination Fist, it was the Bedevilment Fist. The Bedevilment Fist had been unleashed onto the land. The ground trembled, and crevices spread out. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a red glow, and his cultivation base rotated madly. Combined with the power of his fleshly body, it put his energy at something past what Lord White had been. In fact, it was no weaker than Xidagarba. This was the power of a six essences Tao sovereign. Rumbling rose up, and the ground collapsed. A gigantic crater appeared that was far larger than any of the previous craters, and the lake of lighting was completely swallowed up. Since the troublesome lake of lightning was attempting to block his progress just like the land was, Meng Hao decided to wipe them both away simultaneously. The lake of lightning faded away, and Meng Hao lifted his right hand, causing a golden drop of blood to rise up from the lands below, which he grabbed. Almost as soon as he touched the golden blood, a roar of rage suddenly seemed to echo out from down below. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. Even as the roar echoed out, he pushed the golden blood into his forehead. A tremor ran through him, and the signs of an imminent breakthrough once again erupted out. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Meng Hao grew to a size of, not 600 meters, but 1,200 meters. He threw his head back and roared, causing all light to dim. Ignoring the roar of rage directed against him, He shot toward the area with the seventh star. That location was covered by a dense forest, much of which had already been felled by the more than 10,000 outsiders in the area. Moments ago, all of them had been in the midst of kowtowing in the direction of a huge crater, in the middle of which was an aged outsider with dull scales. He sat there cross-legged, constantly absorbing the blood-colored chi from the ground. As of this point, his relentless absorption seemed to have drained the area of at least 90% of the chi there. In the same moment that Meng Hao destroyed the Lake of Lightning, this outsider patriarch's eyes snapped open, and they radiated with ancient and boundless cruelty. Suddenly, he said, "Sacrifice." As the words left his mouth, the surrounding outsiders unhesitatingly unleashed their cultivation bases in order to self-detonate. The self-detonation of over 10,000 outsiders created a towering force, which then transformed into a blinding light that obliterated everything in a 5,000-meter radius. At the same time, much of that power was absorbed by the outsider patriarch by means of some unknown technique. Meng Hao arrived in almost the exact moment that all the outsiders self-detonated. The blast itself would have seriously injured him were it not for the fact that his fleshly body had just experienced a breakthrough into the five essences level. Even as Meng Hao closed in, a figure shot up from within the blast of the self-detonations, slamming a fist into Meng Hao's chest. Meng Hao lurched to a stop, a strange glow in his eyes. However, he didn't retreat, but instead advanced, slamming forward in an attack. A muffled grunt rang out from the mouth of the shadowy figure who had just attacked him, and Meng Hao laughed coldly as he went in for another attack. Massive crashing booms rang out as the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. Soon, the shadows which cloaked the figure began to slip away, revealing the outsider patriarch. By this point, however, he didn't seem as old as he had before. He had more life force, and his fleshly body power, which was at the Tao Lord level, when combined with this five essences cultivation base, made him similar to a Tao sovereign. No wonder you chose the seventh mountain and sea. Lord White-turned traitor, plus you plan to use this place to produce 3 experts on the level of a Tao sovereign. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with the realization that, if he hadn't come here for the same purpose as these outsiders, and arrived just in the nick of time, then they would have succeeded in their efforts, which would have been a catastrophe for the mountain and sea realm. The outsider patriarch's eyes flickered with killing intent, and yet inwardly, he was afraid and backed up. He knew that he was not a match for Meng Hao, and therefore, since he couldn't get any more god blood from this area, he decided that he might as well just leave. Even as he began to back away, killing intent flared within Meng Hao's eyes, and he flickered into motion towards the old outsider. The outsider patriarch laughed derisively as he raised his right hand up into the air and made a ripping motion, causing a huge rift to be torn open in the sky. If I feel like leaving, nobody but a paragon can stop me. Instantly, he shot toward that exit rift at top speed. At the exact same time, a power of emptiness suddenly erupted out from him. It was none other than essence power. Essence of emptiness, the old outsider said slowly. Heaven and earth are not real. Nothing under a paragon can stop my teleportation magic. With that, he began to fade away into the rift. A moment later, Meng Hao's attack reached him, and it passed directly through him. Well, isn't this interesting? Meng Hao said, eyes flickering. He attacked again, but this time he performed an incantation gesture and then pointed up toward the heavens. Demon sealing hexing magic, hex this dimension. 8th hex, 7th hex, 6th hex, 5th hex, 3rd hex, 2nd hex. Let's see how you get away now. The entire dimension was shaking in response to the wave of Meng Hao's finger. It was at this point that the outsider patriarch's face completely fell. The 8th hex ceased all movement in the dimension. Everything went still and quiet. As for the 7th hex, it sealed the dimension's cycle of karma, freezing it within all memories. The 6th hex locked down life and death, replacing reincarnation, making the entire dimension like a tree without roots. The 5th hex threw everything into chaos. Inside became out. The universe twisted, heaven and earth went dark, and all light faded. The third hex caused the river of time in the dimension to slow to a halt. Time had no boundaries, no limits, no end, and yet the flow of time was stopped. The second hex caused the emptiness to become reality. Amidst massive rumbling sounds, the outsider's face fell, and his body was forced out of its illusory state. The entire dimension went quiet as heaven and earth were sealed. As he appeared in the flesh, the outsider was shocked to find that he couldn't move. He was only able to hover there, motionless. His heart overwhelmed with fear as he looked at Meng Hao. What magical technique is this? This isn't full essence, but it contains the power of essence. Furthermore, if this becomes true essence, then this person he has the foundation of a paragon. His fleshly body is already at the 5 essences level, and with a cultivation-based foundation like this if this kid isn't stopped, he's definitely going to become a paragon. Even as the outsider reeled in astonishment, Meng Hao advanced with lightning-like speed. As he did, he extended his index finger, which stabbed into the outsider's forehead. Despair and rage boiled up in the outsider's eyes, and then his life force was exterminated. In the moment that the flame of his life force was snuffed out, the outsider's true form became visible in front of Meng Hao, a 3,000-meter-long lizard. The lizard radiated an aura of death, but that couldn't cover over his incredible ancientness. It was impossible to tell how many countless years this outsider had lived. And yet, even as his lizard body trembled, a drop of golden blood appeared on his forehead. Within that golden blood were flecks of black, which were vile impurities from the outsider himself. Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the golden blood to begin to burn. After the impurities were expunged, the golden blood flew toward Meng Hao and fused into his forehead. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Meng Hao grew taller. Although the growth wasn't very dramatic, the power his fleshly body radiated was more terrifying than ever. Everything around him distorted, as if the natural laws were being expelled. At the same time, a burst of 5 essences fleshly body power erupted from within him. Almost at the 6 essences level, madness gleamed in Meng Hao's eyes. 6 essences was the peak of the Tao sovereign level. For a long time, Meng Hao's fleshly body had been 1 realm higher than his cultivation base. However, it had eventually become stuck between the ancient realm and the Tao realm. Without God blood, that was a difficult gap to bridge. But now, he was able to reach a Tao sovereign fleshly body in 1 fell swoop. Because of that, Meng Hao's battle prowess was virtually incomprehensible. He was now in a position to actually tangle with paragons. As of this moment, he truly was the most powerful expert in the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he released the dimension from the grips of the hexing magic. To seal an entire world in this way was not something he could sustain for more than a few breaths of time. Even still, it was something completely heaven-defying. Meng Hao could now clearly sense that his cultivation base and battle prowess were far beyond what they had been when the war had started. He was now incredibly powerful. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Meng Hao shot toward the region of the final star. This area was different from all of the other areas. It was not a mountain peak, not a plain, not a lake, but rather an enormous statue. A boundless mist covered the statue, which depicted a middle-aged man, standing atop a star. He was dignified and imposing, with a river of stars in his right hand, and a barbaric and domineering aura. As Meng Hao closed in, the statue's aura suddenly erupted into chaos, causing the mist to churn. At the same time, the statue's eyes suddenly turned golden. The statue's eyes radiated explosive light, and its voice was matchlessly cold and sinister as it said, "Those not of the God clan may not possess God blood. Anyone who steals God blood will be cursed for all time by the gods, and will be exterminated." A majestic divine will erupted from the statue, a wave of hatred that swept out in all directions, enveloping everything, including Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face fell as the divine will swept over him, distorting everything in the world. It was as if the power of time travel were being unleashed, as if everything were becoming illusory. In the blink of an eye, everything became clear again, and the world from before was gone. There was no statue, no veil of the god-grave, no mountain and sea realm. Stretching out in front of him was an endless starry sky, within which floated an enormous, shocking land mass, so large that it seemed comparable to the starry sky itself. Thousands of other smaller land masses floated beneath that main enormous land mass, upon which a war was raging. The flames of combat burned, and the sounds of fierce fighting rang out. Divine abilities thundered, giving rise to massive waves of sound. Meng Hao's mind was reeling as he looked at the huge continent. Although this was his first time seeing it in the specific way, there was a voice calling out from within his blood telling him that this was the Paragon Immortal realm. Rumbling could be heard, and Meng Hao spotted a giant. It was huge, almost as big as the entire land mass, and behind it were more giants, all striding forward. The giants were so terrifying that the single sweep of a fist could slay 1,000 cultivators, and the wave of a finger could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. The land masses that were the lower realms shattered one after another, but at the same time the Paragon Immortal realm was trembling violently. Fissures of destruction spread out, and yet the Paragon Immortal realm continued to fight back violently. God blood rained out of the heavens as the giant gods were felled. Meng Hao's mind was reeling as he saw one of the gods, who had 8 stars on its head, suddenly turned to look at him. For some reason, this god's facial features seemed familiar. Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and his mind rumbled as he realized that it was the exact same god whose head made up the veil of the god-grave. "God curse?" murmured the 8-star god, killing intent flickering in his eyes. He suddenly veered out of the ranks of his fellows, bursting through the surrounding cultivators to head in Meng Hao's direction. Meng Hao was some distance away, but because of the enormity of the god, it was almost impossible to see him clearly with one glance. For someone that huge, it only took one step to reach Meng Hao. He strode across the entire starry sky to appear right in front of Meng Hao. A screaming sound could be heard, like a wild wind that caused heavenly bodies to tremble, and that was merely the god raising its hand. Its index finger extended, causing powerful ripples to spread out in all directions as it pierced through the starry sky. Rumbling sounds echoed out from the boundless destructive power emanating out from that enormous finger. Completely filled Meng Hao's field of vision, cutting off the starry sky, cutting off the entire world. An intense sensation of deadly crisis exploded up within Meng Hao, a sensation which seemed completely realistic. It didn't matter that Meng Hao had his real unreal hexing. To him, this felt absolutely real and not false. But that's impossible, he thought. What magical technique is this? This can't be real. This is an ancient war, and even if I was sent here somehow, it would be as an observer. My real body couldn't be here. Meng Hao's face flickered, but there was no time to consider the situation at length. As the finger closed in on him, he shot backward, unleashing the full power of his cultivation base and fleshly body. Unfortunately, all of that was useless. In the critical moment, Meng Hao then performed an incantation gesture and unleashed demon-sealing hexing magic. He didn't utilize all of the hexes, but rather the most powerful, 3rd hex, present ancient hexing. The Tao of Time was unleashed, causing Meng Hao's body to blur. He suddenly seemed to fade into the river of time, and the incoming finger passed through him. A boom rang out, and blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth. He felt himself weakening to the point where he was about to collapse into pieces. However, the Green Emperor's eternal incantation helped him recover, and he fell back at top speed, eyes glittering. It's real and also not real, illusory and yet not illusory. It's a dreamscape. If you die in a dream, you can die in real life. Having received inspiration in the nick of time, he suddenly extended his hand. Without any hesitation, he performed an incantation gesture to unleash karmic hexing, then touched his own forehead. Instantly, his karma threads appeared. Among the hosts of threads, he found one that looked different than the rest, the one that had appeared after absorbing the god blood, the karma thread connecting him to this god. The god might be dead, but because of the connection of this karma, he was still able to unleash his Taoist magic. Meng Hao grabbed a hold of the karma thread and was just about to rip it apart when the god suddenly looked at him. He had no time to attack, so instead, he opened his mouth and roared in Meng Hao's direction, the roar of a god. Ryua Yuam Blel. The roar shattered everything between the god and Meng Hao. An incredible power of extermination roared toward him, inundating him. In that same moment, Meng Hao snapped the karma thread. Rumble. Everything went dark. Time passed. Eventually, things grew clear again, and Meng Hao was no longer in that ancient starry sky. He was back in the veil of the god grave. The golden light in the eyes of the statue had faded away, and yet, an unyielding roar could be heard echoing about as the statue collapsed. Meng Hao's face darkened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was rapidly recovering, but even simply thinking about the danger he had just been in left him trembling. Not willing to let me steal the god blood, huh? Meng Hao looked at the shattered statue, and could sense that the god blood which had been there before was now gone. That very blood was what had been used to fuel the divine ability which had transported him back to ancient times. Meng Hao began to chuckle coldly, then waved his sleeve. Killing intent sprang up in his eyes. Well, even without the 8th drop of god blood, I can still acquire a Tao sovereign fleshly body. Meng Hao's voice echoed out into the crumbling remains of the dimension. Because the 8 regions where the stars were located had collapsed, the entire world was falling to pieces. The land sank in, and an enraged roar filled the air. Lightning continued to crash constantly, as if the end of days had arrived. As for Meng Hao, he floated there slowly in the air, neither touching the land nor rising high up into the sky. His hair floated around him, and his clothes rippled. At the same time, a bizarre light shone within his eyes. It's time to converge. The chi and blood that I built up when extinguishing my soul lamps. He swished his sleeve, then tapped his right index finger onto his chest. That motion seemed to open up a stoppered hole of chi and blood inside of him. Rumbling echoed out, along with a furious sea of chi and blood power that exploded out ferociously. His physical frame, which was now hundreds of meters tall, looked even more majestic than before. At the same time, his fleshly body power rose rapidly. Although it didn't experience the same increase it had when absorbing god blood, it was still incredibly powerful. His heart began to beat faster and faster. His bones became stronger and more resilient. His flesh and blood buzzed with power, and increasingly intense rumbling sounds filled him. As of this moment, the level of his fleshly body increased yet again, passing into the mid-5 essences level. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he lifted up his right hand again, this time pressing down onto his forehead. Rumbling could be heard as the second wave of chi and blood hidden within him burst out, filling him completely and causing his fleshly body power to rocket up. Still not enough. He performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then pressed down onto his dantian. Chi and blood power erupted out, surging through him. He grew larger and larger. By now, he was nearly 1,800 meters tall, and was terrifying to behold. By now, his fleshly body was in the late 5 essences level. I still have 2 batches of reserve power to unleash, he said, eyes shining brightly. He had chi and blood built up from 5 extinguished soul lamps, and so far had unleashed 3 of those batches. Now, it was without any hesitation that he performed an incantation gesture and pushed down on the top of his head. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and Meng Hao's vision swam. At the same time, an incredible power of chi and blood exploded from the top of his head. As it filled his body, he threw his head back and howled. He grew taller, reaching 2,100 meters in height. He was trembling, his flesh and blood felt as if it would split apart, and his heart seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Heaven and earth twisted, and the air around him trembled as a violent aura expanded out. As of this moment, Meng Hao's fleshly body strength was equivalent to the peak of the 5 essences level. He was only a step away from being at the 6 essences Tao sovereign level. Once that happened, and he combined his fleshly body power with that of his cultivation base, His explosive battle prowess would put him at the peak of the Tao sovereign level. Although he couldn't be considered half a step into the paragon level, he would be very close to that. "Last one," he roared, performing a double-handed incantation gesture. He simultaneously pushed down onto his chest and dantian. All of his power was unleashed, and it surged through him like an ocean. He was now 2,400 meters tall. At the same time, his skin ripped and tore, causing blood to shower down. Pain blasted through him, and were it not for his incredible willpower, he would definitely be unable to endure. He let out an intense howl as he reached 2,700 meters in height. The sensation of power that completely filled him left Meng Hao convinced that if he faced Lord White right now, he could defeat him with a single punch. One punch could shake the starry sky. One punch could shatter heavenly bodies. One punch could kill mountain and sea lords. Heaven and earth were filled with rumbling sounds, and the dimension shook violently. Meng Hao could now sense a Tao. It was the Tao of power, a Tao of heaven and earth, something that he could just barely touch. However, he was still in the 5 essences level. He was able to sense that his fleshly body was still not in the 6 essences level. Were it in the 6 essences level, he wouldn't just be touching that Tao, he would be grabbing onto it. Only with power like that could he stand in the presence of a 7 essences paragon and be qualified to remain alive. In fact, he might even be able to strike fear into the heart of such a paragon. I can't believe a 6 essences fleshly body is so difficult to attain. However, the words already left my mouth. I'm definitely going to acquire a peak Tao sovereign fleshly body. Rumble. As the chi and blood power coursed through him, Meng Hao's body experienced continuous growth. By this point, he was fully 2,997 meters tall. It was a gap of only 3 meters, but that gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. That small gap of 3 meters would be as difficult to cross as the preceding 2,997 meters. Ancient lamps, come forth. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a gleam of madness as he waved his sleeve, causing the air around him to vibrate as 33 soul lamps suddenly appeared. 5 were extinguished, 28 were burning. The light cast upon Meng Hao made him look like an immortal divinity. He swished his sleeve, eyes coming to rest on the 6th of the soul lamps. I've already passed the first of the 7 desolations. Next is the 2nd desolation, that of the fleshly body. I should be at the point of being able to extinguish this 6th lamp, eyes gleaming with determination, and not hesitating for even a moment. He waved his hand toward the 6th soul lamp. Extinguish! His divine will erupted, and rumbling sounds could be heard as the 6th soul lamp went out. Instantly, vast quantities of green smoke appeared, which Meng Hao instantly absorbed. In the moment that the smoke entered his body, he began to shake. He suddenly felt as if his body were corroding. However, the intense withering sensation caused Meng Hao to smile. There was pain, but he had experienced worse pain than this in the past. Usually, the 7 desolations were something that would be passed with extreme caution in secluded meditation, with a Dharma protector on the outside. However, as of this moment, Meng Hao was quite confident in being able to pass the first tribulation within the 2nd desolation. His fleshly body was so incredibly powerful that the fleshly body desolation couldn't shake it at all. His body continued to corrode, and his marrow vanished. It was as if there were a black hole inside of him sucking away at him, causing him to constantly wither. However, the withering didn't bother him at all. By this point, the dimension around him was crumbling completely. The lands were shattered, heaven and earth destroyed. The veil of the Godgrave was falling apart. Meng Hao took a deep breath. The withering of his flesh could do absolutely nothing to harm the power of his cultivation base and fleshly body. He reached his right hand out and made a grasping motion, grabbing onto Yuan Jian. Then, he flickered into motion, crossing through the air to suddenly appear outside the veil of the Godgrave, in the starry sky of the 7th mountain and sea. Almost as soon as he appeared outside, the power of tribulation rumbled down, which was none other than the fleshly body Tao tribulation that came when one's fleshly body stepped into the Tao. However, there was something strange about the tribulation. Because of the war between the mountain and sea realm and the first heaven, or perhaps because of the mere presence of the first heaven, the Tao realm tribulation didn't come. Meng Hao frowned, pondered the situation for a moment, but then put the matter aside. Because of his current fleshly body, transcending tribulation wouldn't be difficult for him anyway, not even with the second desolation inside of him. Behind him, the altar that was the entrance to the veil of the Godgrave cracked and then fell apart. The dimension which contained the veil transformed into nothing more than ash. Yuan Jian was unconscious, but he pulsed with the aura of God blood. Even more noteworthy was that his index finger was now different than it had been before, and contained terrifying fluctuations. So that is the good fortune he sought, Meng Hao thought. Looking away, he flicked his sleeve, vanishing along with Yuan Jian. When he reappeared, he was back on planet Tiger Cage. After delivering Yuan Jian to the cultivators there, he left. With a final glance at the planet, he flashed out into the starry sky. He could clearly sense the terrifying fleshly body power inside of him, which vastly exceeded what he could unleash before. As he traveled along through the starry sky, he clenched his hands into fists, and everything around him trembled as powerful ripples spread out. The desolation will continue for a bit longer. Then it will end. Based on Meng Hao's current trajectory, it was obvious that his destination was the fourth mountain and sea. He had a burning desire to see Su Qing. After he did, he would then attempt to accomplish something that would rock the mountain and sea realm, as well as all of the 33 heavens. If he succeeded, the spirit of the mountain and sea realm would rise, and his name would spread throughout the 33 heavens. Then everyone would know that in the mountain and sea realm, there was a cultivator named Meng Hao. He looked up into the starry sky, then proceeded along, a beam of brilliant light that shot off into the distance. Soon, he was closing in on the barrier that separated the 7th and 6th mountains and seas. To Meng Hao, that barrier wasn't even worth mentioning. He pierced through, almost immediately finding an exit, which he blasted through to enter the 6th mountain and sea. This was his first time in the 6th mountain and sea, and although he was not familiar with the place, there was definitely an aura here that was very familiar. That was the aura of outsiders. Similar to the 7th mountain and sea, the 6th mountain and sea had been almost fully occupied by the outsiders. As he entered this mountain and sea, Meng Hao's body withered up even more, and he looked even more gaunt. However, his battle prowess was no less than before and in fact was increasing. The end of the desolation was approaching. When that happened, his fleshly body power would erupt, and he would fully enter the Tao sovereign fleshly body level. By now, he wasn't even paying attention to the desolation. He sent his divine sense out into the starry sky, and could almost immediately detect countless black cubes. There was still fighting going on here, most especially in one particular region, where a truly bizarre conflict was underway. There could be seen a middle-aged man in a long violet robe. Red light swirled around him, and his eyes were closed. His face was pale, as if he had been seriously injured, and he sat there cross-legged and completely motionless. Outside of the shield which protected him was an outsider, who was currently attempting to break down the shield. Assisting the outsider was an old man. The old man's expression was tranquil, but when he looked at the other man inside the shield, his eyes flickered with avarice. Meng Hao recognized this outsider. It was one of the incarnations of that outsider Tao sovereign, and this version was clearly a clone. As for the old man assisting him, he was emanating a remnant of the power of the mountains and seas, ensuring that Meng Hao could instantly identify him. This man was a traitor just like Lord White had been. He was the Lord of the 6th mountain and sea. The Lord of the 6th mountain and sea looked at the violet-robed man behind the shield and coolly said, "Lord Wu, you must surely know you can't succeed. Why keep trying?" One off to the side, the outsider Tao sovereign's clone smiled, and a flicker of derision appeared in his eyes. The violet-robed man inside the shield, Lord Wu, didn't respond. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was pale white. Based on the cultivation base power swirling within him, he was obviously trying to achieve a breakthrough. Earlier, he had been fighting with the Lord of the 6th mountain and sea, and the two of them were evenly matched. But then the outsider Tao Sovereign's clone suddenly appeared and, when he joined forces with the Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea, they were just too powerful. Lord Wu had been forced to put his own status as Lord of the Fifth Mountain and Sea on the line. He had shattered his mountain and sea crown to create the shield which was currently keeping him safe. Then he took advantage of the brief respite from the fighting to attempt to force a breakthrough. He knew that the only way to be able to continue fighting would be to break through from the 5 essences level to 6 essences. If he couldn't, then the mountain and sea shield he created would eventually fail, and he would be at their mercy. Now that he was inside the shield, he had few options. In fact, he was trapped, and the Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea and the outsider Tao Sovereign clone had far too many methods of slowly refining him. In fact, that was exactly what they were doing right now. Black flames emanated off of the clone, surrounding the shield. The raging inferno caused cracking sounds to ring out. Lord Wu was slowly being refined into a medicinal pill. The Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea laughed. You might have destroyed your mountain and sea crown, but you're still a mountain and sea lord. After refining you into a mountain and sea pill, I'll consume you and once again be able to wield the power of the mountains and seas. As soon as the first heaven descended, he had been stripped of his status as a mountain and sea lord. However, if he could consume Lord Wu, then he would once again be able to unleash mountain and sea power. When Lord Wu continued to ignore him, the Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea gave a cold snort. Stubborn fool! Lord Wu's eyes snapped open, and he glowered at the old man. I might be a stubborn fool, but that's better than being like you, a traitor to the mountain and sea realm. During the course of their battle, it had become clear that the Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea was not an outsider, but rather was a cultivator of the mountains and seas. When the Lord White of the Seventh Mountain and Sea defected, that was a completely different matter. He was an outsider in disguise, who had plotted and schemed his way into his position. The Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea, however, was a complete and utter traitor. Traitor! The Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea stood there quietly for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed. It was a sinister laugh, filled with madness and obsession. That's right, I am a traitor. So what? Considering my latent talent and good fortune, if I hadn't been born in the mountain and sea realm, and hadn't been held back by my status and bloodline, then I could have long since stepped into the 6 essences level. In fact, I might even be a paragon. I've practiced cultivation for 33,000 years. I'm a mountain and sea lord at the peak of the 5 essences level. Yet what does that get me? The mountain and sea realm is sealed by the 33 heavens. Cursed. Held back. The highest cultivation base is the peak of the 5 essences level. Was turning traitor for the purposes of increasing my cultivation base really so wrong? Cultivators practice cultivation for themselves. Who cares about one's family and one's people? Everything can be cast aside in the pursuit of a great Tao. To further my cultivation, I cast off all past karmic ties. Besides, the mountain and sea realm can't possibly win this war. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Can you really find fault with my choice? As the Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea spoke, his voice grew louder and louder until he was shouting. It was almost as if he wasn't speaking to the violet-robed Lord Wu, but rather himself. The outsider clone stood off to the side, laughing, and the scorn in his eyes grew deeper. Apparently, that scorn was directed not just at Lord Wu, but also at the Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea. The Lord Wu looked at the Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea, the pain in his heart visible on his face. With our home gone and our people gone, he said, what is the point of existing? He had known the Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea for 10,000 years, and had considered him a close friend. And yet, this was how things were ending. You say we're sealed, and that's true, he continued. But that doesn't mean we're without options. Look at Xianxia. He's the perfect example. Xianxia? He controls reincarnation. The fourth mountain is unique. That's the only way he can sidestep the sealing of the 33 heavens, by means of the power of reincarnation. Considering he has his own Tao, he can even step into the Tao source. In all of the mountain and sea realm, who can do that besides him? Nobody. Not a single person can step into the true Tao sovereign level. Well, there are those old-timers, but their chi and blood is on the decline, and they can only explode with power by harming their longevity. What good is that? As for me, I will leave the mountain and sea realm. I will become a cultivator of the 33 heavens. I might lose my position and my freedom, but at least I will have a great Tao. It won't take long. In a few thousand years, when the mountain and sea realm is gone, I will still be here. At the very least, I'll be a true Tao sovereign, but if luck is with me, I might be a paragon. I will definitely have an important place in the 33 heavens. The Lord of the sixth mountain and sea began to laugh loudly. Lord Wu could only look on bitterly. No matter how rapidly his cultivation base rotated, the gap separating him from the six essences level was too great. Actually, this was not the first time he had faced such a situation. It was over 10,000 years ago that he had first reached the point of being able to break through. However, despite trying on multiple occasions to do so, he had always failed. Even now, when everything was at stake, when he was stuck in a corner, he was still unable to force his cultivation base past that point. The ceiling of the 33 heavens was always there, radiating invisible pressure, which of course was why they were so arrogant. The outsider clone laughed heartily, a laughter filled with cruelty and scorn. He loved being able to watch two mountain and sea lords in such a mutually destructive scenario. One had turned traitor, the other was trying to break through. He just loved it. In the past, immortals had always seemed so aloof and remote. But now, he could cause them to live or die on a whim. It was a wonderful feeling, and he couldn't get enough of it. Laughing, the outsider Tao Sovereign's clone turned to the Lord of the sixth mountain and sea and said, "All cultivators who capitulate to the 33 heavens will be qualified to make cultivation-based breakthroughs. Fellow Taoist Song, perhaps it won't be too long before you're on equal footing with me. Finish refining this man and then consume the resulting mountain and sea pill. Help us to wipe out the rest of the mountain and sea lords. That will earn you quite a bit of merit." The Lord of the sixth mountain and sea, Lord Song, took a deep breath. Then, it was with excitement and other mixed emotions that he clasped hands and bowed to the outsider. More cracking sounds could be heard as rips and tears spread out across Lord Wu's shield. He then began to laugh bitterly as he realized that he had failed once again. "Like I said, there is no way you can succeed," Lord Song said coldly. "What a stubborn fool. Other than Xianxia, nobody in the mountain and sea realm can become a true Tao sovereign." With that, he swished his sleeve, apparently ready to begin consuming Lord Wu. However, even as the words he had just spoken continued to echo out, a cold voice suddenly spread through the starry sky. "You think that Xianxia is the only one who can become a true Tao sovereign?" The voice came as a complete surprise to Lord Song, and even the outsider clone, neither of whom had sensed anyone approaching. The outsider Tao sovereign's jaw dropped, and he turned his head. Lord Song's eyes went wide. Cultivation base rumbling, he spun around. Even Lord Wu suddenly looked up. The gazes of all three immediately locked onto a figure who was approaching through the starry sky. It was a handsome young man in a long green robe with flowing hair. He almost didn't look like a cultivator, but rather a scholar. In fact, if he were wearing a scholar's traveling case, people would most likely think he was on his way to the imperial examinations. It was none other than Meng Hao. As he approached, no ripples spread out into the starry sky. And yet, natural's laws were wiped clean as he passed, and an indescribable pressure radiated off of him. He almost seemed like an enormous ocean, backed by huge waves which could crush down on anything. The first one to recognize him was the outsider Tao Sovereign, whose face flickered as he said, "Meng Hao!" In the entire mountain and sea realm, the only person he feared, other than Paragon Sea Dream and Xianxia, was this very person. Meng Hao. Back on the 8th mountain, one of his other clones had been killed by the combined efforts of Meng Hao and the Lord of the 8th mountain and sea. As for Lord Song, this was his first time ever laying eyes onto Meng Hao. After sensing the fluctuations of Meng Hao's cultivation base, his eyes narrowed. Peak of 5 essences? Although Meng Hao was not a mountain and sea lord, he still had the power of the mountains and seas on him. And despite his lack of essences, Lord Song's senses were telling him that Meng Hao was at the peak of 5 essences. In the moment that Meng Hao appeared, the outsider's eyes flickered with killing intent, and he could sense the towering murderous aura emanating off of him. It was a murderous aura that no one else would be able to detect, a murderous aura directed at outsiders. The only way to disperse such a murderous aura was to kill countless numbers of outsiders. "Are you looking to die?" the clone said. Leaping into action, he performing an incantation gesture, sending a black sea of flames out, filled with essence power. It became a huge black flame python, which lunged toward Meng Hao with gaping maw. "If you were here in your true form, I might be worried," Meng Hao said coolly. "But you're just a clone. You think you can stand in my way?" With that, he waved his arm. It was a casual gesture, but when his cultivation base rotated and his fleshly body power was unleashed, shockwaves spread out into the starry sky. The huge flame python seemed to slam into an invisible obstacle. It let out a miserable shriek and then completely exploded. The clone's face fell, and his heart began to thump. However, he didn't back down. Instead, he flickered into motion, the scales on his body rising up and transforming into a windstorm. Lightning crackled and danced, thunder boomed, wind screamed, and rain went wild. A sea of flames roared up, and the power of emptiness raged, causing his body to turn illusory and merge with the powerful, killing attack. The power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning transformed into 4 vicious dragons. At the same time, the black flames turned into a face which shook the starry sky as it bore down on Meng Hao. Lord Song could sense the pressure radiating off of Meng Hao. This was also the first time he had ever seen this outsider Dao sovereign clone act in such a way. Therefore, he immediately joined him in the attack. His heart was thumping. He knew that he couldn't afford to underestimate Meng Hao, who left him in complete fear and trepidation. Without the slightest hesitation, he performed an incantation gesture, causing essence power to erupt out. All 5 of his essences were unleashed, the most powerful being the last, the essence of light. What was drawn upon was not the brightness of light, but rather the speed of light. As the lord of the 6th mountain and sea, what he had always excelled in was speed. He closed in rapidly, waving his hand, causing his essences to transform into divine abilities. Colors flashed in the sky, the stars trembled, and an enormous essence hand appeared, which grabbed at Meng Hao. Both he and the outsider were holding nothing back in their attack upon Meng Hao. They even used magical items. As for the outsider Dao sovereign, each and every one of his scales was just such a magical item, filled with shocking power that, when combined, could destroy heavenly bodies. The former lord of the 6th mountain and sea had magical items in the form of 2 pearls, both of which were crimson. They swirled around him, transforming into 2 red meteors that shot forth, emanating incredible pressure. Rumbling echoed out as these 2 powerful experts simultaneously tried to kill Meng Hao. Meanwhile, Lord Wu sat anxiously behind his shield. However, Meng Hao's expression never changed from its usual calmness. He eyed the 2 approaching enemies, then smiled. All of a sudden, he found himself thinking about how he had entered that ancient illusory world within the veil of the god grave, and had seen that enormous god, who had roared at him in fury. "The roar of a god," he murmured softly, as the outsider and the old man closed in. His eyes suddenly shone with a strange gleam, and he opened his mouth. All of a sudden, the power of his fleshly body exploded out, unimpeded by either the second desolation or the power raging from the extinguishing of his soul lamp. Ruarar! A mighty roar erupted from Meng Hao's mouth. However, no sound could be heard. Apparently, his voice was too loud for there to be sound, so loud that no natural law could affect or resist it. The starry sky shattered, and the heavens seemed to be on the verge of vanishing. In fact, this sound completely exceeded the level that could be heard by either cultivators or outsiders. A shockwave ripped out, shredding the void as Meng Hao let out a roar that originated in ancient times, but echoed out in the present. In the blink of an eye, innumerable ripples appeared, distorting the void in front of him, transforming into a tempest that sent everything shaking as it slammed into the outsider Tao Sovereign and the Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea. Boom! The outsider clone coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt as if he were about to be ripped apart, and he screamed. However, that scream was completely drowned out by the powerful roar, forcing him to revert to his lizard form, which was thousands of meters long. That was the only way he could make a stand, and yet he was still shoved backward relentlessly. As for Lord Song, he was even less equipped to deal with the roar. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his flesh and blood were instantly mangled, to the extent that his legs were shredded to pieces. Even the bones were transformed into nothing but ash. It was only thanks to the incredible speed with which he retreated that he was able to escape as he did. Had he been any slower, he would have lost more than only his legs. Violet-robed Lord Wu sat behind the shield, mind spinning, eyes wide. He could do nothing but stare at the valiant and terrifying Meng Hao, at the utterly bedraggled Lord Song, and at the wretched outsider Tao Sovereign clone. It was also in this moment that the clone's magical items, the scales all cracked and shattered into ash, completely destroyed. The Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea's 2 pearls were also shattered, and transformed into a red powder that instantly faded away. 6 essences. Tao Sovereign. The Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea felt his mind spinning. All thoughts of his injuries faded away, and he didn't even notice his magical items being destroyed. His mind was battered by enormous waves of shock as he stared at Meng Hao. He simply couldn't imagine how any cultivator could unleash such shocking and terrifying power unless they were a 6 essences Tao Sovereign. As he shook, he couldn't help but recall the words he had just spoken about 6 essences Tao Sovereigns. And yet, here he was facing just such a person. This is impossible. Impossible. The mountain and sea realm is sealed. Xidagarba used the power of reincarnation to bypass the seal, but other than him, nobody can break through it. The outsider clone was also trembling as he looked at Meng Hao, his eyes flickering with terror. He was even considering whether or not he would have the confidence to take down Meng Hao with his true form. Such power was virtually unimaginable. Compared to what he remembered of Meng Hao back in their encounter in the 8th mountain, he was now at least 10 times more powerful. How could this be possible? Even as these 3 powerful figures were reeling in shock, Meng Hao's face suddenly went pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, not because he was injured, but rather because the second desolation tribulation had reached a critical point and was about to conclude. Once it concluded, his fleshly body would truly enter the 6 essences Tao Sovereign level. It seemed that his attack just now had drawn on his fleshly body's power, thus giving the second desolation an exploitable opening. However, Meng Hao didn't care. His fleshly body was so powerful that he could still control the tribulation even when attacking. Not even the power of extermination from his 6th soul lamp's desolation could cause much of a problem. "Sorry, I'm not a Tao Sovereign yet," Meng Hao said coolly. In that moment, the outsider Tao Sovereign's eyes flickered. He's injured. Attacking like that actually injured him. If we keep going, we can worsen the injuries. He will die today. The former Lord of the 6th Mountain and Sea had been in a state of despair, and had lost the will to fight. However, after seeing Meng Hao cough up some blood, his eyes flickered, and hope once again burned inside of him. Without any hesitation, he shot forth in attack. Lord Wu of the 5th Mountain and Sea suddenly let out a powerful roar as he attempted to break out of the shield to assist Meng Hao. However, it was in that moment that Meng Hao smiled coldly. Instead of backing up, he took a step forward, clenching his right hand and unleashing a fist strike upon the outsider clone. Rumbling could be heard as the life extermination fist sucked up the life force of everything in the area, then slammed into the outsider, who then tumbled backward, his body on the verge of collapsing. Meng Hao licked his lips in anticipation. Because of how he had just unleashed his fleshly body power, the desolation inside of him once again surged. However, a mere thought on his part suppressed it down to almost nothing. "It's almost over," he said. Laughing, he turned, flexing his hand as he suddenly appeared in the path of Lord Song. The old man's expression flickered, and his eyes went wide. He had no time to unleash a divine ability, nor any time to fall back. Biting his tongue, he spit out some blood, which transformed into a blood mist. Inside that mist could be seen countless vengeful spirits which screamed as they charged Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's fist passed right through them, almost as if it existed in a different time and space. Filled with a will of bedevilment, the fist appeared directly in front of Lord Song. With one fist, heaven and earth were shattered. The Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea's entire body exploded, leaving behind only his head, which let out a miserable howl as it fled in the opposite direction. "I'll let you live for the moment," Meng Hao said softly. "I want you to see for yourself that, in the mountain and sea realm, it's not impossible to become a Dao sovereign." With that, he looked up into the sky, then raised both hands aloft, as if he wished to embrace the stars. Then he took a deep breath, causing a wind to kick up, and the entire mountain and sea realm to tremble. It was in that moment that the very last scrap of the second desolation faded away. Meng Hao had completely extinguished his sixth soul lamp, pushing his flesh and blood into that last, final step. Ruyua Yuam Blel. Meng Hao began to grow larger. 30 meters, 300 meters, 600 meters, 900 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,500 meters. Massive rumbling sounds could be heard. The majesty of what was happening caused Lord Song to be rendered completely speechless, and the mind of the outsider Dao sovereign to reel in shock. The entire mountain and sea realm was shaking, as if it were bearing witness to something that hadn't happened for countless years. The appearance of a second true Dao sovereign. It might only be a fleshly body Dao sovereign, but that was a Dao sovereign nonetheless. Ruyua Yuam Blel. Meng Hao rapidly increased in height. 1,800 meters, 2,100 meters, 2,400 meters, 2,700 meters. Kept going and going. As he grew larger, his aura rocketed up, filling the sixth mountain and sea and even stretching out into the adjacent mountains and seas. As of this moment, the 9 mountains were shaking. As of this moment, the sun, moon, and other heavenly bodies were shining radiantly. As of this moment, Meng Hao was rising from 2,700 meters all the way to 2,790 meters, then 2,910 meters, then 2,997 meters, only 3 more meters, 3,000 meters, 3,000 meters, the true Dao sovereign level. It was in that moment that the 9 Xuanwu turtles all began to howl. The will of the mountain and sea realm, which had spread out to fill the entire starry sky, began to stir. Everyone who was fighting in the war, regardless of which side they were on, could sense that something consummately powerful was in the sixth mountain and sea. From now on, I, Meng Hao, am a true Dao sovereign. Although Meng Hao spoke softly, his voice cracked like thunder. He stood there, 3,000 meters tall, skin covered with magical symbols, radiating infinite power. He clenched his fists, almost as if he were grabbing onto the starry sky, grabbing onto destiny, grabbing onto heaven and earth. The 9 mountains and seas were shaking. The 9 Xuanwu turtles in their celestial ponds were howling, and the will of the mountains and seas, which had formerly been spread out in all parts of the mountain and sea realm, was now converging upon Meng Hao. At the apex of the starry sky were 2 figures locked in combat. One of them wore white robes, and was none other than Paragon Seedream. Her face was ashen, but as she performed her incantation gestures, shocking, explosive power was unleashed upon her opponent. The outsider, 7 Essences Paragon Egu. Even after all the time that had passed, they were still fighting. However, as soon as Meng Hao's entered the true fleshly body Dao sovereign level, Seedream's eyes began to shine with a strange light. As for Paragon Egu, his face completely fell. This is impossible. Xidagarba was able to break through because of his mastery over reincarnation. But Meng Hao, damn it, he's 9 Seals' successor. the future lord of the mountains and seas. Oh, you didn't know? Sea Dream said coolly, preventing the outsider Paragon from breaking free of combat. At the same time, back in the fourth mountain and sea, Su Qing was there, coordinating a deadly counteroffensive against the outsiders. All of a sudden, her heart trembled, and she looked in the direction of the sixth mountain and sea. After a moment, a warm smile broke out on her face. There was another battlefield in the fourth mountain and sea, where a spectacular, astonishing fight was underway between Xianxia and the First Heaven's Imperial Lord. That Imperial Lord's cultivation base was clearly the most powerful of anyone except for the Paragons, being at the peak of the six essences level. He was half a step into the Paragon level, and yet Xianxia was also completely extraordinary. The wave of his hand could cause numerous underworld palaces to descend. His incantation gestures unleashed the mighty power of reincarnation. The yellow springs which flowed beneath his feet made it seem as if he could control all life or death. He was able to fight the Imperial Lord on equal footing, although that was mostly because of his control of external forces, and because he had the home field advantage. Even still, it was obvious why for countless years Xianxia had been known as the most powerful person in the mountain and sea realm. As of this moment, Xianxia could also sense Meng Hao's explosive Tao sovereign energy coming from the sixth mountain and sea. Even as the outsider Imperial Lord's face flickered, Xianxia's eyes gleamed, and he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. It had been years since he had noticed how extraordinary Meng Hao was, and at that time he had chosen to sow goodwill with him. He had taken Su Qing as his last and final apprentice, and she had not let him down. In the end, she had proven to be a rare genius when it came to strategy and tactics, and had been appointed as the commanding general of the entire fourth mountain and sea. And then Meng Hao had gone and become a true Tao sovereign. Xianxia's boisterous laughter made the Imperial Lord's mood sink even further. Meanwhile, back in the ninth mountain and sea on planet South Heaven, Shui Donglu was still standing on that mountaintop. Suddenly, he turned his head in the direction of the sixth mountain and sea, and a smile broke out on his face. At long last the day has arrived. Tao sovereign fleshly body. Perhaps there is hope in this mountain and sea realm war after all. Sighing, he flicked his sleeve. Mountain and sea realm, begin analysis and replication. What a pity nothing like this happened back in the first war. If it had, perhaps the Paragon Immortal realm would not have been defeated so tragically. Back in the sixth mountain and sea, the 3,000-meter tall Meng Hao threw his head back and roared. Mountain and sea power descended, filled with will of the mountains and seas, which swirled around Meng Hao and then bored into him. It was probing him, analyzing him, a sensation which Meng Hao found very strange, and yet did not interfere with. Instead, he simply looked down at Lord Song of the sixth mountain and sea and the outsider Tao sovereign clone. The clone's face was ashen, and his scalp was tingling. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to fade away in escape. He knew that he was no match for Meng Hao now. Meng Hao's terrifying power left him in complete despair. Tao sovereign fleshly body. Damn it, that's even more difficult to deal with than a Tao sovereign cultivation base. How did he do this? Wait, there's God blood aura. He absorbed God blood. The clone was almost gone. Trembling, he realized that even if he were here in his true form, he still wouldn't be a match for Meng Hao. After all, Meng Hao's full power wasn't just reliant on a powerful fleshly body. His cultivation base, his magical techniques and divine abilities, all of them were terrifying. However, just when the clone thought he was about to escape, Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he raised his right hand in a grasping motion. A rumbling sound could be heard as the void around the clone shattered and caved in, as if a giant, invisible hand were crushing down on him. Meng Hao, the 33 heavens will exterminate your entire clan. Will wipe out everyone in the mountain and sea realm. A miserable shriek rang out, filled with unending hatred, as the outsider Tao sovereign clone was completely obliterated. Meng Hao ignored his cries, turning instead to look at Lord Song. Tao sovereign, the man said bitterly. He had a hard time even uttering the words, considering what he himself had said just moments ago. that it would be impossible for another Tao sovereign to appear in the mountain and sea realm. Right now, he was standing directly in front of none other than a Tao sovereign. He suddenly felt completely at a loss. For the sake of his own cultivation base, he had betrayed his home and his people. And now that all seemed like a mistake. In his bitterness, Lord Song closed his eyes and asked himself if everything he had done had been worth it. No answer came. In almost the same moment that he closed his eyes, Meng Hao extended his right hand and waved his finger toward the head that was all which remained of Lord Song. A boom echoed out as that head was crushed out of existence. The Lord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea was completely and utterly dead. Off to the side, Lord Wu emerged from within the shield. It was with mixed emotions that he watched Lord Song die. Finally, he sighed. "What a waste," he said, shaking his head. Then he looked at Meng Hao, clasped hands and bowed deeply. "I am the Lord of the Fifth Mountain and Sea. Greetings, exalted Tao Sovereign." Just when Meng Hao was about to respond, he said, "Eh." He suddenly realized that the will of the mountains and seas had suddenly ceased to suppress the invading outsiders, and instead was completely focusing on him. It was as if the will of the mountain and sea realm was inside of him, replicating his fleshly body. It wasn't a complete and perfect copy, but rather about 80% pure. When it was finished, it dispersed, then once again spread out to cover the entire mountain and sea realm. Suddenly, each and every cultivator of the mountain and sea realm suddenly began to experience fleshly body transformations. In that brief instant, all of the cultivators' fleshly bodies experienced a complete redoubling of power. It didn't matter the level of their cultivation base or fleshly body. This advancement had nothing to do with their own power. It was a blessing from the mountain and sea realm, like a massive field of influence, within which all the cultivators' fleshly bodies were completely changed. The characteristics of Meng Hao's fleshly body were now being passed on to all of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. As of that moment, the countless cultivators of the mountain and sea realm on the numerous battlefields suddenly gaped in shock. They could sense the sudden change, and were instantly enlivened. Even Lord Wu, who was standing directly in front of Meng Hao, suddenly trembled as the blessing strengthened him too. "Is that the power of the mountain and sea realm?" Meng Hao thought. A tremor ran through him, and as for Lord Song, he stood there gaping for a moment before excitement rose up in his heart. Meng Hao was equally excited. He knew that this transformation was the key, not just to fighting this first battle with the 33 heavens, but also the final war with the two foreign powers. Am I the only one who can do this? Is it because I'm the future lord of the mountain and sea realm? Or because I'm the successor of Paragon 9 Seals? Or is it because of my all-heaven Tao immortal blood? Meng Hao's eyes glittered. There was no immediate explanation. Looking down at Lord Wu, he clasped hands, then slowly shrank in size back to that of an ordinary person. They did not spend time in idle chatter. Lord Wu immediately headed to the nearest front of battle. As a mountain and sea lord, he had his own important responsibilities. Meng Hao also had his own matters to attend to, and transformed into a beam of colorful light that shot off into the distance. He sped along toward the fifth mountain and sea, unobstructed. He could pass through the barriers between mountains and seas even when he was in the midst of the desolation tribulation. There was no need to even mention what he could do now that he had a Tao sovereign fleshly body. Within the mountain and sea realm, his fleshly body was definitely at the absolute peak. A single step took him through the barrier, and he appeared in the fifth mountain and sea, where bitter fighting was underway. However, because of the blessing bestowed by the will of the mountain and sea realm, which came from Meng Hao's Tao sovereign fleshly body, the gap between the outsider cultivators and the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm was ever shrinking. Meng Hao could tell that with his current fleshly body power, he could crush and ignore natural law. He could alter the starry sky and even bend space and time. So this is what a six essences Tao sovereign is like, huh? He murmured. One essence beyond that is the paragon level. It was as if his own body were a starry sky, with his organs being the heavenly bodies. It was like an endless cycle. It was as if, even if heaven and earth were to be destroyed, he would not be. It was as if, even if heaven and earth were to wither away, he would not. Stepping into 6 essences made one's longevity equal to the heavens. Stepping into the true Tao sovereign level made you incomparable. Meng Hao didn't tarry in the 5th mountain and sea. He sped along and was soon nearing the 4th mountain and sea. As the barrier approached, his mood rose and fell constantly. At long last, he was approaching the 4th mountain and sea. At long last, he would be able to see Su Qing again. Back when everything started, when he left the 9th mountain and sea, how could he ever have imagined that the road would stretch to this extent? War had begun, the first heaven had descended, and the mountain and sea realm had been thrown into chaos. At the same time, he could never have imagined that with fleshly body power like this, he would be able to traverse the 9 mountains and seas as easily as if he were walking across the courtyard of his residence. Su Qing, I'm here, he murmured. A single step and he was across the barrier. He was in the 4th mountain and sea. The 4th mountain and sea controlled the cycle of reincarnation in the mountains and seas. Everyone who died in the mountain and sea realm would enter the Yellow Springs, which became the river of reincarnation that led to the 4th mountain and sea. There, the newly arrived spirits would be guided into the cycle of reincarnation, where they would eventually find a new home. There were many myths and legends regarding the 4th mountain and sea. It was a mysterious place, one that most people could never fully comprehend. The only thing most people knew was that the mountain and sea realm's peak expert resided there. His name was Xianxia. He was the lord of the 4th mountain and sea. He controlled the underworld, and he controlled reincarnation. Even among mountain and sea lords, he held a preeminent position. And that was because essentially, he controlled the lives of everyone in the mountain and sea realm. The 4th mountain and sea was an important node which allowed the realm to form a complete cycle. This was Meng Hao's first time coming to the 4th mountain and sea, and as soon as he entered, he could sense a very faint, and yet very pure aura of death. Or perhaps it would be better to say that it was not an aura of death, but an aura of Yin. At first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The starry sky and the vast expanse seemed the same, and yet if you looked closely, you would see that the whole world appeared to be gray. Meng Hao looked around silently, then sent his divine sense spreading out to cover the entire 4th mountain and sea. However, there was one region in particular in which 2 powerful beings were fighting bitterly. That was the location where Xianxia was fighting the outsider Imperial Lord. Meng Hao's divine sense immediately provoked a reaction from both of them. As for the outsider Imperial Lord, he reacted with rage, and he clearly wished to break free from the fight to try to slaughter Meng Hao. However, Xianxia prevented that. Furthermore, he spoke in a completely calm tone that brimmed with self-confidence. "So you're Meng Hao," the outsider said. "Fellow Taoist Meng," came the voice of Xianxia. "I can handle this outsider." Meng Hao smiled. When war descended, flowers would bloom on all parts of the tree, not just on one branch. Furthermore, one person alone could not change the entire war. No, that required a group effort. Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed toward Xianxia, then focused his divine sense on where the cultivators of the 4th mountain and sea were battling the outsiders. Millions of outsiders could be seen, as well as millions of cultivators from the 4th mountain and sea. What was being fought was a spectacular and unprecedented battle. Meng Hao saw Su Qing there, surrounded by rings of guards. She hadn't been injured in the slightest, and in fact was constantly sending orders out to all parts of the battlefield. Because of that, the cultivators of the 4th mountain and sea occupied the clear advantage on this front. Although he was a vast distance away from Su Qing, when Meng Hao looked at her, she could sense it. She turned her head and looked off into the distance, and somehow her gaze met his. In that moment, Meng Hao's heart trembled. As he looked at Su Qing, numerous memories rose up within him. There was the time on Mount Daqing when they had met for the first time. Then the time in the Reliance sect when he had given her the cosmetic cultivation pill. In the Black Civ sect's ancient blessed land, he had found her, trembling and helpless. Outside of the Black Lands, where Chomintai had descended from the sky, the 2 of them had killed the G-clan quasi-array cultivator. And when they parted, Tears had welled up in her eyes. Meng Hao would never forget any of those things. In the rebirth cave, when he was dying, Su Qing took care of him, even sacrificing her own life force for him, all to give him a chance at another life. Even if her own soul dispersed, she was willing to pay that price for him. She even allowed herself to be imprisoned in the Black Civ sect. During their red wedding, Meng Hao held her in his arms, watching her fade away. He cradled her as she passed into death, and the entire time, she only cared about her dream of marrying him. Meng Hao trembled as the memories flitted through his mind like wind and lightning, causing his whole world to shake. He had come to keep his promise. He had come. He had promised to find her, even if he had to travel to the furthest reaches of the mountain and sea realm. No matter what dangers he faced, he would find her and would once again stand at her side. She promised to wait for him. If a life or a lifetime was not enough, then she would wait for him through all lives and lifetimes. Other than his parents and sister, there was no one in his life for whom he would do so much. There was no woman whom he would worry so much about, nor anyone that could occupy such an eternal place within his heart. Although he didn't realize it at the time, back on Mount Daqing, when he saw her, the desire had already been planted within his heart, to be with her forever, through all lives and lifetimes. Elder sister Su. She was not spectacularly beautiful, but in Meng Hao's eyes, in his world, she was the most beautiful thing in heaven and earth. She didn't have a complicated heart, and the source of that was not any lack of intelligence, but rather the fact that she liked things to be simple. And so did he. When he was most tired, most exhausted, simplicity was a quiet harbor within which to rest his soul. Her smile, her voice, her eyes, everything about her, were firmly rooted in his heart, and made him smile. I know in my heart that the person I fell in love with is not just a fond memory, but you, he murmured. The real you. I know that I love you. With that, he took a step forward. Unbeknownst to him, someone had appeared behind him at some point, a shadowy figure clad in a long black robe. That figure was now watching him make his way off into the distance. It was none other than Slaughter. When Slaughter saw how Meng Hao looked at Su Qing, a flicker of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, as if he were considering some matter from the past, as if he was being reminded of himself. As Meng Hao walked forward, the world vanished. Heaven and earth faded away. Natural law dispersed. Only one person remained, his wife, Su Qing. He had come from afar, passing through each of the great mountains and seas. He had proceeded along through the starry sky, step by step, and was now walking onto the battlefield. There were outsiders who were in his path, but it wasn't because they were trying to stop him. Rather, he happened upon them as he proceeded toward the heart of the fighting. A destructive power surrounded him that caused any outsiders who approached within 30,000 meters of him to scream and explode. Meng Hao paid them no heed. He proceeded along, surrounded by shouts of astonishment. As the outsiders fell back from him, a strange scene developed on the battlefield. With every step he took, he was surrounded by empty space, as the outsiders fled from his presence. The cultivators of the fourth mountain and sea looked on with vigilance. Even though Meng Hao's arrival caused the death of the outsiders around him, they were still cautious. There were only two people who had different reactions. One was the echelon cultivator of the fourth mountain and sea, Lin Kong. The other was, of course, Su Qing. Lin Song stood in the crowd, wearing a gray robe. As he thought back to everything that had occurred in the windswept realm, he sighed. A wry smile could be seen on his face, and mixed emotions filled his eyes as he sighed. So he finally came. Su Qing was smiling radiantly. She stood there in the army of the fourth mountain and sea, in the command pavilion, watching as Meng Hao approached. She remembered everything that had occurred, just as he did. Those memories could not be wiped away from her because of her reincarnation. She had always believed that one day, her beloved companion, her husband, would come from the distant ninth mountain and sea to find her. It didn't matter how long it took or how far away he was. It wouldn't even matter if a war was being fought. Nothing would be able to stop him. He would definitely come. And now he had Su Qing bit her lip and took a step forward, much to the shock of the surrounding cultivators from the fourth mountain and sea. Some of them wanted to stop her, but as Meng Hao neared, they suddenly lost the ability to control their cultivation bases. The battlefield went quiet, and soon only Meng Hao and Su Qing were there, looking at each other, slowly drawing closer. Time seemed to slow down. The outsiders and the cultivators of the fourth mountain and sea both watched as Meng Hao approached. Su Qing stepped out of the command pavilion, and the two of them were soon standing together. "I came," he said, reaching out to grasp her hand. This was his wife and his lifelong love. "Yes," she replied, her face flushing a bit. It took a bit of courage on her part, but she resisted the urge to look down shyly. Instead, she allowed her joy to radiate out, and she looked into Meng Hao's eyes and smiled. This was indeed the happiest moment she had experienced since being reincarnated. When Meng Hao saw Su Qing smile, he couldn't stop himself from smiling. His hands tightened around hers, and hers around his. It was as if neither of them wished to ever let go. However, they both knew that the time they could spend with each other was short. No matter what they wished inside, they would have to let go. Su Qing had her duties, and Meng Hao had his mission. This was not the time and place. If only things could go back to how they were before the deadly war broke out in the mountains and seas. Meng Hao sighed. Su Qing looked around at all of the cultivators from the fourth mountain and sea, and the outsiders, and slowly loosened her grip. "I can't go with you right now. Wait for me. If the day ever comes when this war ends, then we can go home together." Su Qing suddenly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, resting her head on his chest to hear his heartbeat. After a long moment passed, she looked up at him and said, "I'll wait for you, and you wait for me. We'll both be on the lookout for each other." Su Qing bit her lip, then pulled away from Meng Hao's embrace and returned to the command pavilion. As Meng Hao looked at Su Qing, he realized that there was something different about her from before. Much like himself, she had grown up, she had become mature. Meng Hao's heart was calm. Su Qing had her duties and he had his mission. After looking at her deeply one last time, he waved his hand, sending a bit of divine will swirling out to surround her. He took a deep breath, and then looked up into the sky at the vast landmass up above that was the first heaven. Gradually, the warmth in his eyes faded away, to be replaced by icy coldness. The air around him grew icy, and his aura sharp and dangerous. "There's something I have to go do," he murmured. "Something that will lift the spirits of everyone in the mountain and sea realm." Rumbling sounds could be heard as he suddenly shot up into the air, leaving the battlefield. He became a streak of light like a shooting star, passing out of the fourth mountain and sea, up into the vast expanse above. He was now heading toward the first heaven, which had superseded the starry sky of the mountain and sea realm. He was going to destroy the first heaven. Few people noticed how he was flying up into the sky. However, it was certain that a massive storm would soon shake heaven and earth. A storm was coming, a storm which would be caused by none other than Meng Hao. Meng Hao was a blur that shot from the fourth mountain and sea up into the starry sky, toward the landmass that was the first heaven. Not a single regret could be found in his heart. He was completely determined, maddened, enlivened with the idea of enacting the rise of the mountain and sea realm. He was attempting to do something that could shake heaven and earth. He was attempting to destroy the first heaven, the home of the invaders. He was attempting to set the blood of the mountain and sea realm aboil. All of the cultivators locked in battle would be able to look up and see the destruction of the first heaven. Some people might think that an act like that would have little meaning, and couldn't compare to Meng Hao slaughtering outsiders on the field of battle using his cultivation base. However, the truth of the matter was that this plan was utterly and profoundly meaningful. Currently, the people of the mountain and sea realm were in the midst of despair. After having been suppressed for tens upon tens of thousands of years, they had then been invaded. They had long since lost the dignity they had once had during the days of the Paragon Immortal realm. In that age, its cultivators had been valiant, but when complete and utter catastrophe struck, It was as if their Tao hearts had been shattered. After the initial catastrophe, they were then completely sealed by the 33 heavens, stifling any recovery that their Tao hearts might have experienced. After 2 such mighty blows, their valiance waned, and they didn't dare to take the fight to their enemy. For a people to rise up, their spirits needed to be kindled. And it was the same when the time came for a homeland to ascend. Meng Hao knew that he was only one person. Even if he became a paragon, the course of such a monumental war was something he couldn't change on his own. He needed to stir the minds and hearts of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. He needed to awaken within them the valiance that had once existed in the paragon immortal realm. Back in those days there had been a saying, "Any who assault the immortal world will be put to death." When Meng Hao destroyed the first heaven, similar words would once again be heard in the mountain and sea realm. Any who assault the mountains and seas will be put to death. The mountain and sea realm was on the brink of annihilation. Looming directly behind them was a bottomless chasm. There was nowhere to retreat to. That meant that the only thing to do now was rise to prominence. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a bright light. His mind, his thoughts, his cultivation base, everything about him was completely focused. He was like a shooting star, like a flaming torch, like a brilliantly shining lamp. He was a lamp that did not seek to illuminate the starry sky of the mountain and sea realm, but rather sought to kindle the spirits of the cultivators therein. Kindle a fire that would exist forever and never be extinguished. He rose higher and higher, flew faster and faster. He was a beam of light, scintillating brilliantly, the center of all attention. The first people to notice him were the cultivators of the fourth mountain and sea. They stared blankly at Meng Hao as he rose up, and at first, no one was really sure what he was doing. However, as he picked up speed, the people down below realized that he was heading not toward the starry sky itself, but toward the spot where the starry sky ended, toward that which weighed down upon the hearts and minds of all mountain and sea realm cultivators. The first heaven. What is he doing? He's heading toward the first heaven. This, gasps could be heard from within the huge army of the fourth mountain and sea. Every moment, more and more cultivators' faces flickered with astonishment and shock. Su Qing stood atop the altar, trembling. Her head tilted up to look at Meng Hao climbing up into the sky, charging toward the heavens. A strange flicker could be seen in her eyes, which slowly turned into a bright glow. Although she was worried, she suddenly felt an incredible sense of pride. This was the love of her life. Her man. The forces of the fourth mountain and sea were soon in a complete uproar. He's heading for the first heaven. He's going up to destroy the first heaven. But can he do it? Equally shaken were the outsiders, who stared blankly at Meng Hao, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Also in the fourth mountain and sea were Xianxia and the outsider Imperial Lord, who were fighting fiercely, causing rumbling booms to echo out. Xianxia's eyes suddenly began to shine brightly as he realized what Meng Hao had in mind. The outsider Imperial Lord gaped, and his face flickered. At the same time, Paragon Sea Dream was fighting with the outsider Paragon Egu. They also noticed what Meng Hao was doing. Paragon Sea Dream's face broke out into a wide smile, and Paragon Egu's face fell. At this point, Meng Hao reached such an incredible speed that he was like an arrow, backed by mountain and sea power to shoot rapidly toward the first heaven. However, only the cultivators of the fourth mountain and sea could see him. He was currently too far away from the other mountains and seas for anyone there to spot him. However, as he flew along, his eyes glinted, and he suddenly waved his right hand. Suddenly, a ball of light flew out. This was none other than his own supernova magic, which immediately began to suck in all the light around it, and thus grow even brighter. He wanted all of the cultivators in the entire mountain and sea realm to witness what he was doing. One little sun was not enough, so he waved his hand, and dozens of little suns appeared. There were more than 100 of them swirling around, shining with increasingly scintillating light. Still not enough, Meng Hao growled. As he continued to shoot toward the first heaven, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. then waved his hands out in front of him, causing more little suns to appear. 100, 300, 500, and soon, Meng Hao was surrounded by 1,000 little suns. 1,000 little suns, absorbing heaven and earth, sucking in all the light of the starry sky. They rapidly grew larger and more dazzling, until Meng Hao himself actually looked like a sun. Majestic light shone out, to the point where the cultivators of the third and fifth mountains and seas could look up into the sky and see a new sun. The cultivators in the third mountain and sea were in the midst of fighting the outsiders, and yet everyone looked up in shock. What's that? A sun? That's not possible. But it really does look like an actual sun or moon. At the same time, cultivators in the fifth mountain and sea looked up and gasped in disbelief. Wait, no. There's a person inside. Impossible. The outsiders were equally taken aback. Up in the starry sky, down beneath the first heaven, Meng Hao was surrounded by 1,000 spheres of light. His expression was one of unswerving determination as he came to the conclusion that 1,000 little suns wasn't enough. He needed more. He threw his head back and roared, pushing onward with greater speed and yet simultaneously waving his hand, causing another 1,000 little suns to appear. 2,000 little suns were shining radiantly. They were now densely packed together, each one of them emanating blinding light. However, from a distance away, the light of those 2,000 small suns merged together to make them look like the glow of one enormous sun. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the 2,000 little suns swirled around Meng Hao. He flew higher and higher, away from the mountain and sea realm, growing ever closer to the first heaven. Soon, the cultivators in the second and sixth mountains and seas could see the brightly shining sun up above. Although it currently looked like little more than a dot of light, within the pitch blackness, it was extremely conspicuous. In the second mountain and sea, the cultivators and outsiders were fighting a particularly bloody battle, and the reek of gore had permeated the entire mountain and sea. The vast army of cultivators had suffered setback after setback, and the roars of the outsiders filled the entire starry sky above them. However, even as despair wrought at the hearts of the cultivators, in the moment when they had no hope, and were bitterly convinced that they were going to lose the battle, all of a sudden, a bright dot of light appeared up above. That light became the only thing the cultivators of the second mountain and sea looked at. That's that dot of light. Heavens! Considering how far away we are, that dot of light must actually be enormous. What's going on? The cultivators of the second mountain and sea were completely abuzz. Although they couldn't actually see Meng Hao, somehow they could all sense that within that light was someone emanating an incredible willpower and utter determination. The sixth mountain and sea was equally in an uproar. That light is heading in the direction of the first heaven. Considering how far it is away, the fact that we can see it moving up means that its true speed must be mind-boggling. Although the lord of the sixth mountain and sea had been killed, the violet-robed Lord Wu of the fifth mountain and sea was now fighting in the battle, and at long last, the cultivators were able to launch successful counterattacks against the outsiders. Lord Wu was the first one to look up into the starry sky. His jaw dropped, and he instantly began to tremble. It's him. He's going to destroy the first heaven? His eyes began to shine, and suddenly a surge of indescribable excitement rose up within him. Soon the other cultivators of the sixth mountain and sea caught sight of the light up above, and they were completely shaken. Although not everyone could immediately discern where that dot of light was heading, people quickly began to deduce the truth. He's heading toward the first heaven? Even as the cultivators in the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth mountains and seas were staring fixedly at the dot of light, it suddenly grew twice as bright as before. Along with the eruption of brightness, the light also grew in size. That was because the number of little suns surrounding Meng Hao had increased from 2,000 to 4,000. There's a person inside that light. By now, virtually all of the experts in the great mountains and seas were able to discern what was happening. Their hoarse exclamations were heard by those around them, and soon everyone's minds were spinning. It was at this point that the cultivators in even further mountains and seas could see that high up above the 9 mountains and seas, there in the starry sky was a sun. Although it wasn't the true sun, by now everyone could see it. A sun above the mountain and sea realm. In the 7th mountain and sea, Yuan Jian suddenly opened his eyes. He had been sitting there in meditation, but when he heard the exclamations ringing out, he looked up into the sky and then suddenly felt as if he were being struck by lightning. Yuan Jian couldn't quite see who it was inside that light, but his intuition told him exactly who it was. It's Meng Hao. It's definitely him. He's going to lift the spirits of an entire people by destroying the first heaven. Shaking, he shot to his feet, panting excitedly, eyes burning with anticipation. The dot of light couldn't illuminate every inch of the starry sky, and yet, as of this moment, it was visible to all cultivators from the 1st to the 7th mountains and seas. In the 7th mountain and sea, planet Tiger Cage was in an uproar. It was the same in the 1st mountain and sea. There, Echelon cultivator Dao Heaven stood in the midst of his army, looking up at the brilliant dot of light, and was completely shaken, as was everyone around him. From the 1st mountain and sea all the way to the 7th, the cultivators were looking up at the brilliant dot of light as, all of a sudden, it erupted with even further brilliance. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as the dot swelled in size by double. It was in that moment that the number of little suns surrounding Meng Hao increased from 4,000 to 8,000. 8,000 little suns, radiating intense light. Although that light couldn't match the light of a real sun, it was the most dazzling heavenly body visible. The cultivators were in an uproar, and the outsiders were shaking inwardly as intense feelings of foreboding rose up inside of them. The outsider Dao sovereign who had split apart into numerous incarnations was shaking, and his eyes shone with astonishment as he stared at the light. The outsider Imperial Lord who was fighting Xianxia also felt his heart pounding. It was the same with the outsider Paragon Igu. In sharp contrast, Xianxia, Sea Dream, and the various mountain and sea lords seemed to be suddenly inspired, and burst out with all the power they could muster to prevent any of their outsider opponents from breaking free of the battle. Roars echoed out, and booms filled the air. When the number of little suns around Meng Hao increased to 8,000, the cultivators in the 8th mountain and sea could finally see the sun up above. Cultivators and outsiders alike felt as if the battle going on in the 8th mountain and sea was like a giant millstone crushing down onto them. But then, the cultivators noticed that bright light, and their jaws dropped. What's that? How could there suddenly be a spot of light? Hold on. It's rising up into the sky at incredible speed. Could it be some sort of magical item? It looks like it's heading toward the first heaven. As the crowds burst out into a commotion, Meng Hao's grandfather, the lord of the 8th mountain and sea, suddenly shivered. He looked up, and when he saw that light, his eyes suddenly flickered in surprise. Hauer Sora. That's Hauer? He threw his head back and laughed uproariously at the sudden feeling of joy which swept through him. As he continued to watch the dot of light rising up, his eyes began to gleam with anticipation. Suddenly, the number of little suns around Meng Hao once again increased dramatically. No longer were there 8,000. Instead, there were 10,000. The light of 10,000 little suns merged together as they rocketed toward the land mass up above. At long last, the light became clearly visible in the 9th mountain and sea. Pill Demon saw it, and the members of the Fang clan saw it. Meng Hao's parents saw it, and his grandma Meng and her people saw it. Fatty, Chen Fan, Fandonger, Sun Hai, Fang Yu, and everyone else he knew, all cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea could see it. The flames of war burned just as hot in the 9th mountain and sea as everywhere else, and the fighting was just as bloody and bitter. However, as soon as that light became visible, the people who were familiar with Meng Hao could sense that it contained his aura. That's Meng Hao. Heavens! How is this possible? Wait, how come looking at that light suddenly makes me think of Meng Hao? Could it be that it's really Meng Hao? The crowds were exploding into a huge commotion. On planet South Heaven, Shui Donglu stood atop that mountain peak, still looking up into the sky. Suddenly, he began to laugh. a laughter filled with happiness and anticipation. It seems I picked well. He who shall counter the tribulation. Meng Hao. A warm expression could be seen on Shui Donglio's face as he continued to laugh and stand there, waiting. As of this moment, all of the cultivators in all of the 9 mountains and seas were watching. At the same time, Meng Hao was drawing ever nearer to the landmass that was the first heaven. He was now approaching the highest point in this region of space, and his speed caused rumbling to echo out as he closed in. His eyes burned with determination as he got closer and closer. However, even as he neared the first heaven, the figures of a vast number of outsiders suddenly appeared, flying out from it to meet him. In addition to that, numerous shields sprang up to protect the landmass. This land was the home of the outsiders, so it went without saying that they would have protections in place for it. More and more outsiders kept approaching, bent on stopping Meng Hao. Meng Hao's lips twisted into a cold smile. Just when he was about to attack, he suddenly frowned. Simultaneously, the outsiders who had just flown out suddenly fell back into retreat. That was because, all of a sudden, the explosive power of Tao Tribulation had appeared. This was Meng Hao's Tao Tribulation, his fleshly body Tao Tribulation. The tribulation had appeared before but hadn't fully descended. Instead, it had been hidden away, which as far as Meng Hao could tell was because the will of the mountain and sea realm had helped him to get rid of it. But now, here it was again. That could only mean that this was tribulation not from the mountain and sea realm but instead from the first heaven. It is its own world with its own life forms, Meng Hao murmured. Naturally, the first heaven has a will just like the mountain and sea realm. Tribulation is caused by a disturbance in karma. It saw the tribulation karma which was sown upon me, and therefore took it upon itself to ensure that there was a reaping. He understood and yet wasn't afraid. Instead, he began to laugh. In his life, he had transcended heavenly tribulation on numerous occasions. Each one of those occasions had been of incredible difficulty, and yet now, he was completely confident that he could crush this instance of heavenly tribulation as easily as a dried-out log. Rumbling could be heard as tribulation clouds built up, massing together in front of Meng Hao. The rumbling of tribulation lightning could be heard as countless lightning bolts suddenly shot toward Meng Hao. Virtually all of those lightning bolts appeared to be humanoid in shape and filled with power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. As they closed in, they transformed into a sea of lightning that spread out wide in all directions, completely enveloping Meng Hao and his 10,000 sons. Down in the 9 mountains and seas, all of the cultivators could see what was happening. Not good. The first heavens is a complete world, with its own tribulation power. If that dot of light is Meng Hao, then he's going to be defeated. Damn it. Could it be that the first heaven is really impossible to fight? Cultivators were crying out in alarm all throughout the 9 mountains and seas. They were nervous, anxious, worried, and all of those feelings arose because of Meng Hao. Of course, there were some people in the crowd who looked on coldly. After all sorts of people existed within the mountain and sea realm. Naturally, there were some who believed that once disaster struck, everyone would die. There were even some sects and clans who actually weren't going all out in the fighting, but were instead hiding their true strength, looking for an opportunity to escape from the mountain and sea realm. In fact, there were even some people who were secretly planning to surrender to the 33 heavens. However, those people were in the minority. The vast majority of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were unyielding. They had their dignity and would never give in. Those cultivators were the ones who were nervously looking up into the starry sky. The outsider imperial lord who was fighting Xidagarba suddenly began to chuckle with scorn. Tribulation karma has been sown, and yet he dares to try to trifle with our first heaven? He's definitely courting death. Similar words were uttered by Paragon Egu to Paragon Seedream. The outsider Tao sovereign clones who were battling the mountain and sea lords were the same. All of them were sighing in relief. Some people were anxious, some people were derisive. However, it was in that very moment that Meng Hao, facing the boundless tribulation lightning, suddenly raised his hand. Eyes gleaming, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. Hex! 8th Demon Sealing Hex. Rumbling could be heard as the power of his fleshly body exploded out. His cultivation base surged, and the eighth hex was unleashed, backed by the power of the mountains and seas. Instantly, everything began to shake violently. As Meng Hao waved his hand downward, all of the tribulation lightning in the starry sky suddenly stopped moving. Seventh demon sealing hex. Meng Hao waved his finger again, this time unleashing karmic hexing, severing the tribulation lightning's karma, and then swishing his sleeve. Fifth demon sealing hex. Inside-outside hex. Go back from whence you came. Meng Hao waved his sleeve, and instantly, all of the tribulation lightning swiveled, changing directions to shoot toward the very tribulation clouds they had emerged from, moving at a speed which defied imagination. Massive booms rang out as the countless tribulation clouds collapsed into pieces. It was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sight as the tribulation lightning bolts smashed into the clouds, completely and utterly pulverizing them. This sight provoked a collective gasp from cultivators and outsiders alike. Eyes went wide and jaws dropped in disbelief. "What?" exclaimed the outsider Dao Sovereign incredulously. All of the outsiders were completely and utterly shaken by Meng Hao. That bright spot of light was now nothing less than a complete nightmare for them. It was at this point that enraged howls could be heard from the landmass that was the first heaven. More tribulation clouds roiled out, converging together into one gigantic cloud mass that seemed bent on completely eradicating Meng Hao. Massive pressure emanated out from the tribulation clouds, which surrounded Meng Hao and caused the starry sky to shake. As the enraged howling continued, it was possible to see an enormous claw taking shape inside of the tribulation cloud. That claw was pitch black and covered with scales, like the claw of a lizard. After all, this tribulation was not from the mountain and sea realm, but rather from the world of the first heaven. The claw was covered with boundless tribulation lightning, the intensity of which vastly exceeded that from before. The claw shot toward Meng Hao, and as it did, more and more tribulation clouds converged in the area, causing the tribulation to become even more majestic and boundless than before. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, and his eyes shone with a bright light. Without pausing for a moment, he shot toward the tribulation cloud and the lightning-covered claw. As he neared, he suddenly spoke in a voice which sounded like booming thunder. "Did I say you could converge here? Disperse." Massive rumbling could be heard as the second demon sealing hex appeared. Real-unreal hexing erupted out toward the tribulation cloud, transforming what was real into what was unreal, and transforming the unreal to the real. All Meng Hao had to do was think. As of this moment, he changed the tribulation, which was real, into something unreal. The converged tribulation was instantly dispersed. As of this moment, all eyes were completely fixed upon Meng Hao. Even as the words left his mouth, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing the second demon sealing hex. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and the starry sky trembled. Simultaneously, the landmass that was the first heaven was also shaking, as were the previously awe-inspiring tribulation clouds. The gigantic lizard claw and its boundless tribulation lightning suddenly became illusory and began to fade away. Moments later, the seemingly infinite tribulation clouds also began to fade away. After becoming illusory, all Meng Hao had to do was speak a single word, and his will caused everything to transform from being real to not. To the shock of cultivators and outsiders alike, as of this moment, Meng Hao's fleshly body Dao tribulation was over. It had been concluded using a method none of them had ever seen or heard of before. Impossible! The outsider Imperial Lord fighting Xianxia suddenly let out a miserable howl. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. As far as he was concerned, it was a complete impossibility. And yet, here it was occurring right in front of him. He suddenly burst into motion in an attempt to go stop Meng Hao. But in response, Xianxia laughed coldly, causing underworld palaces to descend and the yellow springs to sweep out. The river of reincarnation surged, making it completely impossible for the outsider Imperial Lord to do anything. Elsewhere in the starry sky, a similar situation was occurring with Paragon Sea Dream. She went all out with her cultivation base, even incurring serious injuries to herself, to prevent the maddened outsider Paragon Igu from breaking free. Igu bellowed in rage, eyes burning with killing intent as he sent divine sense roiling out to crush Meng Hao. And yet he couldn't get past Sea Dream. Sea Dream, I don't want to kill you. Don't walk into your own death. Don't make me laugh. Sea Dream responded, yet again obstructing his path. The 9 mountains and seas, which moments ago had been completely silent, suddenly burst out into a huge commotion. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were crying out and cheering, their voices merging together into a sound wave that surged out in all directions. As for the outsiders, they were completely shocked, and yet, their will to fight was not reduced, and they continued to do battle. And yet, everyone, including the outsiders, was still watching Meng Hao as he closed in on the first heaven. He shot onward at top speed, surrounded by 10,000 little suns which radiated intense light. Closer and closer, countless outsiders flew out from the first heaven and charged toward Meng Hao. Numerous scintillating shields were set in place. However, as the outsiders approached, Meng Hao's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. Then he stretched his hands wide and clapped them together violently, sending a burst of cultivation-based power out directly into the outsiders and directly toward the first heaven. Suns detonate, he roared. Instantly, the 10,000 suns surged into action, flying directly toward the outsiders and the shields protecting the landmass that was the first heaven. Boom! 10,000 suns all detonated. Each and every one of those little suns had been bolstered by Meng Hao's cultivation-based power, and as such, their combined power was completely and utterly shocking. A massive explosion rippled out that shook lands and rocked mountains, that destroyed heaven and earth, that directly ripped apart the starry sky. A terrifying shockwave then began to spread out in all directions. That shockwave was so huge that it was visible even in the 9th mountain and sea, and it filled all hearts with shock. The vast numbers of outsiders who had flown out to stop Meng Hao, regardless of their cultivation bases, were swept over by the shockwave caused by the detonation of 10,000 suns. Blood-curdling screams rang out as their bodies were transformed into ash. Even the nascent divinities which attempted to flee were completely eradicated. Rumbling could be heard as the shockwave then slammed into the shields protecting the first heaven. In the blink of an eye, the shields began to shatter bit by bit. They immediately began to repair themselves, but were clearly weakened. However, in the end, the shields were too strong. Even the detonation of 10,000 suns could not completely destroy them. And yet, a tiny opening had appeared. That was all Meng Hao needed. He waved his arm, and the battle weapon appeared, transforming into a black beam that stabbed directly into that weak spot, preventing the shields from recovering. All of this happened so quickly that no one could react. Meng Hao moved as fast as lightning, sweeping the battle weapon out so that a huge rift was torn open in the shield, and the landmass that was the first heaven. Then he stepped through that rift to the surface of the first heaven. By this point, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm had been whipped up into a frenzy. As for the outsiders, their faces were ashen and filled with dread. The Imperial Lord roared, the Paragon howled, and the Tao Sovereign's incarnations were trying unsuccessfully to merge back together. In the instant that Meng Hao set foot into the first heaven, he bolstered his voice with his cultivation base and cried out, "Mountain and sea cultivators, fight to the death!" In response, all of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm joined their voices together in response. It almost seemed planned, but it wasn't. The first to respond was the 4th mountain and sea. The cultivators who clustered around Suqing were already chomping at the bit. The first heaven hadn't been destroyed yet, but Meng Hao's sudden explosive success had kindled the spirits and souls of all of the cultivators there. Once the first heaven was actually destroyed, that spark which had been lit would explode into an inferno. Mountain and sea cultivators, fight to the death! The shouts of one cultivator after another in the 4th mountain and sea rang out, like the bellowing of war horns calling everyone to a final battle. As they did, they charged forth, smashing into the surrounding outsiders. Soon, such cries filled the air throughout the 4th mountain and sea. The eyes of all cultivators were shining brightly, and everyone felt as if they were bursting with incredible power. Soon, all of the voices in the fourth mountain and sea joined together into one mighty call. Mountain and sea cultivators, fight to the death. Meng Hao was using one simple phrase to bring all of the 9 mountains and seas into one united mountain and sea realm. As the voices echoed out in the fourth mountain and sea, similar cries rose up in the third and fifth mountains and seas. Massive waves of sound were crashing out, and were joined by the second, first, sixth, and seventh mountains and seas. All voices cried out, filled with passion and inspiration. Mountain and sea cultivators, fight to the death. That one phrase embodied the spirit of the mountain and sea realm. There would be no retreat. Enough was enough. They had been suppressed to the limit, and now was the time to give voice to their rage. They did not agree to be exterminated. They did not agree to die. They did not agree for the mountains and seas to vanish. This was the voice of a people who did not agree to back down. This was the voice that marked the awakening of a people. Mountain and sea cultivators, fight to the death. Finally, the voices could be heard in the 8th mountain and sea, and then the 9th mountain and sea. All of the 9 mountains and seas, the entire mountain and sea realm, was filled with one unified voice. The ordinary outsiders trembled. The Tao sovereign was shocked. The imperial lord was shaken. The paragon was flabbergasted. As of this moment, the people of the mountain and sea realm were using their battle cry to tell the outsiders, "We are not to be underestimated. You might have suppressed us for tens upon tens of thousands of years, but we are still the mountain and sea realm." At the very end of the starry sky, within the first heaven, Meng Hao looked around at a world that was very different from what he had imagined. He saw mountains and rivers, plains and oceans. The spiritual energy here was abundant, 10 times more so than in the mountain and sea realm. In fact, there wasn't just spiritual energy. There was abundant immortal qi, making the entire place seem like a celestial paradise. Luxuriant vegetation covered the surface of the land, and a blue sky stretched out in all directions. Cities and other edifices were everywhere, although they floated about in the air instead of being constructed on the ground. Immortal mountains could be seen, as well as waterfalls of stars that seemed to connect heaven and earth. The edifices were all exquisitely constructed and gargantuan. They were ancient, filled with a boundless sense of time and history. Statues could be seen, and precious materials were available everywhere. So, this is the first heaven, Meng Hao thought, feeling a bit shocked. Suddenly, a cold light flickered in his eyes, and his cultivation base erupted. Fleshly body power surged out, and he began to grow taller. In the blink of an eye, he was 3,000 meters tall. He had a Tao sovereign fleshly body which could shake heaven and earth, and taking a mere step could shake lands and rock mountains. When his cultivation base power spread out, the Paragon Bridge appeared, radiating a pressure of extermination that caused the sky to flash with brilliant colors. There were outsiders here guarding the first heaven, hordes of them, and yet, none had very high cultivation bases. It was with complete shock that they all looked toward Meng Hao. An ancient voice suddenly spoke from off in the distance. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Clouds and mist roiled together to form into a huge face that stared at Meng Hao. "I'm Meng Hao," he replied softly, "from the mountain and sea realm. I've come today to exterminate this world." With that, he clenched his hand into a fist and punched down toward the ground. That single fist strike caused the entire world to shudder and crack as the power of extermination spread out. It was none other than the life extermination fist. The power of that blow caused the lands of the first heaven to shake. The shaking wasn't violent at first. It was like the shaking caused when a mayfly alights onto a leaf. However, at the same time, all of the plants and vegetation nearby on the surface of the land instantly withered and died. It was as if the life force had been sucked out of them. A gray shockwave spread out from Meng Hao's fist, and everywhere it passed, things withered. The outsiders' faces fell when this happened, and the ancient face was filled with shock. However, before it could say anything, Meng Hao swished his sleeve, and a boom could be heard as the mist face collapsed. Meng Hao's eyes were now shining with a cold glint. To him, no cultivators lived here, only animals. From what he could tell, virtually all of the outsiders in this world, including the ones with the power to take humanoid shape, were all just lizards. Although the buildings and the environment looked like the immortal world, Meng Hao knew that it wasn't. This place was more like an animal den. Animals like you want to exterminate the mountain and sea realm? Meng Hao shook his head, then unleashed another punch toward the land beneath his feet, then pulled his hand back and punched again. The second punch was the bedevilment fist, and the third was the god-slaying fist. As the lands trembled, the Paragon Bridge crushed down, causing cities and edifices which floated in the air to shake violently. Then, Meng Hao's divine sense spread out, filling the entire world. His will supersede the will of the world itself, crushing down, unleashing unmitigated destructive power. He was a windstorm, causing mountains to crumble wherever he passed. The lands disintegrated, and the rivers flowed backward. Oceans roared, and vast crevices opened up, causing cracking sounds to fill the air as they spread out. It was as if countless dragons were burrowing out through the soil, shaking the entire world. Meng Hao took a step forward, appearing in front of one of the floating cities. He looked at it for a moment, and then his eyes flickered with determination. This was not the time for mercy and kindness. He suddenly recalled the destroyed planets within the mountain and sea realm, and how the viciously grinning outsiders hadn't even spared the mortals. How animalistic! But then again, you really are just animals. His right hand clenched into a fist and he punched out. Rumbling sounds echoed out, along with blood-curdling screams, as the enormous city was completely destroyed. Meng Hao's divine sense had long since confirmed that within the first heaven, all of the outsiders were lizards. Furthermore, as a species, none of them lacked cultivation bases in the way that mortal humans did. No, all of these lizards from birth had the power of a cultivation base. Because of that, there was no question as to whether or not to wipe them out. He took a step forward, and as he did, he exterminated everything he saw. The land turned gray as the life force was sucked away, and the feeling of death spread out everywhere. Gradually, Meng Hao could detect a howling sound coming from deep within the land, something that originated, not from any outsider, but from the will of the world itself. It could sense his determination to kill everything, which was why it had sent the tribulation lightning against him. Now that he was here in person, it was doing everything it could to try to expel him. The power of expulsion grew stronger, and yet, Meng Hao completely ignored it. With his Tao sovereign fleshly body, divine sense that was 80% as powerful as a paragon's, and the cultivation base of an all-heaven Tao immortal, although he couldn't completely disregard such expulsion power, he could definitely fight back against it. Rumbling could be heard as cities collapsed and statues were destroyed. Countless outsiders let out miserable shrieks as their scales exploded and they were annihilated. Meng Hao was like a god of death, wreaking destruction and slaughter wherever he went. Suddenly, a roar echoed out, which came from none other than what had previously manifested as the face of an old man. It was an enormous, ancient lizard, which shot toward him from off in the distance. The power of a 5 essences cultivation base rippled out, and yet before he could even get close, Meng Hao gave a cold harumph, and the lizard lurched to a stop in midair, blood spraying out of his mouth. Meng Hao hadn't even waited for it to get close before unleashing a fist strike. A boom rang out as the ancient lizard was completely and utterly destroyed. Cries of misery could be heard ringing out from all corners of the world. There was a constant stream of pleas for mercy, as well as curses. Meng Hao looked at the sky and the land, then waved his hand, sending out divine flame. You suppressed us, you sealed us, and you invaded us. If you want to assign blame, blame heaven and earth for being cruel, or blame life for being unfair. Wherever the divine flame passed, destructive power burned everything away. The blood demon roared, smashing lizards wherever it went. Mountains and rivers were demolished, the skies shattered, and numerous buildings and cities fell out of the air. More and more cracks and crevices snaked out across the lands, which shook and began to collapse. From the position of the first heaven itself, what was happening wasn't very clear. However, down in the mountain and sea realm it was obvious. Any cultivator of the mountains and seas could look up at the first heaven, which had superseded the starry sky, and could hear the booms echoing out, and see the dust and ash spreading out. In fact, there were even chunks of rock and rubble which were beginning to fall down. With every boom, the lands shook. There were even entire sections which were crumbling. The cracks spread out, and there were even some vast slabs as big as asteroids which began to fall down. The first heaven is about to collapse. It's really going to be destroyed. It's Meng Hao. It's him. He attacked the first heaven with the purpose of completely destroying it. Mountain and sea cultivators, fight to the death. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were going wild, and their eyes gleamed with determination. Their wild shouts, their killing intent, and their will to fight caused the heavens to grow dim. The outsiders were trembling in shock as they saw their home shattering into pieces. All of a sudden, their will to fight was replaced with utter dread and terror. One side was empowered, the other side was demoralized. The balance of battle was instantly overturned. The sounds of fierce fighting rang out as the cultivators of the 9 mountains and seas began to fight back with a vengeance. The imperial lord howled. The paragon raged. The Tao sovereign was in a frenzy. And yet, there was nothing they could do to stop what was happening. The heavens were collapsing. The earth was shattering. The spirits of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were rising. The inextinguishable spark of faith that burned within their hearts had been kindled by Meng Hao, and now, it was beginning to burn brightly. In the 8th mountain and sea, Patriarch Reliance was floating above a battlefield filled with mountains of outsider corpses. He was looking up into the starry sky, at the crumbling land mass that was the first heaven. After a moment of silence, he began to laugh loudly. "That's my disciple, the 9th generation demon sealer. Meng Hao, incredible. I ran from you for years, unwilling to be restricted, unwilling to become someone's mount. But now, you little bastard, what you've done, and what you've said have convinced me. Henceforth, I am willing to be Meng Hao's mount. I, the Patriarch, am completely willing, and will never have any regrets." Patriarch Reliance threw his head back and howled, then shot up into the starry sky. Now that he had made his decision to be Meng Hao's mount, he would fulfill the ancient agreement. He would be the Tao protector of the 9th generation demon sealer without the slightest hesitation. Therefore, he flew up into the air to go meet Meng Hao. Guiding Trirane was there on Patriarch Reliance's head, giggling with happiness. She had been waiting for this day for a very long time. At the same time, a middle-aged man could be seen standing atop Mount Daqing, there on Patriarch Reliance's back, also looking up into the starry sky. He was suppressing the fierceness of his own gaze, but if he weren't, it would be completely shocking. He did not emanate the fluctuations of the Tao realm, nor the ancient realm. He was not an immortal nor some type of spirit. In fact, he appeared to be mortal without any cultivation-based fluctuations at all. And yet, he seemed incredibly dangerous. I, Dong Hu, have been taking care of this treasure for my entire life. It was not destined to be mine, which means that I have been preparing it for someone else. I realized that many years ago, but by then, I had already become the spirit of the treasure. But what does that really matter? Astonishingly, that middle-aged man was none other than Dong Hu. Back in the very beginning, there were 4 boys who had been taken by Su Qing to the Reliance sect: Meng Hao, Wang Yukai, Fatty, and Dong Hu. After all of them were separated, Su Qing entered the cycle of reincarnation. Wang Yukai lost his eyes to gain ultimate enlightenment, Fatty gained numerous wives and concubines, and Meng Hao made a meteoric rise. As of this moment, Dong Hu was standing on Mount Daqing, there on Patriarch Reliance's back as he charged up into the starry sky. Meng Hao was battering the landmass that was the first heaven. Massive cracks and fissures were spreading out, and it was hard to tell how much longer the first heaven would be able to hold together. Meanwhile, down in the 8th mountain and sea, rumbling sounds echoed out from the region of the 33 hells. Then, the starry sky seemed to shatter as a huge rift opened up. A bedraggled figure trudged out, a figure who radiated both madness and venomous hatred. He immediately coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, after which flames of insanity ignited within his eyes. Then he threw his head back and let out a piercing howl. "Meng Hao, I hereby swear to wipe out your entire clan." It was none other than the golden-armored outsider Long Linzi, who Meng Hao had lured into the 33 Hells, one of the outsider's 2 Dao sovereigns. Currently, not a scrap of golden armor could be seen on him. He was in very sore straits, and was clearly fatigued. However, his energy level was no less than before, and in fact he was slightly stronger. It was impossible to tell what torments he had endured within the 33 Hells, nor how he had managed to escape. However, the price he had paid was clearly unimaginable. Were that not the case, he wouldn't be so consumed with resentment. As soon as he appeared, his divine sense spread out, whereupon a tremor ran through him. He heard the shouts and cries coming from the cultivators of the 8th mountain and sea, as well as his fellow outsiders, and looked up into the sky. Then he saw his home, the land mass that was the first heaven, beginning to crumble. What filled him with more fury than ever was that he could clearly sense the aura of Meng Hao, whom he hated with a passion and couldn't wait to tear apart with his teeth. "Meng Hao," he growled, throwing his head back, letting out a mind-bogglingly powerful roar that filled the entire 8th mountain and sea. All cultivators and outsiders felt their minds trembling as Long Linzi transformed into a beam of bright light that shot up into the air. Paragon Igu was still in the middle of battling Paragon Seedream. He hadn't been very anxious earlier, but was now considering paying any price, no matter how severe, to break away from the fight. However, as soon as he sensed Long Linzi's aura, his eyes began to shine with a strange light. The Imperial Lord who was fighting Xidagarba had the same reaction. The 3 incarnations of the other Dao sovereign breathed sighs of relief, and then let loose powerful streams of divine will, which sent ripples out into the void. "Kill Meng Hao! Stop him! Regardless of the price, he must be cut down. The shocking level of their divine will spread throughout the entire mountain and sea realm, causing all cultivators to sense it." Those cultivators' faces instantly flickered, and anxiety sprang up in their hearts. Meng Hao had become the symbol of their spirit, the spark that fueled the flames in their eyes. If the first heaven truly fell, then that spark would grow into an inferno which could inundate heaven and earth. But if the first heaven didn't fall, and if Meng Hao died, then those flames would not do a lick of damage to anyone except themselves. Countless numbers of cultivators watched anxiously as everything shook. As for Long Linzi, he knew exactly what his mission was. The safety of his homeland, and his enmity toward Meng Hao, became one, filling him with an explosive madness that caused him to disregard even his own safety. "Meng Hao!" Long Linzi let out a mighty roar as he shot with incredible speed toward the first heaven. As he neared, the land mass up above continued to break apart. There were even some places along the borders that were falling. Scattered fragments of stone were falling down through the starry sky, which were then set aflame by the friction of entering the region of the mountain and sea realm. Soon, the starry sky was like a sea of flames. Everyone watching was filled with complete and utter shock. Long Linzi even began to burn his own life force, causing flames to burst out around him as he shot toward the first heaven. In the same moment that he was about to set foot into the first heaven, Meng Hao was hovering there in midair, looking at the mass of flames around him. Miserable shrieks rang out in his ears as the lands cracked and crumbled. Cities fell in ruin, and numerous buildings collapsed. Mountains became plains, and plains became rifts and valleys. He could sense the power of expulsion coming from the world, as well as the bitterness of the world's will as it howled in grief. Inwardly, Meng Hao sighed, then suddenly looked off into the distance. A moment later, his eyes came to rest on Long Linzi, who had just burst into the first heaven like a lightning bolt. This was his home, where he had grown up and practiced cultivation. He had many wonderful memories of this place, and everywhere he looked he could see places where he had spent time. But now, looking around caused him to tremble, and his vision to turn red as if with blood. He wanted to say something, to shout out, but no sound would come. He began to pant, and the feeling of fury and madness within him was completely overwhelming. "Why you? You maniac! I can't believe you're willing to destroy my people, my tribe, all the cities. The entire world. We might be at war, but how could you go so far?" Long Lindsay's maddened eyes were completely bloodshot, and were even shedding tears of blood. His heart felt as if it were being stabbed. In all directions, he only saw destroyed cities, and countless numbers of his people dead or dying. He smelled the blood of his fellow tribesmen, and could see piles of corpses and ruins. "Meng Hao!" he roared, filled with hatred and madness. He transformed into a beam of light that shot toward Meng Hao, causing everything to shake. "So you do understand that there are limits to the wars of cultivators. Mortals should be left alone." Meng Hao looked scornfully at Long Lindsay. Voice cool, he said, "I'm not sure about all of the other cultivators in the mountains and seas," he continued, "but I live by the motto, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Today, the extermination of the first heaven is only the beginning." Meng Hao's voice was as cold as ice as it echoed out. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and then punched out toward Long Lindsay. He was 5,000 kilometers away, but he still unleashed the life extermination fist. A will of extermination exploded out, sucking in all of the life force in the area, the life of the first heaven. That fist strike shook lands, rocked mountains, and caused colors to flash in the air as it rumbled forth. Long Lindsay's eyes widened. Although he was completely enraged, he was still in command of his senses. As soon as Meng Hao attacked, his heart began to thump. Even though the power of the fist strike came purely from Meng Hao's fleshly body, it still filled him with a sensation of intense danger. Without any hesitation, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then pointed toward Meng Hao. Instantly, essence power exploded out, becoming a six-colored vortex that slammed into Meng Hao's fist strike. Rumble. Heaven and earth were trembling, as was Long Lindsay as he staggered backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Meng Hao also fell back, and although every step he took was upon the air itself, the ground below quaked in response, and after a few steps, it exploded. The ground collapsed for 3,000 meters in all directions as a huge hole appeared in the earth. Rocks and rubble fell down toward the mountain and sea realm as a crater was opened up that pierced through the entire first heaven. In fact, if you looked down into that breach, you would be able to see the mountain and sea realm down below. That was how Meng Hao fought, borrowing the force of an attack against him to unleash his own bombardment. Long Lindsay roared, and his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, causing 6 essences to erupt out. They instantly transformed into 6 ferocious lizards, which radiated fearsome wills of extermination as they charged Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he laughed coldly. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and then he waved it out, summoning the Paragon Bridge. When the Paragon Bridge descended onto the 6 essence lizards, a massive rumbling boom echoed out as everything was destroyed. Long Lindsay looked at the shattered lands that were his home, and screamed. Then, laughing bitterly, he began to burn his life force to explosively increase the power of his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the air to appear in front of Meng Hao. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and flames leapt out to form a gigantic mouth which lunged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao had no time to dodge. He simply watched as the black mouth of flames bit down onto him. Black flames raged as everything was ripped open. The sky, the land, and the air. But then, rumbling sounds could be heard as the black flames collapsed, and Meng Hao walked out, holding the battle weapon. He didn't pause for even a moment before charging Long Lindsay. The battle weapon was incredibly powerful, but was also quite draining. Although Meng Hao was careful with how he drew upon his cultivation base, when the time came to attack, he never hesitated. And now, the battle weapon was slashing down toward Long Lindsay. In that instant, however, a tremor ran through Long Lindsay, and he suddenly threw his head back and howled. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as his body unexpectedly split apart like a cicada shedding its carapace. Shockingly, only one of those bodies was hit by the battle weapon. The other body fell back in full retreat, black light flickering around him. Although his aura had diminished, he was completely uninjured. "How many times can you attack like that?" Long Lindsay roared, a windstorm kicking up around him. Meng Hao frowned, performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, and then pointed toward Long Lindsay. It was the 8th demon sealing hex, and yet, as soon as the hexing magic was unleashed, Long Lindsay threw his head back and roared, "Mother of lizards, will of the first heaven, safeguard me." As Long Lindsay roared, a shocking will arose from within the crumbling first heaven. It instantly descended upon Long Lindsay, fighting back against the hexing magic, completely negating it in shocking fashion. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed, but he didn't hesitate. He put the battle weapon away and then clenched his fist to unleash the bedevilment fist. Long Lindsay was sent tumbling backward with a boom. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, but a vicious expression could be seen on his face as he began to perform an incantation gesture. However, even as he did so, Meng Hao snorted coldly and transformed into an azure rock. As the rock closed in, talons ripped through the air toward Long Lindsay. Even as those talons closed in, rumbling sounds echoed out from Long Lindsay as he abandoned his humanoid shape and transformed into a black lizard. Roaring, he swept his tail through the air, shattering it as it bashed into the rock. The azure rock shattered, and blood oozed out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth. However, he didn't slow down. Instead, his right hand clenched into a fist and he punched Long Lindsay directly in the chest. This was none other than the god-slaying fist. It converged his will with the will of heaven, turning into a fist strike that could exterminate everything. Massive booms rang out as the fist absorbed half of the life force of the entire first heaven, unleashing both a spirit of bedevilment and a will of godslaying. Long Lindsay screamed miserably as he was sent tumbling backward. His flesh and blood were mangled, his scales shattered. He slammed into the ground, which quaked as a huge crater opened up. As that crater crumbled open, Meng Hao once again began to grow in size until he was 3,000 meters tall. Then he took a step forward, leaping into the crater and slamming another fist toward Long Lindsay. However, as the fist was unleashed, Meng Hao frowned. Long Lindsay's body was somewhat blurry, and he even let out a cold snort. "Not real," Meng Hao murmured, his expression calm. However, his right hand didn't slow down, but instead sped up as it rocketed toward the illusory figure. The full power of his fleshly body and his cultivation base backed the fist strike as it passed through the illusion and slammed into the earth behind it. The resulting boom shook the entire land mass. Several massive craters formed that penetrated all the way through to the other side of the land mass, sending massive amounts of rubble tumbling down toward the mountain and sea realm. As for Meng Hao himself, he followed the collapse of the crater down, evading the vicious tail strike which swept out from Long Lindsay. As the tail screamed past his head, Long Lindsay roared viciously, then changed tactics, reaching out with his hands to grab Meng Hao. "You don't need to come after me," Meng Hao said coolly. The lightning cauldron suddenly appeared above his head. Lighting danced, and he turned in the direction of Long Lindsay, instantly switching places with him via form displacement transposition. The moment they switched locations, Meng Hao unleashed his divine sense, which was 80% as powerful as a paragon's. A boom could be heard as it crushed onto Long Lindsay, shoving him downward. Divine sense that powerful should have been enough to seriously injure him, and yet an enormous statue suddenly appeared behind him, which surrounded Long Lindsay and also resisted the divine sense. As it fought back, it pushed aggressively toward Meng Hao. Just when Meng Hao was about to counterattack, a sacrificial power suddenly rose up from within the fourth mountain and sea. That sacrificial power caused Long Lindsay to grow rapidly, and also increased the level of his cultivation base. He then threw his head back and howled as he shot toward Meng Hao at top speed. Meng Hao frowned. He could tell that the outsider Imperial Lord who was fighting with Xianxia in the fourth mountain and sea could not extricate himself from the fight. Instead, he had unleashed this secret magic, taking some of his own cultivation base and imparting it upon Long Linzi. Rumbling echoed out as flames erupted around the incoming Long Linzi. Then he performed an incantation gesture, and the huge statue's eyes opened. It glared at Meng Hao with a look like death itself, completely locking down the area surrounding him. "Die!" howled Long Linzi, barreling forward to slam his head into Meng Hao. Meng Hao's right hand shot up, and the meat jelly appeared. Knowing exactly what Meng Hao wanted, it simply sighed and transformed into a wide rubbery membrane. A mighty thwacking sound echoed out as Long Linzi slammed into the meat jelly and was then propelled backward. The force of his blow dispersed. Trembling, Long Linzi let out a roar, and yet, it couldn't drown out the cry of pain that rang out from the meat jelly's mouth. "Oh, www. That hurt like hell. Lord Third gives up. I give up." The meat jelly rapidly shrank back down, transforming into a beam of light that shot back into Meng Hao's bag of holding. As for Long Linzi, the backlash sent stabs of pain throughout his body, setting his qi and blood aboil, and temporarily freezing up his cultivation base. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. Even as Long Linzi fell back, he extended his right hand and waved his finger to unleash the 8th demon sealing hex. Long Linzi lurched to a stop. They were no longer in the first heaven now, but rather underneath it. Therefore, Long Linzi could no longer benefit from the blessing of the will of the first heaven, and thus the demon sealing hex immediately succeeded. Almost as soon as Long Linzi lurched to a stop, the battle weapon appeared in Meng Hao's hand, which he slashed out. "Let's see how you escape this time," he said. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. This slashing blade was moving too fast for Long Linzi to be able to defend against. No escape magic could be used, and he was also locked in place by Meng Hao's hexing magic. However, it was at this point that, in another part of the starry sky, the outsider Paragon who was fighting Sea Dream suddenly let out a powerful roar, causing a blood-colored light to shine from its body. Instantly, a similar blood-colored light began to shine from Long Linzi. Apparently, some sort of strange connection had sprung up between the two of them. "Blood symbiosis?" Sea Dream said coldly. "Egu, you really dare to unleash this magic while fighting me?" She immediately attacked the Paragon. However, because of the blood-colored light, Meng Hao's attack was already doomed to fail. Long Linzi vanished, reappearing off in the distance a moment later. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's battle weapon slashed a massive rift into the void. Off in the distance, Long Linzi glared at Meng Hao, his lips twisting into a smile. However, instead of heading toward Meng Hao again, he turned and shot toward the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao simply watched him go, eyes cold. "Meng Hao, since you dare to exterminate the first heaven, I'll just start exterminating cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Let's see whether or not you choose to save them." Long Linzi was already coughing up blood, and in a completely bedraggled state. Roaring, he shot toward the mountain and sea realm, hoping to force Meng Hao to stop attacking the first heaven. "You want to wipe out the first heaven? I'll slaughter your mountain and sea cultivators. Let's see which of us is the most ruthless, and who gives in first." The maddened Long Linzi rapidly picked up speed. "Do you care more about this dying land mass than the living cultivators of the mountains and seas? What's your choice, Meng Hao?" Meng Hao's pupils constricted. The effective power of his cultivation base was already past the 5 essences level, and was fully in the 6 essences level. However, Long Linzi was at the same level. Although there was some difference between them, that difference wasn't vast. Furthermore, Meng Hao's most powerful asset, his divine sense, was something his opponent was already equipped to defend himself against. Most relevant was that he had received blessings from an Imperial Lord and a Paragon. Because of all those terrifying enhancements, he had numerous ways to avoid death. Were that not the case, he would already be dead, cut down by Meng Hao's battle weapon. An unsightly expression appeared on Meng Hao's face. Suddenly, he transmitted a message. "Chomen Tai, can you turn this outsider Paragon Egu into a puppet?" Chomen Tai's ancient voice immediately echoed back in response. To guarantee success, It must be done when the paragon is personally attacking you. I only have one chance to pull it off, and in this situation the likelihood of success is less than 30%. In all of Meng Hao's calculations, he had never anticipated that Long Linzi would escape from the battle at such a critical moment. Now that he thought about it, it most likely had something to do with the outsider paragon. Only that paragon would be able to save Long Linzi and then use him to pin Meng Hao down. Meng Hao had no choice. Rationally speaking, he should just continue to attack the first heaven. However, his heart wouldn't let him do that. Sighing softly, he was about to make his choice when his eyes suddenly widened. Looking down toward the mountain and sea realm, he saw a bright beam of light shooting with incredible speed, directly toward Long Linzi. Patriarch Reliance. Meng Hao thought, completely shaken. It was none other than Patriarch Reliance, howling as he flew along at top speed. "Hey, you wimpy little lizard. Patriarch Reliance is here to put you in your place." Patriarch Reliance roared, suddenly growing even more gargantuan in size as he barreled toward the Long Linzi. At the same time, a tremor ran through Patriarch Reliance, and rumbling sounds could be heard as innumerable magical symbols appeared all over him. When Patriarch Reliance wasn't attacking Meng Hao, those magical symbols could actually bolster the power of his cultivation base. Furthermore, the fluctuations of ceiling marks being released suddenly emanated out. Patriarch Reliance's biggest secret was something that no one except for Meng Hao knew about. He had been alive since the days of the ancient demon Immortal sect. When he and Meng Hao had clashed in the past, the cultivation base power he had unleashed was already in the Dao realm. There was even a brief moment once where he had emitted the fluctuations of a Dao lord. Patriarch Reliance was one tough cookie, and the fact that he was now on a collision course with him filled Long Linzi with fear. Now, thanks to the interference of Patriarch Reliance, he was unable to engage in any form of slaughter in the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao laughed loudly. Now, it was without any hesitation that he shot back toward the landmass that was the first heaven. To the grief of the will of the first heaven, rumbling could be heard as more cities fell, and more statues were destroyed. Mountains and rivers vanished, and the entire landmass began to show signs that it was going to fall completely. Chunks of rubble began to drop down as fissures spread out across the entire landmass. Rumbling sounds could be heard as huge sections of land began to tumble down. All of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm watched as the landmass that was the first heaven began to shatter into pieces. Spirits were stirred. As of this moment, all cultivators of the mountain and sea realm felt their spirits rising in unprecedented fashion. Mountain and sea cultivators, fight to the death! In all of the 9 mountains and seas, the cultivators were whipped into an excited frenzy. They immediately launched vicious counterattacks against the outsiders. At the same time, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Anticipation, at the thought of the heaven which loomed over them falling to pieces. They were waiting. Each and every one of the mountain and sea cultivators was waiting. They were waiting for heaven to collapse. Afterward, that heaven would never again block the gazes of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm as they looked up into the sky. Layer by layer, the ceiling of the 33 heavens would be destroyed, and the mountain and sea cultivators would be able to look up into the true starry sky and see the true vast expanse. It would be just like in the days of the Paragon Immortal realm, when they were valiant and indomitable in spirit. The outsiders were in a daze, trembling as they looked up at the shattering landmass that was the first heaven. For the first time, they truly felt fear and dread regarding the Paragon Immortal realm which had existed deep in their blood, and was now gradually seeping out. Countless outsiders were shaking in fear, and although they were still fighting, still struggling against the mountain and sea cultivators, that was only because they still held hope that the landmass above would not collapse. The Imperial Lord roared, and the Paragon raged. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth, and massive rumbling sounds could be heard. The first heaven was shaking violently, and more pieces were beginning to crumble away. The will of the world that existed in the first heaven let out a scream of boundless grief, as if it were dying. Shockingly, corpses were now falling down through the cracks that spread throughout the first heaven. There were also the crumbled ruins of buildings, and even large swaths of entire cities. The whole world was completely shaken. No! Despondent howls rang out from several different locations among the mountains and seas, where the incarnations of the outsider Tao sovereign were. Those various incarnations had been fighting the mountain and sea lords, but now they were trembling and losing the will to fight. Their eyes were bright red, and in their madness, tears of blood were seeping down. That was because they had just caught sight of a city falling down out of the sky. Only about half of it was left intact, and that city was actually the personal fiefdom of the outsider Tao sovereign in the first heaven. It also was the home of many of his relatives. But now the city was collapsing, and thus one could imagine the fates of all of those relatives. Meng Hao! Howled the incarnations of the outsider Tao sovereign, which then went all out, paying any price, even burning their life forces to try to break out from being pinned down by the mountain and sea lords. Of course, the mountain and sea lords weren't in the same position as the outsider Tao sovereign, and weren't willing to burn their life forces. In the brief moment of hesitation in which they tried to decide what to do, the Tao sovereign's incarnations burst free. Beams of burning light shot through the air to converge together into a unified figure, which was the complete Tao sovereign. Although his incarnations had been severely injured, and two had been cut down by Meng Hao, burning his life force quickly returned him to his peak. Throwing his head back and howling, he shot toward the first heaven, brimming with hatred and madness. As of this moment, all outsiders could see what was happening, and were shaking in anticipation of their Tao sovereign preventing their home from being destroyed. Tears of blood streaked down the outsider Tao sovereign's face as he shot through the air toward the first heaven. However, in almost the exact same instant that he took to flight, massive, jaw-dropping rumbling sounds echoed out from the first heaven, shaking the entire mountain and sea realm. The noise was so loud that cultivators and outsiders alike felt as if their eardrums would burst at any moment. All of them stopped fighting and looked up toward the first heaven. What they saw was a massive crack splitting the entire land mass, as a chunk that comprised nearly 10% of the entire structure suddenly began to split off, accompanied by grating sounds as loud as thunder. A massive chunk of the overall land mass, a piece large as the starry sky of any of the mountains and seas, slowly began to sag down. As that chunk slowly tilted to the side, all buildings and structures atop the land mass crumbled. However, it was also possible to see areas where the chunk was still connected to the main land mass. It was in that moment that Meng Hao appeared. He raised his right hand and unleashed a fist strike. To the shock of everyone, that blast cut all connections with the main land mass. Ryuayuam Blel. A full 10% of the entire land mass began to fall down toward the mountain and sea realm. It was incredibly enormous, so big that it seemed capable of crushing anything beneath it. However, it was then that the will of the mountains and seas swept out, shredding the lifeless chunk into countless clouds of rubble, which exploded out into the starry sky like blooming flowers and then slowly floated downward. The mountain and sea realm went completely silent. The outsiders stared with wide eyes. The outsider Tao sovereign was trembling, and then let out a miserable howl filled with despair, hatred, and even regret. Whether he regretted splitting himself into multiple incarnations, or regretted marching out to battle and the war itself, only he could know. Then, rumbling sounds echoed out as a second chunk of the land mass began to split off. Then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Seas of flame raged in the starry sky, illuminating the entire mountain and sea realm. By now, the land mass was completely riddled with massive cracks. One chunk after another began to break off and fall down toward the mountain and sea realm. A long moment passed, and then the loudest boom of them all echoed out, a boom which rocked the whole mountain and sea realm, and the entire first heaven. Boom! It was like a sudden clap of thunder that roared out into the starry sky, and even caused the mountain and sea realm to vibrate. Then, gasps began to rise up into the air. The first heaven was completely collapsing. All cultivators of the mountain and sea realm could see that it was completely and utterly broken into countless pieces. Rubble fell down, as if the first heaven were a mirror which had been shattered. Not a single piece of land was qualified to remain floating up above in the starry sky. All of the shattered, crushed and broken remnants fell down out of the sky. Heaven collapsed. That collapse was only a collapse of the first heaven, but as of this moment, it was a huge blow to all outsiders within the mountain and sea realm. They were trembling violently, and none of them could even speak. Their eyes were filled with blankness and despair. Their home was gone. Their home, which had flourished for tens upon tens of thousands of years, was now gone. Their fellow tribe members were gone. In the past, countless relatives had lived quiet lives up in the first heaven, but now they were gone. The first heaven was destroyed, shattered into pieces. Cities, rubble, and corpses fell down like rain. Everything was no more. Despair washed through the outsiders, and they no longer had any will to fight. They were trembling and terrified. In sharp contrast, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were enlivened and completely ready to do battle. Meng Hao had truly done something that shook heaven and earth. A mighty act. He could not illuminate every inch of the starry sky of the mountain and sea realm, but he could cause light to shine within the eyes of all cultivators there, to gleam within their hearts and their divine will. That light was the spirit of the mountain and sea realm, the rise to prominence of an entire people. He destroyed the first heaven to crush the hearts of the outsiders, and to give hope to the mountain and sea cultivators, to stir their hearts. We can do it. We can still secure victory. Rumbling echoed down from above, and at the same time, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm roared. Their impassioned cries swept out like tempests. Not even the sounds of the first heaven's destruction could drown them out. The first heaven is collapsing. The first heaven is no more. He did it. Meng Hao actually did it. People were shouting and crying, and their tears glistened under the flickering light of the flames overhead. The light their eyes shone with was that of hope, of inspiration, and of determination. Within the seventh mountain and sea on planet Tiger Cage, the cultivators were all trembling with excitement. Their hearts had been dead, but now that the first heaven was collapsing, it was as if they had been resurrected. In the 9 mountains and seas, the cultivators on all of the battlefields had been repressed for far too long. Now that the first heaven had collapsed, they erupted out, exploded, and their rising spirits filled the entire mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao, Meng Hao. It was hard to say who said it first, but soon everyone was chanting his name. All of the voices in the mountain and sea realm joined together into a thunderous cry. The sound of their conjoined voices rose up through the starry sky, until even Meng Hao could hear them. Meng Hao, Meng Hao. Meng Hao, Meng Hao. The mountain and sea realm was astir in a way it had never been before. The cultivators were bursting with excitement, and as for the outsiders, they were trembling in despair and utter terror. Although they didn't completely understand, they could sense that the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were different than they had been before. They were more valiant, more unyielding, and more terrifying. It was as if a unified people was finally rising up. It was as if the mountain and sea realm had been a sleeping giant that anyone could humiliate freely. But now that giant had opened its eyes. It was awake. That awakening caused heaven and earth to flash with colors. That awakening caused the starry sky to be completely shaken. The crumbling first heaven up above was like a sacrificial offering which was now awakening the mountain and sea realm. In the 9th mountain and sea, everyone in the Fang clan was cheering. Fang Xiufeng couldn't be more excited as he watched Meng Hao, his heart bursting with intense pride. He wanted to shout out to all cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao is MY's son. All of the chosen whom Meng Hao had dealt with in the past, be it Fan Donger or Ji Yin, couldn't help but be swept up in the excitement. Although they had some mixed emotions, they weren't thinking about the things that had happened in the past. In their eyes, they saw a blazing sun, lifting the spirits of the people. Meng Hao. In fact, there were even some cultivators who looked over at those chosen and suddenly realized that owing Meng Hao money wasn't necessarily such a bad thing. If Meng Hao asked, there would be hosts of people who would elatedly write promissory notes for him. To be connected to him by karma could be considered good fortune. Su Qing was smiling, Fang Yu was smiling, and Meng Li was smiling. A smile could even be seen on the face of Li Linger. As of this moment, all cultivators of the mountain and sea realm felt something different inside of them that hadn't been there before. On planet South Heaven, Shui Donglu watched the mountain and sea realm rise up, watched hope appear, and he threw his head back and laughed. With this spirit, then, even if the mountains and seas are defeated, then as long as a single cultivator remains alive, then the spark will burn, and the bloodline of the mountains and seas will be passed down for all eternity. Shui Donglu laughed heartily, a laughter of pure happiness. He knew that, as of this day, victory and defeat were not important. Up in the starry sky, Meng Hao hovered there, looking down at the entirety of the mountain and sea realm. At the same time, the cultivators down below were looking up through the shattered remnants of the first heaven at Meng Hao. Meng Hao felt as if he should say something, so he thought for a moment, then spoke. I am a mountain and sea cultivator. He bolstered his words with his cultivation base and divine sense, causing them to echo out, starting with the fourth mountain and sea, then spreading to the third, second, first as well as the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth. Gradually, everyone in the mountain and sea realm was shouting the exact same thing. I am a mountain and sea cultivator. I am a mountain and sea cultivator. I am a mountain and sea cultivator. The sound rolled out as each and every cultivator shouted from the bottoms of their heart. Shouted words that contained their lives, their wills, and their pride. Even more shocking was what happened next. There on planet South Heaven, Shui Donglu threw his head back and lifted both hands up into the air. In response, the will of the mountain and sea realm began to boil and rumble explosively. Massive amounts of the energy of heaven and earth, which had been stored up for years, now spread out through the entire mountain and sea realm, boring into the bodies of all cultivators. One by one, people began to roar as they experienced cultivation-based breakthroughs. They had been suppressed for far too long, but now, the seal of the 33 heavens was weakening. Now that the mountain and sea realm had been stimulated, the cultivators began to soar. Henceforth, the 33 heavens were now 32 heavens, and their seal had lost one of its layers. As the rumbling sounds echoed out into the ears of the outsiders, they shook and began to edge backward. They no longer had any will or faith to fight whatsoever. Even the outsider Tao sovereign Long Linzi, who was fighting Patriarch Reliance, was shaking. Perhaps we were mistaken. A mountain and sea realm like this, an extension of the Paragon Immortal realm itself, is something that we cannot subjugate, that we cannot destroy. The outsider Imperial Lord fighting with Xidagarba also began to shake. His cultivation base put him on the cusp of being a paragon, and therefore he could see even more of what was happening. He could see the mountain and sea realm awakening, and he could see its aura slowly rising up from deep within. Outsider Paragon Igu, who was fighting Paragon Sea Dream, felt intense bitterness in his heart. As a paragon, he could see the entirety of the mountain and sea realm, and understood everything that was happening. He could also sense that terrifying aura rising up, the pride which had been passed down all the way from the Paragon Immortal realm. The immortals from the era of the Paragon Immortal realm had been valiant, proud, without being arrogant. They had been powerful, but not cruel, and had thus subjugated numerous lower realms, sweeping across all heaven and earth, dominating the starry sky. It had been a very, very long time since Paragon Igu saw an aura like this, and yet, here it was on this day. Yet again, he felt that aura taking root. This kid might not love fighting, he thought, and he might not understand troop movements and formations, nor does he excel in the art of war or of military campaigns. However, he has mastered the quintessence of war. Ordinary people think that war is about subjugation. Some more intelligent people realize that it is about death and destruction. However, the truly wise know that war is about destroying the spirit of your enemy. Any given world, and any given people, have a spirit that leads to the most terrifying kind of willpower. Back in the days of the Paragon Immortal realm, that spirit was suppressed, and that willpower altered, forced to hole up here. It was sealed up, not just by the 33 heavens, but by the people themselves. But now, everything has changed. That kid must die. The outsider Paragon's eyes flickered with cold light. It was at about this time that bitter laughter could be heard not too far away from Meng Hao. It was the outsider Dao Sovereign, who had now converged his incarnations back together, who had burned his life force to try to prevent the first heaven from collapsing. However, he had acted too late. Now his mind was completely shaking. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he shot murderously toward Meng Hao, raving in madness. "You destroyed my home, and you destroyed my people," he shrieked as he closed in at top speed. "You wiped out everything that was ours, Meng Hao. You wiped yourselves out," Meng Hao said calmly. He was just about to launch an attack, when all of a sudden, he turned to look at the collapsing first heaven. He could sense the aura of essence. World essence, he thought. Eyes glittering, heart surging with elation. He thought back to the world essence of the windswept realm. The enormous land mass that was the first heaven also had essence, although it vastly exceeded the essence from the windswept realm. After all, this was one of the surviving, unbroken remnants of the 3,000 lower realms. Therefore, it was only natural that this place had world essence. World essence was a supreme Tao, a complete Tao based on an entire world. As such, different worlds had different types of world essence. Years before, Meng Hao had experienced numerous deadly situations, all to acquire the world essence of the windswept realm. After acquiring it, he had been able to unlock his all-heaven Tao immortal bloodline, and had even been able to plant the all-heaven Tao seed within the blood of the entire Fang clan. That world essence had affected Meng Hao in a profound way. In fact, later on, the only reason why he eventually rose to the heights he had, to be able to slaughter Tao lords and Tao sovereigns, was because of his all-heaven bloodline. And that was because of the windswept realm's world essence, the traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. As of this moment, Meng Hao was completely shaken. He could sense the all-heaven Tao immortal blood inside him boiling, as if it were consumed by incredible thirst. He suddenly had the intense premonition that if he could get that world essence, then he might have a chance to further awaken his all-heaven Tao immortal blood. He could even sense that the world essence of the first heaven was something very different than the windswept realm's traitorous sutra of the rebel Tao. If he could gain enlightenment of it, the results would be extraordinary. It could help cultivators gain enlightenment of great Tao relics of heaven and earth. The 33 heavens had tolerated the windswept realm only because of its world essence which they coveted. Right now, as the land mass that was the first heaven collapsed, it was possible to tell that this world essence was far more powerful than the windswept realms. Furthermore, it was now seeping out through the shattered cracks that riddled the first heaven. Meng Hao didn't hesitate for a moment. He flickered into motion, avoiding the outsider Tao sovereign to suddenly appear in the location of the world essence. When that happened, an intense essence aura rumbled out toward Meng Hao. His mind suddenly grew 100 times clearer, and he became 100 times more agile. The feeling of a great Tao, of a powerful essence, was even more explosive than before. Most importantly, his powers of deduction were now vastly beyond what they had been. Even his bloodline experienced strange transformations, signs of absorption and change. As soon as Meng Hao sensed the world essence, he began to absorb it. The world essence around him began to move, and then became visible for all to see. Countless motes of light, emanating soft glows, floated out from the first heaven and spread out to fill the entire area. From a distance, it was possible to see 100,000 of them, forming together into the shape of a lizard. As for Meng Hao, he was located where that lizard's heart would be, where the world essence was most dense. At this point, the outsider Tao sovereign gasped, then cried out, "World essence!" The outsider Paragon fighting Sea Dream saw the lizard-shaped world essence, and his eyes filled with grief. That was not the essence of just any world, that was the world essence from where he had been born and grown up. Were it given enough time, it could actually become a real living being. All of the cultivators and outsiders could see what was happening, although not everyone understood it. Of course, thanks to the events which had occurred in the windswept realm, the echelon cultivators from the various mountains and seas knew exactly what they were looking at, and their jaws dropped. It only took an instant for them to realize that this was world essence. Meng Hao's heart was pounding. Based on the level of his current cultivation base, being able to sense this world essence filled him with an intense desire to acquire it. Furthermore, he knew that world essence was extremely precious, especially to him. He was currently in the very middle of all of the world essence, and every breath he took caused vast amounts of it to flow into him. His thinking grew quicker, his powers of deduction stronger, and even his willpower seemed to increase. It was as if he were becoming more at one with heaven and earth. It was at this same point that the outsider Dao sovereign, eyes red, life force burning, suddenly had a strange feeling. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion or not, but after seeing Meng Hao begin to absorb the world essence, he almost thought he could hear the world essence screaming. This was the essence of his home, the homeland of his heart, the mother of lizards. Meng Hao, he roared. He flickered into motion, shooting into the world essence in an attempt to stop Meng Hao. However, as he closed in, Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he dodged to the side, clearly not interested in tangling with the outsider Dao sovereign. Instead, he went all out to continue to absorb the world essence. When he couldn't dodge to the side, he used the lightning cauldron and form displacement transposition to put distance between the two of them as he continued to absorb the world essence. As for the outsider Dao sovereign, considering that Meng Hao wasn't of a mind to do combat, there was little he could do. After all, although it might seem as if they were on the same level in terms of battle prowess, the truth of the matter was that Meng Hao was now just a bit stronger than the outsider Dao sovereign. Were it not for the fact that the world essence seemed unstable, as if it might fade away at any moment, then Meng Hao would definitely have already attacked and killed him, and then continued the absorption process later. Unfortunately, there was no time for that. His body flashed as he dodged a black sea of flames, after which he took in a deep breath, causing massive amounts of world essence to rumble toward him. As the world essence shrank down, miserable screams echoed out that could be heard nowhere else except in the minds of the outsiders. It was as if the world essence was begging its people, begging all lizard cultivators to help it. Throughout the mountain and sea realm, the outsiders were trembling, and expressions of grief could be seen on their faces. However, there was nothing they could do. Meng Hao continued to absorb the world essence, and his eyes began to glow with increasing brightness. He almost looked like a sun, radiating a dazzling, boundless light of understanding. He could clearly sense his thoughts racing faster than ever before. He could detect things that he had never been able to detect before, and could also feel the indescribable enlightenment of a Tao. It was as if the great Taos of heaven and earth were all there in front of him, and all he had to do was pick one and attempt to understand it. Then, it would be able to grow into an essence which belonged solely to him. This was not like the divine flame, which was an external entity, and not his own. What he was able to do now actually came from his experiences back in the windswept realm. There, he had laid the foundation by coming to enlightenment regarding 3,000 great Taos. That became the sowing of karma, and today he was able to reap it. Understanding essence. He thought, his eyes flashing. I don't need to gain enlightenment of any outside essence. 3,000 great Taos. 3,000 essences. Nobody can have all 3,000. I only need enlightenment of 9 Taos. Those 9 Taos aren't anything I need to jealously attempt to acquire from others, but rather, things which exist inside of me. There are definitely no essences more suitable to me than the 9 demon sealing hexes. I came up with this idea before, to use the demon sealing hexing magics as my Tao realm essences. If each one of the hexes can be an essence, then, when I get all 9 hexes, I will have 9 essences. And that is when Meng Hao will step into the pinnacle of the paragon level. Meng Hao's eyes were shining brightly, and his heart was pounding. As of this moment, he didn't hesitate at all. He went all out with every scrap of power he could muster to gain complete enlightenment of the 8th demon sealing hex, body-spirit hexing. In the instant that Meng Hao made his decision to seek enlightenment of the 8th demon sealing hex, Rumbling sounds filled his mind as all of his mental faculties focused completely on that hex. His mind filled with a roaring like the crash of endless thunder as he analyzed the 8th demon sealing hex, focused on it, broke it apart and dug into it. He contemplated why the hex could cease the movement of the cultivation base, and he pondered how it could even control essence. He analyzed why the hex was even capable of locking down nascent divinities. He even analyzed how the 8th generation demon sealer created this particular hexing magic. Without the world essence, it would have taken Meng Hao a very, very long time to do something like this, and would have required constant research and contemplation. But now, the world essence almost seemed to make time move differently. It was as if 10,000 years passed by for Meng Hao with a single thought, benefiting him with all of the understanding he would come to in such a time. As he continued to analyze and ponder, screams echoed endlessly within the minds of the outsiders, and they knew that the motes of light that were the world essence were being uncontrollably absorbed by Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 motes of light had been sucked into him. His powers of deduction became more profound, and he could analyze things faster. His eyes gleamed so brightly that anyone who could actually see him would be shocked. It was at this point that an aura of enlightenment began to rise up from him, to merge with heaven and earth, as if he were becoming one with the world. This type of enlightenment was something that all cultivators dreamed of. It was Tao enlightenment. "No!" screamed the outsider Tao sovereign, eyes flashing with madness. Suddenly, his body collapsed, spreading out into the starry sky to form a crimson sea of blood, upon which raged black flames. The red and the black mixed with each other, turning into violet. This was apparently some sort of spirit-dissolving grand magic. The outsider Tao sovereign was willing to abandon his fleshly body and his Tao foundation, to burn all of the power of his nascent divinity, to turn into a sea of flames that swept magnificently toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao did nothing to dodge or evade. His eyes shone with a strange light as the sea of blood surged toward him. Then he waved his finger. That wave of a finger didn't unleash the 8th demon sealing hex, and yet a powerful ripple spread out, causing the sea of blood to lurch to a stop. However, it took only a moment to recover. Rumbling sounds echoed out as violet waves roared, sending blistering heat out toward Meng Hao, along with the power of extermination. "Die!" screamed the outsider Tao sovereign from within the sea of blood, causing a massive pressure to erupt out, spreading out in all directions and then crushing down onto Meng Hao. This insane attack by the outsider Tao sovereign converged all of his willpower, and burned his cultivation base away in exchange for an attack that caused even Meng Hao to feel a twinge of fear. A boom could be heard, and blood oozed out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth. His entire body was on fire as he staggered backward. And yet, he seemed to be completely ignoring that fact. A blankness could now be seen in his eyes, a blankness that came from deep and profound contemplation. It was almost as if he didn't see the danger which was right in front of him. "Die!" The sea of blood transformed into a huge face, which was none other than that of the outsider Tao sovereign. He glared at Meng Hao with intense hatred, howling as the sea of blood suddenly began to swirl, emanating an even more terrifying aura than before as it shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao sat within the sea of flames, frowning, his eyes filled with the gleam of augury. "No, it's not just a simple hexing magic," he muttered. "The essence is hidden within the hexing magic?" Suddenly, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. "I need more world essence." Completely ignoring the sea of blood bearing down on him, he suddenly took a step forward. As his foot descended, the entire world seemed to superimpose upon itself. Then it split apart, as if he had walked into a different dimension, as if he were no longer within the mountain and sea realm. He was now outside of the sea of blood, which crashed onto his former position with a loud rumbling sound. At the same time, more of the world essence surged toward Meng Hao. 10,000. 20,000. In the blink of an eye, he had absorbed more than half of the world essence. His mind was now roaring, and his powers of deduction exploded, as he mentally broke apart the 8th demon sealing hex, until finally, he saw the essence of the hexing magic. Space. A tremor ran through him. Meng Hao saw countless dimensions of space, all of them different sizes. Some were blurry, others were clear. They transformed into countless threads that Meng Hao was very familiar with. Every time he unleashed the 8th hex, these threads would appear, bind whoever was the target of the magic, and seal their cultivation base as well as their nascent divinity. Originally, Meng Hao had assumed that the threads were natural laws of heaven and earth. But now that he could see them clearly, he understood that they were definitely not natural or magical laws. They were dimensional spaces. Numerous dimensional spaces superimposed over each other and then exerted pressure onto a cultivator to seal their cultivation base and nascent divinity. Yes, this is how to truly lock someone down. Shackle the cultivation base with numerous dimensional spaces. In fact, it might be less appropriate to call it locking them down, and more appropriate to call it a sealing. Meng Hao's mind was reeling, and his eyes shone with a strange light as the surrounding world essence continued to pour into him. The entire starry sky shook, and the outsider who had transformed into a sea of flames seethed as he once again bore down on Meng Hao. However, instead of slamming into Meng Hao, he passed right through him. It was as if Meng Hao was now hovering, not in the mountain and sea realm, but in some other dimensional space. The only thing which remained behind was a shadow, an image which everyone could see but not touch. As of this moment, Xidagarba's heart was pounding. The outsider Imperial Lord he was fighting felt his mind trembling, and he gasped as he looked toward Meng Hao with complete astonishment. It wasn't just them. Paragon Sea Dream and the outsider Paragon Igu were also shocked. The Mountain and Sea Lords, as well as the other Dao realm experts of the Mountain and Sea realm, all felt as if their minds were filled with crashing lightning as they realized that they could sense the aura of essence on Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was calm, but the glow of augury in his eyes radiated dazzlingly, and the world essence around him roared as he absorbed it with complete abandon. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. Mere moments later, Meng Hao had absorbed more than 80,000 motes of light. Furthermore, he had entered a state in which something new was now floating in his mind. Essence formed from space. Why did the world have space, and what exactly was it? With the help of the world essence, Meng Hao was able to analyze the subject and to seek enlightenment of it. As of this moment, he had reached an unprecedentedly high peak. Rumbling could be heard as boundless light shone out from him to spread through the entire starry sky. As of this moment, all cultivators and all outsiders were completely shaken. The outsider Dao Sovereign was doing everything he could think of, but was incapable of even touching Meng Hao. All he could do was watch as Meng Hao hovered there in the starry sky, and then closed his eyes. He was now truly gaining Dao enlightenment. What is space? Meng Hao murmured. The sound of his voice echoed out, causing the starry sky to shake. Although his eyes were closed, in his mind, he could see numerous dimensional spaces, spreading out in all directions, stretching out over such a vast area that they seemed limitless. Length is space. Height is space. Breadth is also space. Size can also be an expression of space. Among the countless dimensional spaces, he saw that they could be described in terms of length, height, breadth, and overall size. And yet all of that seemed to be only a portion of what space was. Those were all descriptions of space. However, Meng Hao still didn't understand everything clearly. There was something he was missing, something he hadn't grasped. His brow furrowed as he subconsciously continued to absorb more world essence power. He needed to increase his powers of augury and understanding to gain enlightenment of the true meaning of the essence of space. As of this moment, he had completely forgotten about the Sea of Flames, about the Mountain and Sea realm, about the war. He was completely and utterly immersed in Tao enlightenment. The rest of the world was completely shaken. Both the Mountain and Sea realm and the outsiders had been in an uproar, but now they were silent. Even the Imperial Lord and the Paragon said nothing. At long last, the outsider Dao Sovereign, who had been trying every method possible to kill Meng Hao, finally had no choice but to stop unleashing his magic. It was pointless. As Meng Hao sought Tao enlightenment, the area around him distorted, occasionally expanding, occasionally contracting. Sometimes it would bulge upward and downward, and sometimes it would sweep out to the left or right. The outsider Tao sovereign was trembling in his form of the flame sea. He couldn't affect Meng Hao at all, and in fact was prevented from even getting close to him. The closer he got, the more unstable the void became, until destructive rifts even began to open up. In the end, he simply fled. Currently nothing in existence could get close to that area, with the exception of Meng Hao, who was now gaining enlightenment of the essence of space. Meng Hao's body was also in a distorted state of transformation. Rumbling could be heard as he expanded, then shrunk. In one instant he was as tiny as a mustard seed. In another, as huge as the heavens. The outsider paragon looked at Meng Hao with mixed emotions, and then bitterly muttered, "The essence of space. From ancient times until now, numerous almighty experts have sought enlightenment of it. However, those who succeeded are as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns." Sea Dream's eyes shone with a strange light as she watched Meng Hao, and a smile slowly broke out on her face. Everyone simply watched as Meng Hao hovered there with his eyes closed, the same as ever, seeking enlightenment. As of now, his state exceeded that of the 8th generation demon sealer when he actually created the 8th hex. At that time, he had only needed to understand the initial aspects regarding length, height, breadth, and size. With that, he had been able to create the 8th hex. On the other hand, what Meng Hao was contemplating was beyond that. He was contemplating the very essence of space. That was an essence filled with endless possibilities, and Meng Hao wanted to know all of them. Normally, that would be virtually impossible, but with the aid of the world essence, it was quite the opposite. Currently, rumbling sounds echoed out as Meng Hao continued to absorb more world essence like mad. By this point, Meng Hao had absorbed roughly 90%, 90,000 motes of light. He only continued to absorb them faster and faster. At this point, his augury and contemplation of enlightenment had reached the pinnacle. The final 10,000 motes of world essence light were sucked into him, whereupon his mind felt as if it had been split open by a massive boom that was so loud it was impossible to describe. Amidst the rumbling, his eyes snapped open, and although an abstruse gleam could be seen therein, there was nothing else that was vastly different. And yet, at the same time, the contrast between the blackness of his pupils and whites of his eyes was more distinct than ever. His eyes now sparkled in a way that seemed to indicate that they were filled with a great Tao of heaven and earth. "So that's the essence of space," he said, smiling slightly. He could feel the essence of space fading away within him, and could also sense his enhanced powers of augury and deduction dissipating. He sighed. In almost the same instant that Meng Hao's eyes opened, the instability in the surrounding void faded away. Furthermore, his body returned to the mountain and sea realm. When the maddened outsider Tao Sovereign saw that, his sea of flames form seethed, and he shot toward Meng Hao. Space is nothing more than countless threads, formed together into a pattern. The patterns formed by those threads are space. Meng Hao shook his head, then waved his hand, causing a circle to appear beneath his feet. "I am currently within space," he said, looking down. Then he smiled as his enlightenment deepened. As for the sea of flames that was the outsider Tao Sovereign, it appeared to be on the verge of consuming Meng Hao, but to the Tao Sovereign's utter shock, he realized that the flames were stuck to the outside of the thread that formed the circle. This. The outsider Tao Sovereign's heart was battered by waves of shock, as were the hearts the other outsider Tao Sovereign and the Paragon. Space. He actually gained enlightenment of the essence of space. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he looked at the circle formed by the thread, within which he stood. Then he smiled. "As for these threads, doesn't the essence I have gained enlightenment of consist of more than just the threads themselves? Within these threads are length, height, breadth, and size. They are limitless, and that is space. They are flat, but actually..." He waved his right hand, causing a thread to stretch out from the circle, and then pass over him. In the blink of an eye, the circle of threads was no longer flat, but had transformed into a sphere. With an additional thread, it is no longer a circle, but a sphere, like a world. It's too bad my enlightenment is insufficient, and I can't sustain it for very long. Even as Meng Hao murmured to himself, the sphere collapsed, and he sighed lightly. In my eyes, the world is just a canvas. Meng Hao looked up at the shocked outsider, who was still a sea of flames. Then Meng Hao waved his right hand, causing the flames to suddenly lock into place. Then they began to transform. No longer were they surrounding Meng Hao, but instead, they were now spreading out to form a static image of flames within the starry sky, like a painting. Then he waved his hand, and 4 threads appeared, surrounding the flames, almost as if they were a picture frame. "This is space," he said, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Rumbling could be heard as the sea of flames trembled. Inside, the outsider Tao sovereign was howling bitterly. The fire seemed to be on the verge of slipping out of the shackles, of bursting out from within the threads that held it. And yet it could not. Finally, the flames converged together, transforming into a lizard of fire. It began to butt its head against the threads, and yet that did nothing. It could not free itself. It was completely sealed within what Meng Hao had created, the picture frame. The starry sky was like a canvas, and anyone who could control the essence of space could use their hands like a brush. With a few strokes, threads could be formed together into an outline. What was within that outline was space. If that canvas was folded, the subsequent cracks that were created were dimensional rifts. Furthermore, if the canvas could be formed into a sphere, then that space would be a world. Meng Hao chuckled and suddenly raised his hand into the air, slowly clenching his fist in the direction of the painting within which hung the outsider Tao sovereign. It was as if he were crumpling a piece of paper into a ball. The canvas he had just created instantly transformed into ash. The outsider Tao sovereign within let out a miserable cry, and was then completely destroyed. The task left Meng Hao's face slightly pale, and inwardly he sighed. Because of the world essence of the first heaven, he had gained enlightenment of the Tao of the 8th hex's essence, which was even stronger than Meng Hao had imagined it would be. Although it was very draining, it only served to make him more convinced that his idea of using the hexing magics as the basis of his essences was the correct course. Unfortunately, considering my current cultivation base, I can only use this magic once per month. That limit to the usefulness of the magical technique was the only thing that Meng Hao was disappointed in. It was based completely on the level of his cultivation base and the essence power he could wield. After all, his true cultivation base was actually in the ancient realm, with 6 extinguished soul lamps. With the essence of space, I can seal the 6 essences level. That's my limit. If I were fighting an imperial lord, losing would be a possibility. And as for a paragon, Meng Hao shook his head. He was well aware that everything was dependent on the rise of his cultivation base and his control of more essence power. In fact, his enlightenment of the essence of space could be likened to a vastly deep pit, at the bottom of which was a tiny lake. Eventually, though, that deep pit would become a boundless sea of stars. Furthermore, enlightenment of the essence of the 8th hex was just the first benefit Meng Hao had gained from the world essence. There was also a second, and that was transformations to his blood. Meng Hao could clearly sense that, after absorbing the world essence of the first heaven, his all-heaven Tao immortal bloodline had experienced a strange change. Although that change wasn't large, it was a fundamental one that could shake the heavens and topple the earth. He wasn't sure exactly what that change entailed, but he could sense that his all-heaven bloodline was vastly different. He now knew that there was some completely extraordinary and astounding secret locked within the all-heaven bloodline, something that could perhaps raise him to unprecedented heights. After that change occurred, his all-heaven Tao immortal blood would experience another awakening, and he had the intense premonition that he would reach an unbelievable level. Perhaps that level was a realm that had never been seen before. As for what that realm was, Meng Hao didn't know, but he did know that if he wanted to elicit such an awakening in his all-heaven blood, then he needed to absorb more world essences. After the world essence of the first heaven had been completely absorbed, a slight sliver of awakening could be detected. In almost the exact same instant that Meng Hao finished absorbing the world essence, and his all-heaven Tao immortal bloodline showed signs of another awakening, something happened back on planet South Heaven. Shui Donglio's eyes suddenly flickered, and a tremor ran through him. Ever since that kid changed his fate, I've been unable to see his future, he murmured. However, I have the feeling that he has the chance to become something above and beyond everything else, to reach the supreme realm. Perhaps something even higher than that. Perhaps he can become that which was legendary even in the Paragon immortal realm, that which people put faith in from the beginning of creation until now. The immortal. In the vast expanse that is the starry sky, there is the god and the devil, but no immortal. Shui Donglu was trembling, and a look of keen anticipation and focus could be seen in his eyes as he peered out into the starry sky toward Meng Hao. The immortal. From the moment that word came to be, no person, no entity has ever become the true immortal. The immortal stands alongside the god, is on equal footing with the devil. Eternal in the starry sky. The uninformed think that the two great powers are coming because of a precious treasure. One of them seeks the return of the god, the other wishes to resurrect the devil. However, the truth is that their purpose is not limited to those things. They wish to stop the birth of the immortal. By seizing the power unleashed by the birth of the immortal, and combining it with that of their precious treasures, they can at long last accomplish their true ambitions. Out in the starry sky, floating in the vicinity of Meng Hao, was something no one could see. It was a ship, upon which an old man sat cross-legged, staring silently at Meng Hao. Mixed emotions could be seen in his eyes, as well as the gleam of enlightenment. Not too far off in a different direction was Slaughter, dressed in a black robe, hovering there like an unsheathed sword. Although he was surrounded by a profoundly murderous aura, no one could sense him as he remained in place, studying Meng Hao thoughtfully. At the same time that Meng Hao gained a bit of enlightenment regarding the transformations to his bloodline, and a spark of anticipation rose up in his heart, something happened down in the mountain and sea realm, where everyone was still reeling in shock from the sight of Meng Hao destroying the first heaven and absorbing its world essence. An astonishing, deafening roar rose up from the direction of the fourth mountain and sea, and at the same time, a power like that of a paragon suddenly erupted out. Simultaneously, Xianxia bellowed, and yet was incapable of preventing a certain figure from bursting out from the fourth mountain and sea. It was none other than the outsider Imperial Lord. He was at the peak of the six essences level, half a step into being a paragon. Originally, Xianxia had been able to pin him down, but clearly he was now benefiting from the aid of the outsider paragon, who couldn't break free from Sea Dream, and had apparently decided to help the Imperial Lord to break free. Now that Imperial Lord was bursting with his peak level of power, taking advantage of the fluctuations caused by the appearance of Meng Hao's essence to break free from Xianxia and charge forth in attack. He was a sea of flames that shot through the void like a meteor, bursting with intense cultivation-based power as he closed in on Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he momentarily glanced off in a different direction, which was none other than the location where Paragon Sea Dream was fighting the outsider Paragon. Unfortunately, he was currently unable to transmit any information to Sea Dream, so he looked back at the Imperial Lord and then, instead of retreating, advanced. The outsider Imperial Lord looked completely awe-inspiring, and his eyes were bursting with mad killing intent. Based on the fluctuations of his cultivation base, he was completely going all out with his essence power. The sea of flames transformed into a vortex, and after that, materialized 5 successive vortexes, each one larger than the one before it. 6 vortexes could be seen, all of them emanating essence power that shook the starry sky and caused all onlookers to gasp. This terrifying power exceeded that of a Tao sovereign. It was the most shocking level of power that existed beneath the paragons. The power within any one of those vortexes was more than half of that of a Tao sovereign, and in fact, 2 vortexes together could easily crush that level. When you added 6 of them together, the essence power they emanated would enable the Imperial Lord who wielded it to crush any Tao sovereign. This was the power of an imperial lord. Even Xianxia, who could rely on the river of reincarnation and the sea of the Yellow Springs, who had countless Yama palaces from the fourth mountain, and who could draw upon the Joss flame power of innumerable dead souls, would not be able to fight back against the outsider imperial lord in this state. In this situation, the reality was that the outsider imperial lord now had enough power to wipe out Xianxia. As he charged forth at top speed, he didn't rely on any magical technique or other tricks. Instead, he drew upon terrifying essence power as he prepared to completely crush Meng Hao. Extending both hands, he then clapped them together viciously. Rumbling sounds could then be heard as the first of the vortexes passed through him and shot toward Meng Hao. As Meng Hao closed in, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, summoning numerous mountains. He transformed into a huge azure rock, and then shot like lightning toward that incoming vortex. A massive boom echoed out as the vortex collapsed, and Meng Hao's mountains shattered. At the same time, his azure rock form continued to speed toward the outsider imperial lord. At the same time, the second vortex screamed forth to appear directly in front of Meng Hao. The resulting boom sent colors flashing through the sky and caused the stars to shudder. Meng Hao's azure rock form collapsed, and he appeared in his normal form, clenching his right hand into a fist and unleashing a fist strike. The vortex trembled, and then cracking sounds rang out as it collapsed into pieces. Meng Hao's face was ashen, and he backed up a bit. It was at that point that the third and fourth vortexes closed in. The destructive power of extermination erupted out as the full power of an imperial lord was unleashed. Meng Hao's face flickered. His fleshly body power was now thrumming at its peak, and his cultivation base exploded out. The Paragon Bridge appeared, and divine flame blasted out as he unleashed 3 successive fist strikes. Life Extermination Fist, Bedevilment Fist, God-Slaying Fist. 3 fist strikes were joined by the crushing Paragon Bridge and the rumbling divine flame. The third vortex collapsed, and at the same time, Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then he fell back, relying on the strength of his fleshly body to bear the brunt of the terrifying fourth vortex and its essence power. A boom rang out, and blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth as he tumbled backward like a kite with its string cut. The direction in which he fell seemed to be in accord with the outsider imperial lord's plan. Unexpectedly, it was the direction leading toward where the outsider Paragon was fighting Paragon Seedream. Meng Hao's face fell, and he was apparently on the verge of trying to change directions when the outsider imperial lord snorted coldly. Killing intent raging, he sent the fifth vortex flying forward in shocking fashion. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as his Green Emperor's eternal incantation worked like mad to heal his injuries. At the same time, he raised his right hand and unleashed demon-sealing hexing magic. Rumbling could be heard as streams of hexing magic shot out, bolstered by the power of the mountains and seas as they bore down on the fifth vortex. 7th hex, 6th hex, 5th hex, 3rd hex, 2nd hex. His 8th hex had become essence, but the other 5 hexing magics turned into sealing marks which absorbed the power of the mountains and seas, causing them to grow in size to 3,000 meters as they neared the 5th vortex. As they slammed into the vortex, they were wiped out one by one, and Meng Hao coughed up successive mouthfuls of blood. He fell back again, the backlash power wreaking havoc upon his body. However, the 5th vortex also collapsed. At the same time, deep within his eyes was something that no observer would be able to detect, a cold, grim anticipation. When the 5th vortex collapsed, its attack power blasted out in all directions. Within the blood that sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth were chunks of internal organs, and he was yet again sent tumbling backward toward the Paragon battlefield. By now, he was only about 30,000 meters away. "Today, I'll kill you as a sacrifice to the first heaven," roared the outsider imperial lord. His eyes were bright red as he strode forward, sending the 6th and final vortex rumbling forward. From the fact that Meng Hao could withstand the attack of the 5th vortex, it was possible to see how powerful he was. He was already far beyond the level of a 6 essences Dao sovereign. However, when facing an imperial lord who was halfway into the Paragon level, he didn't quite seem to be able to match up. The sixth vortex was the most majestic of them all, and it was currently causing the starry sky to twist and distort. All laws of nature and magic were ripped to shreds as the vortex shot toward Meng Hao. As it bore down on him, his eyes were bright red. He lifted his hand, summoning the battle weapon. The meat jelly appeared, forming a suit of armor, and the mastiff became a cape. Meng Hao threw his head back and roared, rapidly growing to a height of 3,000 meters. At the same time, the battle weapon grew longer, and its appearance more fearsome. Meng Hao didn't fall back. He knew that there was no avoiding this attack. Therefore, he hefted the battle weapon and then slashed it out toward the sixth vortex. "Cleave!" he bellowed. The battle weapon shone with brilliant light, becoming a dazzling beam that slashed down into the sixth vortex. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as the entire vortex was completely cleaved in two. However, Meng Hao paid a steep and bitter price as a result. The battle weapon vanished, the armor shattered, and the meat jelly let out a miserable scream. The blood mastiff howled in anguish, and the parrot was left shivering in pain. As for Meng Hao, his body shook violently as most of his bones were shattered. At the same time, nearly half of his flesh exploded into a cloud of gore and blood. His consciousness went dim, and he almost looked like a skeleton. In addition to all that, he was sent spinning backward toward where the paragons were fighting, until he was less than 3,000 meters away. The outsider Imperial Lord stilled his cultivation base and then looked up with a vicious smile. "Now you're dead for sure." The word spoken did not come out of the mouth of the Imperial Lord, but rather came from behind Meng Hao. The speaker was none other than outsider Paragon Igu. His booming voice was laced with rage as he suddenly broke away from Sea Dream and shot toward Meng Hao. Sea Dream could only keep him locked down to a certain extent, and 3,000 meters was within that area. Meng Hao was now within that 3,000-meter distance. However, it was at this point that a slight smile suddenly appeared on his face, as if he had been waiting for just this moment. Xidigarba's face drained of blood, and Sea Dream frowned, as if she found the situation very strange. However, there was no way to change what was happening, and definitely no way to stop it. The outsider Paragon and Imperial Lord were joining forces to try to kill Meng Hao. Obviously, not even the Imperial Lord was confident in being able to slay Meng Hao on his own. Therefore, he chose the most simple and direct way to deal with the situation, which was force Meng Hao close enough to the paragons, force him into that 3,000-meter range in which the paragon would have a chance to make a move. Meng Hao appeared to have completely lost the initiative in the fight, having been forced back step by step until he was in a position of extreme danger. In fact, the outsider Imperial Lord, fearful of Meng Hao's lightning cauldron, had even prepared a special technique just to counteract it. Therefore, he couldn't help but wonder why it was that Meng Hao still hadn't attempted form displacement transposition. And then the Imperial Lord saw the slight smile on Meng Hao's face, and suddenly felt his heart thump. His face flickered as a sense of deep foreboding suddenly welled up from the depths of his heart. However, he couldn't think of where the problem lay. Why would Meng Hao be smiling in the middle of such a deadly, critical situation? Is it his essence of space? Impossible. Not even essence could be used to defend against the attack of a paragon. Then what could it be? What is making this kid smile? He even seems like he's been waiting. Just now, it seemed like I was forcing him to get closer to the paragon battlefield. But now it seems almost like he was heading there on purpose. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. The outsider Imperial Lord's face flickered, but no matter how he considered the problem, no answer revealed itself. Although the outsider paragon couldn't see Meng Hao's smile, as a paragon, he had lived for countless years. How could he not have noticed the indications that Meng Hao had done this on purpose? However, even he wasn't sure exactly why Meng Hao was confident enough to do that. Well, it doesn't matter what trick you're trying to pull. Nobody can get this close to a paragon and survive. Paragon Igu snorted coldly. He was completely confident, a confidence born from the mere fact that he was a paragon. He strode forward, clenching his right hand into a fist and then slamming it down toward Meng Hao. Paragon power exploded out. This fist strike was strong enough to destroy, not just Meng Hao, but the void itself. It was as if it would destroy the starry sky and completely obliterate the entire area in which Meng Hao existed. The power of a paragon could suppress essence, could dominate anything and everything. Paragon Egu was completely confident that, with the exception of an 8 essences paragon, no one could possibly have a hope of saving Meng Hao. In fact, even if there were an 8 essences paragon, that person would have to be in the immediate vicinity to have the time to do anything. He was sure that on this very day, Meng Hao would die. It took only the blink of an eye for the power of the paragon's fist to cause blood to spurt out all over Meng Hao's body. The starry sky around him shattered as an indescribably shocking power rumbled toward him. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were crying out in alarm. In contrast, the outsiders were overjoyed. They hated Meng Hao for destroying their homeland, and yet they feared him. Therefore, to see what was happening now left them elated. The mountain and sea lords were all stunned, and had various expressions on their faces. Grandpa Meng was trembling, and it seemed as if tears of blood were about to pour down his cheeks. In the 4th mountain and sea, Su Qing's face was ashen, as if everything had lost meaning to her. Xianxia stood there, taciturn, and back in the 9th mountain and sea, all of the chosen were gaping in shock. They simply couldn't imagine a situation in which Meng Hao actually died. Fang Shufeng threw his head back and howled. All of the members of the Fang clan were crying out in grief and rage. And yet, none of them could do anything. Sea Dream was the only one who reacted differently. The same frown could be seen on her face, but she made no move to interfere. In fact, when she looked at Meng Hao, a thoughtful expression appeared. The power of a paragon was crushing down toward Meng Hao, and the void around him was shattering. An unprecedented sensation of deadly crisis rose up within him, and even as the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power bore down on him, he turned to face the enormous form of outsider Paragon Egu. He almost seemed to be studying his opponent. The outsider Imperial Lord's heart was now filled with anxiety, as though there were a voice inside of him screaming that something was very wrong. However, having thought everything through, he sent his divine sense out, and couldn't detect anything suspicious in the area. It was in that very moment, when Meng Hao seemed to be on the verge of completely collapsing, that he laughed. Despite his shattering body, he laughed in a way that seemed to defy heaven and earth. Within his laughter was a power that few people would be able to comprehend, but as soon as Paragon Egu heard it, his face filled with disbelief. In fact, the astonishment and terror visible in his expression exceeded what had appeared there when the first heaven had collapsed. "You," he said hoarsely. He suddenly raised his right hand in front of him and fell back at top speed. This scene caused all of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm to gape in shock. The outsiders were stunned. Xianxia's eyes went wide, and Paragon Sea Dream was panting, as though she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Clearly, what she found unbelievable wasn't the fact that the outsider Paragon was fleeing, but rather, something else. In almost the same moment that the outsider Paragon began to flee in alarm and frustration, Meng Hao's hoarse voice floated out. "You can't escape, Paragon Egu." When the outsider Imperial Lord heard those words, his mind reeled. He stared in complete incredulity, and even began to shake. The idea of a paragon fleeing like this was simply unimaginable. Paragon Egu even seemed terrified, an expression that the Imperial Lord had never seen on the face of a paragon. This, he thought, trembling. Without even thinking about it, he began to edge backward. All of a sudden, he realized that Meng Hao was wrapped up in far too many secrets. Terrifying, incomprehensible secrets. Even as Meng Hao spoke, Paragon Egu let out a miserable shriek. This was the first time he had ever lost his composure in this way, and the first time he had ever been completely terrified. In fact, this was the first time since becoming a paragon that he had truly feared for his own soul. "Who are you? You're not a cultivator from the mountain and sea realm. Who are you?" "I, Egu, a paragon, refuse to surrender." "You, Just who are you exactly? Paragon Egu's shrill voice echoed out, backed by the cultivation base of a paragon, to fill the entire mountain and sea realm. The starry sky trembled, and the mountains and seas shook. Countless cultivators and outsiders all coughed up blood. No one could see clearly what was happening except for Paragon Egu, Sea Dream, and Meng Hao. What was visible to them was a shadowy, misty form in front of Meng Hao. It was impossible to see what exactly was inside that mist, but it radiated a sensation of indescribable terror. Then, gray threads began to spread out from the mist toward Paragon Egu, moving at incredible speed as they began to wrap him up. Then they started boring into him, transforming into magical symbols that flickered on his skin, although they were invisible to virtually everyone. No voice emanated out from the mist in reaction to the screams of Paragon Egu, only more gray threads. It was almost as if they were locking down his karma, making it impossible for him to escape. At the same time, an increasing number of flickering magical symbols appeared on him. "Come to me," Meng Hao said with a faint smile, his voice somehow completely awe-inspiring. "Henceforth, I am your master, for all eternity." His body was rapidly healing thanks to the Green Emperor's eternal incantation, and a strange light could be seen in his eyes. As the words left his mouth, Paragon Egu shivered, and then slowly plodded back toward Meng Hao. To everyone watching, it was a completely bizarre sight. The outsider Imperial Lord's mind was spinning, and his face was as pale as death. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to retreat. He was filled with complete and utter terror of Meng Hao, and wanted nothing more than to get as far away from him as possible. Paragon Sea Dream's eyes flickered as she looked at the misty figure in front of Meng Hao. Waves of shock battered her heart. Not even she would ever have imagined that Meng Hao would be able to call upon assistance such as this. He could actually turn a paragon into a puppet. Enslave a paragon. Although Egu was only in the 7 Essences level, that was a level that was considered powerful even in the days of the Paragon Immortal realm. In those days, there had been 1 9 Essences Paragon, 1 8 Essences Paragon, and 1 7 Essences Paragon, which was Sea Dream herself. The current 33 heavens had 5 paragons, and although Sea Dream couldn't be sure of the exact cultivation base of each and every one, she did know that they had number 9 Essences Paragons. If they did, then the war would have broken out much earlier. In fact, the 33 heavens had been holding back for that specific reason. As such, a 7 Essences Paragon would clearly be an immense asset on the battlefield. If Meng Hao could turn one into his slave, then it meant the war with the 33 heavens wasn't a hopeless struggle. A full 7 Essences Paragon is comparable to the combined power of 5 of the heavens. Sea Dream was panting. Despite the level of her willpower, and how incredibly long she had lived, even she was shaken, and a gleam of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Xidigarba had the same reaction, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. The sudden reversal in events left him both shocked and yet intensely excited. As for the other mountain and sea lords, their hearts all surged with excitement, with the exception of Ji Tian, who sat there reticently. Then there was Shui Donglu. Startled, he slowly lowered his right hand. Were it not for this sudden change, he would have been forced to intervene. By now, it was clear that Meng Hao was absolutely critical to the mountain and sea realm. That is good fortune which belongs solely to him, Shui Donglu murmured, a wide smile visible on his face. At the same time, cultivators in other parts of the mountain and sea realm were able to deduce what was happening, and they began to go wild with joy and disbelief. Enslave a paragon? Heavens! Meng Hao actually figured out a way to enslave a paragon. As the cries rang out, even the mountain and sea cultivators who weren't able to see exactly what was happening were shaken, and could hardly believe what they were hearing. As for the outsiders, their blood connections made it much easier for them to discern what was happening up in the starry sky. The terrified cries of their paragon caused expressions of despair to appear on their faces. Although they might otherwise have gained desperate strength from their grief and rage over the loss of their homeland, at this moment they had lost all hope and were doomed. They could sense the imperial lord fleeing, and could hear the screams of the paragon. When you added in the fact that their home had been destroyed, the shadow of defeat instantly enveloped their hearts. They had been defeated, thoroughly and utterly defeated. They were defeated and had nowhere to retreat to. The invasion of the first heaven had turned into a complete disaster. Before invading, they had scorned and disdained the mountain and sea realm. But now they had to admit that, even if the mountain and sea realm were weaker than it was now, the first heaven would never have been able to overcome it. This was where the Paragon Immortal realm lived on, the same Paragon Immortal realm which had once been the higher realm, far above them. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the outsiders trembled and began to fall back in retreat. However, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm had the exact opposite reaction. Exuberant shouts rang out as their blood began to boil. The first heaven had collapsed, and the spirits of the mountain and sea cultivators had risen up. Seeing a paragon on the verge of being enslaved gave them hope. At long last, the slumbering mountain and sea realm was opening its eyes. It was awakening. Ryuayuam Blel. Up in the starry sky, Meng Hao's eyes shone with a strange light as he looked at Paragon Igu slowly approaching him. At the same time, his Green Emperor's eternal incantation was rapidly healing him. It was then that an unyielding roar erupted out of Paragon Igu's mouth. He had finally managed to suppress the terror inside of him, and his unyielding heart was now bursting with power. "I am a paragon," he howled. A tremor ran through him as he tried to fight back against the gray threads which had him bound up. Then he ground to a halt and stared at the misty figure in front of Meng Hao. Although he had stopped moving toward Meng Hao, he was trembling, and then blood began to spurt out all over his body. However, he remained in place, unmoving. He turned to look at Meng Hao, and a blazing pride erupted out from inside of him. "I've practiced cultivation for tens upon tens of thousands of years. I have a longevity the same as that of heaven and earth. I am a paragon, subjugator of countless worlds, worshipped by innumerable living beings. How could I possibly let you enslave me?" He was shivering, and blood oozed out all over him, and yet he remained in place, relying on his life force and his very dignity to resist the illusory figure in front of Meng Hao that was attempting to enslave him. His right hand trembled as he lifted it up and waved his finger viciously toward Meng Hao, and yet that simple movement caused his face to go deathly pale as he discovered that the gray threads were interfering with his cultivation base, making it impossible for him to unleash its power. That grayness, and that figure in front of Meng Hao, caused his heart to be filled with terror. Suddenly, he chuckled bitterly, and then threw his head back and let out a bitter howl. "I am Igu. I watched the destruction of the Paragon Immortal realm. I helped the 33 heavens rise to prominence. I witnessed the sealing of the mountain and sea realm. I fought in this bloody battle to wipe out all life in the mountain and sea realm. I've lived for tens upon tens of thousands of years. I have practiced cultivation to the level of a paragon. I am a paragon. Paragon Igu." The deafening sound of Paragon Igu's bitter laughter pierced out to fill the entire mountain and sea realm, and even higher up into the 32 heavens above. Ripples filled the starry sky, which was caused by the attempts of the other 32 heavens to break through the barrier and enter the mountain and sea realm. "Heaven can't make me bow, earth can't make me drop to my knees, and the starry sky can't make me lower my head. My will is the Tao of the heaven, and my body is limitless in the vast expanse." Paragon Igu roared as his body rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, he was 3,000 meters high, then 15,000 meters, then 30,000 meters. As a 30,000-meter giant, he looked like a deity. Meng Hao's pupils constricted as he sensed the unyielding will of this outsider paragon, a willpower that apparently could not be wiped away by either heaven or earth. Suddenly, the gray threads of Chomen Tai's magical technique began to unravel. To enslave a paragon might sound easy, but the truth was that all paragons were blazing suns within heaven and earth. They represented the convergence of luck and destiny, and thus could not easily be made slaves. Their willpower, their thoughts, and their hearts surpassed the heavens. Rumbling sounds could be heard as more and more of the gray threads began to snap. Deep in his heart, Meng Hao couldn't help but admire this paragon's willpower, his fighting spirit, and his unyielding heart. With all of that, he truly deserved the title of paragon. It was at this point that the blurry figure in front of Meng Hao let out a cold snort. Suddenly, 10 times as many gray threads as before exploded out, then 100 times more than that. They began to wrap around the 30,000-meter-tall paragon in an even more complicated fashion than before. It took only a moment before the paragon was not only back under control, but also beginning to kneel toward Meng Hao. "I refuse," Paragon Igu shrieked. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and he was shaking violently. And yet, he remained standing, as if not even the vast heavens and earth could force his legs to bend. Cracking sounds rang out, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. And yet, he still didn't bend a knee. A vast quantity of scales appeared all over him, each one of them radiating intense ancientness. He seemed to be on the verge of transforming into an ancient and archaic lizard. However, the gray threads continued to bore into him, causing magical symbols to appear, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Meng Hao was visibly moved, but remained silent, mixed emotions playing out in his eyes. If the mountain and sea realm and the 33 heavens weren't at war, then this paragon would truly be deserving of worship by all life. Meng Hao sighed, and then addressed Paragon Igu directly. "If you will support the mountain and sea realm, then I will spare the lives all of your people from the first heaven." Paragon Igu shivered, and despite the pain coursing through him, the look in his eyes was as unyielding as ever. He even began to laugh. "The mountain and sea realm will definitely be exterminated. As long as only one of my people remains alive in the end, then years from now we will make a comeback. I am Igu. I am a paragon now, and I will be a paragon in death. You want me to submit? You want me to be your slave? The only slave you will have is my body, not my soul." As he laughed uproariously, the signs of an imminent self-detonation appeared. There was no madness in his eyes, only endless pride. He would rather die than bow his head and lose his dignity. Rumbling could be heard as destructive fluctuations began to emanate out from him. However, because he could not unleash the power of his cultivation base, the destructive blast would not sweep out into the mountain and sea realm to wreak mass destruction. He would only be able to harm himself. But that way, even if he died, his body would be useless to Meng Hao. Even as Meng Hao frowned, Chomen Tai's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Paragons can't be forced to submit unless you erase their souls." "Then erase his soul," Meng Hao said decisively, staring at Paragon Igu. In the moment that he opened his mouth, the gray threads which bound Paragon Igu suddenly turned black and began to emanate a strange light. It turned into a destructive power that poured into Paragon Igu, a power of soul annihilation. In the very moment in which he was about to self-detonate, massive rumbling sounds echoed out as some unknown method was used to erase his soul. Muffled rumbling could be heard as the threads faded away. The blurry figure in front of Meng Hao now seemed weak beyond compare. Finally, a faint voice spoke. "I've fulfilled my promise. I shall sleep now, until the moment when my master is resurrected. I hope that you can keep your end of the agreement." Gradually, the weak voice faded away into nothing. The blurry, misty figure also vanished. In the same moment, Paragon Igu's body shivered, and his eyes went completely and utterly blank. The ripples of self-detonation faded away, and he lowered his head as he knelt in front of Meng Hao. What was kneeling was the body of a paragon, not the soul. However, that act of kneeling caused all of the outsiders in the mountain and sea realm to go deathly quiet. Their minds went completely blank as death. With the exception of the professional soldiers or the especially warlike individuals, most of the outsiders, regardless of which tribe they came from, were fighting for their homes, their people, and especially for more cultivation resources. Therefore, the collapse of the first heaven caused the minds and hearts of all the outsiders to tremble. They were left blank and terrified, and filled with regret. Their home was gone. Their fellow tribe members were dead. There was no point to the war anymore. Given enough time, their thirst for revenge would eventually spur them to hold nothing back in fighting. However, before that could happen, their paragon had been enslaved, a huge blow that crushed their will and reduced their morale to the freezing point. Off in the distance, the fleeing imperial lord suddenly stopped and forced himself to look back. What he saw was the towering 30,000-meter-tall paragon kneeling in front of Meng Hao, and his mind reeled. Defeated! He muttered in a hoarse, despairing voice. The events leading up to the destruction of the first heaven had caused him to fly into a rage, and even put his life on the line in a mad attempt to intervene. Although most of the other outsiders had been at a complete loss, he had been quick to regain control of his thoughts and jump on the offensive. But then he watched their paragon be enslaved, and he was filled with bitterness. He even regretted his decision to flee, and felt guilty. With all the complicated thoughts assailing him, all the outsider Imperial Lord could do was chuckle bitterly. A strange expression could be seen on Sea Dream's face as she looked at the enslaved paragon. Although she was excited, she couldn't help but sigh. She was also a paragon, someone who stood at the pinnacle of heaven and earth, so she knew how difficult a task it must have been for that mysterious figure to force Igu to yield. In sharp contrast to the outsiders were the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. After a brief moment of silence, they exploded out with an exuberance that could shake heaven and earth. It started in the fourth mountain and sea and quickly spread all the way to the first and ninth mountains and seas. Soon, the voices of the entire mountain and sea realm were crying out in a powerful voice. Victory belongs to the mountains and seas. Victory belongs to the mountains and seas. Victory belongs to the mountains and seas. It was impossible to say who said it first, but soon those words rang out throughout the entire mountain and sea realm. Everything began to shake as orders were delivered to begin fighting back against the outsiders. In all of the 9 mountains and seas, the cultivators counterattacked. Few of the remaining outsiders possessed a will to fight. Their eyes were blank, and they trembled in fear. The first heaven was destroyed. Their home was gone. Their tribe members were dead. Their paragon had been enslaved. Everything that had happened filled them with complete despair. When the mountain and sea realm began to fight back, and the excited battle cries rose up, Meng Hao looked at the kneeling 30,000-meter-tall paragon, and his eyes filled with a complicated expression. He sighed. Then he clasped hands and bowed deeply. That bow was a bow toward the unyielding soul of the paragon. For a moment, he felt pity that Igu's soul had been erased. But then the complex look in his eyes was replaced with coldness. When experts were enemies, they could respect each other, but they could never back down. Sometimes the only option was death. One party died or the other died. In war, pity could not be tolerated, nor could compassion, and especially not weakness. Besides, this battle was only the beginning. In any case, I don't need your soul. I just need your paragon body. Although that makes your battle prowess slightly lower, you're still a paragon. Meng Hao flickered into motion, flying up to land atop the 30,000-meter paragon's head. Now that he had control of this body, a mere thought on his part could make the paragon puppet do anything he wished. In the same moment that Meng Hao landed on the head of the paragon puppet, the puppet slowly rose to its feet, energy surging out in all directions. As of this moment, Meng Hao was completely shocking in every aspect. Not only did his cultivation base place him at the highest level in the mountain and sea realm in terms of battle prowess, now that he had a paragon puppet, he was at the absolute pinnacle. However, none of that could compare to what Meng Hao himself now symbolized. After destroying the first heaven and enslaving a paragon, he was now the symbol of the spirit of the mountain and sea realm. His eyes glittered as he turned to look at Sea Dream, toward whom he immediately clasped hands and bowed. Looking at her caused him to feel quite regretful and apologetic. Voice soft, he said, "Senior Sea Dream, back then, I was ignorant and naive. I was only thinking about myself, not the mountains and seas. Senior, I hope that you aren't too deeply offended by what I said." With that, he clasped hands and bowed again. Just as he had said, years ago he hadn't cared much at all about the mountain and sea realm, which led to his altercation with Sea Dream after the events in the windswept realm. Now that he thought back to that time, he realized that he had indeed spoken a bit too harshly. Sea Dream smiled slightly, which was something she rarely did. It made her look like a beautiful, blooming peony flower. Warmth and kindness filled her gaze as she looked back at Meng Hao. To her, he was merely a member of the younger generation, a child really. "You just go take care of whatever it is you need to," she said. Meng Hao nodded, and without any further hesitation, sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then he sent out some divine will, causing the Paragon puppet's eyes to shine, almost as if they were Meng Hao's. After sending his divine will into the Paragon puppet, it was like his own body, completely under his control. At the same time, it emanated the terrifying aura of a paragon. Of course, Meng Hao himself had divine sense that was 80% as powerful as a paragon's, which ensured that he could easily unleash 80% of the power of Paragon Egu. With a single step, the Paragon puppet stepped across the starry sky to appear in front of the outsider Imperial Lord. "Acknowledge allegiance, or perish," Meng Hao said through the mouth of the Paragon puppet. The voice crashed out, echoing throughout the mountain and sea realm. The Imperial Lord laughed bitterly as he looked at the Paragon puppet version of Egu standing in front of him, a paragon who had once been one of his own people. His eyes gleamed with madness, and even a desire for death. If Paragon Egu would rather die than yield, then as an Imperial Lord, he would not make the same mistake he had before in backing down. "You destroyed my home. You killed my people. And now you think I'm going to acknowledge allegiance to you? Even if I perish, I'll turn into a vengeful ghost that will curse your mountain and sea realm for generations to come." The Imperial Lord threw his head back and laughed, unleashing the explosive power of his cultivation base and causing 6 vortexes to appear behind him. A strange expression appeared on Meng Hao's face as he stared at the Imperial Lord for a moment, then said, "You words seem very righteous, very unyielding, and very hateful." The thunderous boom of Meng Hao's voice caused the outsider Imperial Lord's energy to suddenly falter. Without waiting to engage in any more rhetoric, Meng Hao sent the Paragon puppet's hand out, and immediately, the starry sky around the Imperial Lord was shattered. The Imperial Lord's body began to vibrate, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. He fell back, waving his hand to send countless magical items flying out. The 6 vortexes behind him shot through him toward Meng Hao, who sent the Paragon puppet's fist flying out in a fist strike. "It seems you've forgotten that the invaders in this war came, not from the mountain and sea realm, but from the 33 heavens." As Meng Hao's voice echoed out, the fist crushed the void and shattered the starry sky. All of the magical items were reduced to powder, and the 6 essence vortexes were destroyed. Then the blow landed on the outsider Imperial Lord, whose legs exploded. Having escaped death, he once again fell back in retreat. This war wasn't the idea of the mountain and sea realm, it was yours. How could Meng Hao possibly let this outsider off the hook? His words crashed out like thunder, causing the Imperial Lord's mind to tremble, as he realized that Meng Hao's words, despite being difficult to accept, were true. This war really had been instigated by the 33 heavens, and they really were the invaders. "Yeah, well, so what?" howled the Imperial Lord. "We haven't even destroyed the mountain and sea realm yet, but then you went and wiped out our people? You're the ones who exterminated our home first." No longer concerned about whether what he said made sense, he transformed into his true form, a gigantic lizard thousands of meters long and covered with raging black flames. Then he charged toward Meng Hao and the Paragon puppet. "The mountain and sea realm is definitely going to be wiped out. As for whether the mountain and sea realm will be wiped out," Meng Hao replied coolly, "I can't say for sure, but what I do know is that you are going to die right now." With that, the Paragon puppet's hand performed an incantation gesture, then waved out, causing the full power of a paragon to explode out, sealing the entire area like a cage and then crushing down with incredible pressure. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the Imperial Lord began to shake. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and the black flames which covered his body were extinguished. His scales exploded, and he screamed bitterly. Then, the pressure caused his entire body to explode as he was completely killed. After killing the outsider Imperial Lord, Meng Hao felt weak. Personally controlling the Paragon puppet was quite draining. As he sat there on the Paragon puppet's head, his eyes suddenly snapped open, and he looked down at the mountain and sea realm. A bit of divine will sent the Paragon puppet down into the mountains and seas. Wherever it appeared, the outsiders who saw it were filled with despair. Some felt insanity, some felt bitterness. They were now fighting a hopeless fight, and apparently, there was nothing they could do about it. They were the invaders, but now they were feeling what it was like be the invaded. That was the double-edged sword which is war. This first battle with the 33 heavens can now be concluded. The most powerful outsider remaining from the first heaven was Long Linzi, who was fighting with Patriarch Reliance. As of this moment, he trembled and began to flee. Snorting coldly, Patriarch Reliance immediately gave chase. The outsiders from the first heaven were in complete chaos. The mountain and sea realm counterattacked with full force. The flames of war climbed high into the sky, in a way that was different from before. This time, it was not the mountain and sea cultivators who suffered defeat after defeat, it was the outsiders. In the first mountain and sea, Echelon Cultivator Dao Heaven led the army of cultivators into battle. On every front, the outsiders were routed and crushed. Many of them didn't even dare to fight back. Anyone could see that at this moment, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm wore expressions of utter self-confidence, and that their fighting spirit was indomitable. Sometimes in battle, practicers of cultivation were known to self-detonate, to literally explode in a final burst of grandeur for their people. However, such acts were born of grief and desperation, and led to nothing but death. Using tactics like that could cause the enemy to respect or even fear you, but could not make that enemy feel powerless. In sharp contrast, when an entire people was bursting with confidence and spirit combined, they became truly fear-inspiring. As of this moment, that was exactly how the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were. Upon awakening, they were filled with a madness, with a majesty that caused the outsiders' minds to tremble. It wasn't that the outsiders never thought to go all out in a mad scramble to fight back, or that they didn't consider resorting to self-detonation. Those things were useless. They tried. As the mountain and sea cultivators fought back, outsiders self-detonated, or went all out in various attempts to drag their opponents with them into mutual destruction. And yet, none of that did any good. In the second mountain and sea, fierce fighting raged. As for the third mountain and sea, it was completely filled with the stench of blood. The cultivators there had experienced something like a baptism in blood. Their eyes shone brightly, glowing with confidence, with hope, with ferocity, and with madness. The hatred they felt surpassed the hatred within the hearts of the outsiders, as did their confidence. When it came to their hope, even their hope was something the outsiders could never match. Rumbling could be heard as the battle for the fourth mountain and sea neared its conclusion even more quickly. Under Su Qing's leadership, and with the return of Xidagarba to the battlefield, the Grand Army there swept across the enemy with virtually no resistance. However, Xidagarba himself did not join in the fighting unless necessary. It was the same with Meng Hao, who despite having a Paragon puppet and Peak 6 Essence's battle prowess, also held back. Sea Dream and the other mountain and sea lords were the same. Unless facing powerful outsider experts, they merely observed the battle. They allowed the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm to do most of the fighting, to help them understand that now the true war was beginning. Only by bathing in the blood of the enemy could the cultivators truly be qualified to grow into seasoned veterans. It was the same in the 8th and 9th mountains and seas. The outsiders had nowhere to run to. Upon their initial invasion, they had established 9 main camps in the 9 mountains and seas. Originally, they had been in the superior position in the fight, which made those camps like 9 sharp blades stabbing down into the mountain and sea realm, threatening to slice it into pieces. However, such troop placement was why they were now hovering on the brink of being exterminated completely. They were scattered, surrounded, with only the 6th and 7th mountains and seas being united and relatively free of mountain and sea cultivators. Those two locations had been their primary base of operations, and now they were their last point of refuge. Within the span of 7 days, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mountains and seas all clinched victories, completely cutting off and surrounding the outsiders, killing nearly 80% of them. Blood spread out through the starry sky, and fierce fighting raged everywhere. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm fought with upright fearlessness. Su Qing shone with her own type of glory, and in the end, the 4th mountain and sea was where the greatest slaughter of outsiders was carried out. Next, they turned to help the cultivators in the 3rd mountain and sea. After that, they all joined forces in grandiose fashion. Under Su Qing's leadership, they marched toward the 5th mountain and sea, their target being the outsider encampment that stretched through the 6th and 7th mountains and seas. As for the 8th and 9th mountains and seas, after wiping out the outsiders on the field of battle, they joined forces and invaded the 7th mountain and sea. The fighting dragged on for several months. However, during those months, everything changed in a monumental and even spectacular way. Eventually, the day came in which the final battle began in the 6th and 7th mountains and seas. Meng Hao fought in that battle with his paragon puppet, leading to both grief and despair among the final resisting outsiders. The strongest among their number was Long Linzi. The bitter agony which engulfed him was too difficult to put into words. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were like floodwaters smashing into the outsiders. With Paragon Seedream, the Paragon puppet, Xidagarba, and Meng Hao himself leading the armies of cultivators into battle, the outsiders in the 7th and 6th mountains and seas were powerless to fight back. "Acknowledge allegiance or perish," said Meng Hao. As his voice echoed out across the battlefield, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm ceased attacking, and instead began to echo his words. Their voices were grand and filled with unswerving determination. This was the spirit of a people on the rise. It was almost as if they were back in the Paragon Immortal realm, in the position to look down on all creation. "Acknowledge allegiance or perish. Acknowledge allegiance or perish." The sound of their voices filled the mountain and sea realm, echoing about with intense pressure that caused the outsiders to tremble even more than before. Meng Hao did not want to completely exterminate the outsiders. That would be a waste. If they chose to acknowledge allegiance, then not only would the overall power of the mountain and sea realm not be reduced any further, but it would actually grow. That in turn was the true hope for the entire war. In response to Meng Hao's words, Paragon Seedream nodded slightly. Apparently, if Meng Hao hadn't spoken the words himself, she would have. As for Xidagarba and the other mountain and sea lords, although each one had slightly different ideas about how to go about things, Meng Hao was a paramount figure in the mountain and sea realm, and they would listen to him. In fact, the incredible fleshly body power of the mountain and sea realm cultivators was thanks to Meng Hao, so of course they wouldn't go against his wishes. The outsiders didn't need much time to think. The most powerful of their number, the golden-armored Dao sovereign Long Linzi, laughed bitterly and dispersed his cultivation-based power. Then, bowing his head, he said, "I acknowledge allegiance." They really had no choice but to acknowledge allegiance. It was either that, or die as a people. When Long Linzi's words echoed out across the battlefield and throughout the 7th and 6th mountains and seas, the outsiders heard them and they sighed. They, too, dispersed their cultivation-based power and bowed their heads. There were a few who refused, and they were quickly subdued and summarily executed. Their flowing blood bore witness to a grand victory on the part of the mountain and sea realm. It was a victory in which the first heaven collapsed, a paragon was enslaved, an imperial lord was killed, and of 2 Dao sovereigns, one was killed and the other surrendered. Nearly 70% of the invading force was killed. However, the mountain and sea realm had also paid a grievous price. Nearly 40% of the mountain and sea cultivators had been killed, most of them in the initial battles. If Meng Hao hadn't destroyed the first heaven and awakened the spirits of the cultivators, then enslaved their paragon before giving the outsiders any time to regroup, then even more of the mountain and sea cultivators would be dead. The first phase of the war was over. Although there were cheers of victory, Massive pressure still weighed down on the shield created by the will of the mountains and seas. That shield separated them from the 32 heavens, and right now there seemed to be some enormous figure pushing down onto it. Everyone knew that the 32 heavens would be coming for them soon. The will of the mountains and seas could only hold them off for so long, and when they came, it would be with force that far exceeded that of the first heaven. This time, a far larger army would be coming against them. Could the mountain and sea realm prevail? That was the question all the cultivators in the mountain and sea realm were pondering. However, when they saw the enormous paragon puppet and Meng Hao on its head, their eyes shone with brilliant light. An ancient voice suddenly rang out into the minds and hearts of all of the mountain and sea realm cultivators. It was none other than the will of the mountain and sea realm itself. 3 months. At the most, we have 3 months. At that time, the 32 heavens will break through the barrier and descend upon us. This time, it will not just be a single heaven. Next, the will of the mountain and sea realm asked a question which reverberated out in all directions. Should we activate mountain and sea siege mode? A look of surprise appeared on Meng Hao's face, and Xidagarba suddenly looked up. However, Paragon Sea Dream turned to look at the 9th mountain and sea, and after a long moment spoke, her voice cool. Activate siege mode. Mountain and sea lords, hear my orders. Immediately evacuate all life forms from the planets in your mountain and sea. Take them to the 9th mountain and sea, which will now serve as our command headquarters. Mountain and sea cultivators, return to your respective mountains and seas and await further orders. We will work together in concert with the mountain and sea siege mode to once again battle the 32 heavens. Mountain and sea siege mode takes 1 month to activate. It was prepared by Paragon 9 seals for the express purpose of being used in this war. In siege mode, the entire mountain and sea realm will be transformed from a horizontal layout to a vertical one. All of the mountains and seas will be lined up on top of each other. The first mountain and sea will be our first line of defense. The second mountain and sea our second. After 8 lines of defenses is the 9th mountain and sea. Fellow Taoists from all mountains and seas, we have 3 months. This war will determine the fate of our realm. As for me, I have only one thing left to say. Mountain and sea cultivators, fight to the death. After Paragon Sea Dream's words faded away, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were silent for a moment before their voices erupted out in unison. Mountain and sea cultivators, fight to the death. The sound of their voices shook the entire realm. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and within his eyes flickered the desire to do battle. He looked up at the starry sky and the void which existed beyond the barrier. That was where the 32 heavens were, and from that barrier emanated numerous ripples. The war really has begun. The entire mountain and sea realm was transforming. Although one might initially assume that such a huge transformation would happen slowly, it was actually visible to the naked eye. As such, one could well imagine how rapidly the transformation took place. The change was happening at a speed which all cultivators could perceive, and yet did not cause any sense of unease or disorientation. Originally, the mountain and sea realm was laid out in a horizontal line, from the first mountain and sea all the way to the 9th. It was like a giant laying there, with the sun and moon orbiting the entire realm. But now, that giant was slowly standing up. The first mountain was rising high up into the starry sky, as was the first sea. Even as intense rumbling sounds echoed out, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm adhered to Paragon Sea Dream's orders. Under the leadership of the various mountain and sea lords, the occupants of the mortal worlds were all transported to the 9th mountain and sea. The mountain and sea realm buzzed with activity and was changing by the moment. There was no time for Su Qing to reunite with Meng Hao. She had put on an extraordinary display of her command of strategy and tactics, and as such was whisked away by Paragon Sea Dream. She, along with Li Linger, were appointed by Sea Dream as the 2 great holy daughters of the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao sent the paragon puppet high up into the starry sky, and tasked it with standing guard against any early incursions by the 32 heavens. At the same time, it sent divine will out through the entire mountain and sea realm, constantly exerting a slight pressure to cow any potential double-crossers. After all, despite the awakening of the spirit of the people, when it came to ultimate survival, there were some cultivators and even some entire sects and clans who weren't completely loyal. They didn't understand what it meant for all the eggs to be lost when the nest was overturned. They wanted to preserve their strength either to join everyone else in a comeback or, if things looked bad, to surrender and attempt to somehow impress the 32 heavens. Of course, with the Paragon puppet there, such double-crossers didn't dare to take any action. Everyone in the entire mountain and sea realm was at work, busily preparing for war. Time was of the essence, and unless something unexpected happened, they had at most 3 months. Unexpectedly, Meng Hao experienced a rare situation in which he was left with nothing pertinent to do. So he strolled amidst the starry sky, watching the mountain and sea realm transform. The first mountain and sea led the rise as the mountain and sea realm slowly transformed from a horizontal layout to a vertical one. At the moment that left it tilted at an angle. It's starting to look a bit unfamiliar, Meng Hao thought reticently. Finally, he sighed. He had known for a long time that war was coming. However, to him and all the other cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, that war had arrived too suddenly. It had started with the sudden outbreak of violence between the 7th and 8th mountains and seas. Then came the conflict between the 5th and 6th mountains and seas. After that was the decision to start the fighting the 33 heavens ahead of schedule. That decision had been the right one, and yet it didn't change the suddenness of it all. Meng Hao felt somewhat blank inside, even uncertain about the future. However, he couldn't give voice to such doubts. He couldn't allow anyone to see anything except staunch confidence and faith. Sadly, the truth of the matter was that he wasn't confident. Wherever he went, the cultivators who saw him clasped hands and bowed, looks of deep reverence in their eyes no matter which mountain and sea they came from. Meng Hao now symbolized the spirit of the mountain and sea realm cultivators. To many people, he also symbolized hope. Meng Hao put aside the pressure he felt, allowing a faint, self-assured smile to appear on his face. He would nod at people and then proceed along. He passed through the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th mountains and seas. Finally, he ended up in the 9th mountain and sea. This was his first time back since he had left, oh so long ago. Looking out at the 9th mountain and sea, his heart finally grew calm. However, there were still many things left for him to accomplish. Chu Yuyan's soul, he thought, pain stabbing at his heart. As he walked through the starry sky, there was really no other place that he wanted to go to other than home. Planet South Heaven. There were vast numbers of cultivators garrisoned on Planet South Heaven now. Because of their connection to Meng Hao, the Fang clan was well known not just in the 9th mountain and sea, but throughout the mountain and sea realm. Everyone was aware that Meng Hao was the crown prince of the Fang clan. Meng Hao's return caused a big stir. The entire Fang clan emerged to receive him, and a ceremony was held that surpassed the kind which would be held for even a clan chief. Only patriarchs received such treatment. Of course, it wasn't just the Fang clan that went out to receive Meng Hao. All of the sects and clans on Planet South Heaven made appearances. Even the Emperor of the Great Tang could be seen. As soon as Meng Hao appeared outside of Planet South Heaven, he saw tens of millions of cultivators lined up to welcome him. The looks on their faces were those of excitement, enthusiasm, and worship. In almost the same instant that he appeared, tens of millions of cultivators clasped hands and bowed deeply. We offer respectful greetings upon the return of the Crown Prince. Respectful greetings upon your return, Crown Prince. Crown Prince. The divine abilities you unleashed in the battle with the First Heaven are without parallel. Ever since Meng Hao destroyed the First Heaven and enslaved the outsider Paragon, the mountain and sea realm cultivators had come to view him as a crown prince not just of the Fang clan, but of the entire mountain and sea realm. As their voices boomed out, Meng Hao looked over the group, and eventually his gaze came to fall on a separate group of people who stood behind everyone else, within the actual borders of the planet. There, he saw his father, his mother, his sister, and the familiar faces of the chosen he had interacted with in the past. Meng Hao saw his father smiling, a smile of excitement and pride. He saw the kindness in his mother's face, as well as pride that only a mother could feel. Meng Hao looked back at the cultivators congregated outside of planet South Heaven, then clasped his hands and bowed deeply to them. What I did in the battle with the first heaven is what any other mountain and sea cultivator would have done. I alone cannot determine the outcome of this war. If we want to win, we of the mountains and seas must fight together. Due to how powerful of a warrior he was in battle, Meng Hao didn't need to add any extra power to his voice. The words alone radiated passion and ardor. It was when the fighting broke out with the first heaven that Meng Hao came to understand that he no longer had the luxury of thinking about only himself. He had a responsibility to bear, and that responsibility had already begun to weigh down on him. As his words echoed out, the tens of millions of cultivators outside of planet South Heaven once again clasped hands and bowed. Meng Hao proceeded forward, and they parted to create a path for him. Everyone watched as he strode forward and then entered planet South Heaven. As Meng Hao looked at his father and mother, and the various patriarchs, he suddenly felt as if the powerful spirit that had driven him in battle had somehow transformed into a deep exhaustion which threatened to overwhelm him. Home, the place where it was truly possible to relax. Meng Hao stepped up to his father and mother, then dropped to his knees and kowtowed. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Countless cultivators looked on as Meng Li stepped forward and lifted Meng Hao to his feet. She looked at him for a moment, a flicker pain in her eyes, and then pulled him into a warm embrace. It was at that point that a huge cheer rose up from planet South Heaven. In the hearts of the mountain and sea cultivators, Meng Hao was a supreme being. However, in the ninth mountain and sea, and especially among the cultivators on planet South Heaven, he was something beyond that. He was their Meng Hao. Meng Hao was back. Planet South Heaven was shaken, as was the entire ninth mountain and sea. In the following half-month, countless cultivators came to visit planet South Heaven in the hopes of meeting Meng Hao. As for Meng Hao, he did his best to meet with as many as he could. Although he was exhausted and only wished to rest, he couldn't disappoint the cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea. When Meng Li realized what a strain it was putting on him, she erupted like a thunderclap and refused to let any visitors through the front gate. Fang Xiufeng then began to stand in for Meng Hao to receive the guests, after which the crowds waned. At long last, Meng Hao had some personal time. He was able to spend some time with his mother and sister to truly enjoy the happiness of being with family. He did not meditate, nor did he practice cultivation. He didn't even leave the Fang clan to visit all the places he was familiar with on planet South Heaven. He stayed in the ancestral mansion, slowly allowing his heart to grow calm. He was only now coming to realize that the way the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm viewed him had changed. Fan Donger and all the other chosen he knew treated him differently. Occasionally, even his father would look at him with a reverence in his eyes that had never been there before. It left Meng Hao feeling somewhat bitter, and even sad. And then there was his sister. When they were both young, she had promised that she would always protect him. And yet, she had also changed. She loved him more than ever. But when she looked at him, he could see the awe in her eyes. There almost wasn't a need to even mention Sun Hai. He had long since come to revere Meng Hao, but now he looked at him, not just with reverence, but with fanatical zealotry. His mother was the only one who didn't seem to have changed. To her, it didn't matter what realm Meng Hao was in. Even if he was a paragon, he would always be her son. As he spent time with his family, he would sometimes look off into the distance, where he knew Su Qing was. Occasionally, he would ponder the matter of Chu Yuyan's soul. As for everyone else he knew, it wasn't that he didn't want to see them. Rather, in this moment of incredible crisis for the mountain and sea realm, he simply didn't have the mental energy to think about too many things at one time. Meng Hao got the feeling that he was changing. He was becoming quieter, and even spirit stones somehow didn't seem as important to him as they had in the past. Now, his thoughts were occupied more and more by the mountain and sea realm. If I could have my way, he thought, I would live in an era in which there was no war. Sighing, he felt more tired than ever. Another half-month passed. The mountain and sea realm siege mode was completely activated. The first mountain and sea was at the apex, with the first sea being in the highest position, followed by the first mountain. After that was the second sea and the second mountain. The entire mountain and sea realm had risen up like a giant that propped up heaven and earth. The sun and moon no longer orbited around the realm, but were motionless in guard positions on either side. Although that left certain parts of the mountain and sea realm in perpetual day, and other parts in perpetual night in this critical moment, that wasn't something that people worried about. At the same time, the vast numbers of mortals who lived in the mountain and sea realm had been transported to the ninth mountain and sea, which was now the most important place in the entire realm. In the instant that the mountain and sea realm siege mode was completely activated, the will of the mountain and sea realm spoke out into the minds of all cultivators, seemingly emotionless. My interference with the 32 heavens cannot be maintained for much longer. In a month and a half, they will come. The voice echoed out into the minds of all of the cultivators in the mountain and sea realm, and regardless of what they were doing, they stopped in place. The entire realm went silent. Soon, eyes began to shine with the desire to fight. The bewilderment and fear that had existed in those eyes were now replaced by a brilliant glow that reflected their spirits. Although they maintained their silence, they went back to whatever important tasks they had been working on with renewed haste. In accord with the requirements of Paragon Sea Dream and the Mountain and Sea Lords, the first mountain became the first line of defense. Furthermore, innumerable spell formations and restrictive spells were set up, until the entire place was like a gigantic restrictive spell formation. As for the denizens of the first sea, they were also part of the war, and their survival was also on the line, so they held nothing back in their preparations. Each successive mountain and sea was an additional line of defense, after 8 of which was the nucleus, the headquarters of the entire mountain and sea realm. As the mountain and sea realm prepared for war, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the Fang clan ancestral mansion. Another half-month passed before he chose to leave. There was someone he wished to see on planet South Heaven, as well as someone on the 9th mountain. The first person was Shui Donglu. He had recently learned from his grandpa Meng that Shui Donglu was the outsider he had known of for some time. After thinking about everything that had happened throughout the years, and putting many pieces of the puzzle together, Meng Hao was increasingly certain that there was more to Shui Donglu than met the eye. In fact, he even had the feeling that there was some monumental secret connected to Shui Donglu, a secret that perhaps had something to do with the entire mountain and sea realm. Shui Donglu used a single sentence to get my grandfather to become the lord of the 8th mountain and sea. Just who exactly is he? According to what Grandma Meng said, my grandpa Fang isn't in the mountain and sea realm. Could it be that he's in? Meng Hao looked up. His gaze seemed to pass through all 8 lines of defense, out into the starry sky, to the 32 heavens. During his more than 1 month on planet South Heaven, Meng Hao had frequently sent divine sense out to cover planet South Heaven in search of Shui Donglu. He was certain that Shui Donglu was there somewhere. However, he hadn't been able to turn up even the slightest clue about his actual location. In the end, he sighed. Trusting in his own senses, but having no other recourse, he bid farewell to his parents and everyone else. Upon leaving, he hovered just outside of planet South Heaven and looked back down. Don't want to see me, huh? Meng Hao said coolly. In that same moment, back down on a high mountain peak on planet South Heaven, Shui Donglu was looking up into the sky at Meng Hao. Apparently he could see Meng Hao, but Meng Hao couldn't see him. Meng Hao hovered there for some time before his eyes glittered. He quickly blinked his left eye 9 times in a row, causing his view of the world to change and magnify. Soon, he could see all of the lands below in complete detail. Suddenly, he vanished. Shockingly, when he appeared, he was standing on the mountain peak directly in front of Shui Donglu. Shui Donglu didn't move a muscle, although a look of surprise could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Meng Hao. Except, Meng Hao could see nothing in front of him at all. He got a very strange feeling from this mountain, as if it were somehow connected by karma to Shui Donglu. After standing there silently for a moment, Meng Hao suddenly smiled in a relaxed fashion. Finally giving up on the idea of tracking down Shui Donglu, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to the air in front of him. Senior, since you don't wish to meet with me, then I'll take my leave. I will never forget the kindness you have shown me. I'm not sure what your plan is, Senior, but The mountain and sea realm is weak now, so please, don't play with fire and get burned. The words he spoke were icy, and a bitter coldness emanated from him. Even the paragon puppet up in the starry sky radiated a coldness that seemed to lock down onto that mountaintop. With that, Meng Hao looked up and made his way out into the void, paying the mountain no more heed. There, he transformed into a beam of light that left planet South Heaven. As he made his way off, Shui Donglu continued to stand there, and a flicker of praise could be seen in his eyes. After a moment passed, he smiled. "So, kid," he murmured, his smile deepening. "You've finally grown up. Grown some teeth too, I see. You know what it means to protect your home. Excellent. Excellent. As for the mountain and sea realm, let's just say, I care about it more than you do. More than anyone." Outside of planet South Heaven, Meng Hao proceeded along through the starry sky. Throughout the ninth mountain and sea, cultivators were crafting planets and landmasses in numerous locations, filling the starry sky. Gathered upon those planets and landmasses were all of the mortals of the mountain and sea realm, and all of the bloodlines of all the cultivators. There was only one mountain and sea lord here, though, and that was Jitian. Paragon Sea Dream had personally come to visit him and appoint him as guardian of the place. Meng Hao looked out at this vastly changed ninth mountain and sea, and eventually, his gaze came to rest upon a certain mountain. The ninth mountain. Meng Hao wanted to meet a certain person and put an end to the karma which tied them together. That person was none other than Jitian. Jitian had interfered when Fang Shufeng stepped into the Tao, and had attempted to possess Meng Hao in the eighth mountain and sea. Because of things such as these, the karma between them was varied and strong. Meng Hao proceeded through the starry sky toward the ninth mountain, then began to walk up the steps leading to the peak. Soon he was there at the highest part of the mountain. He saw a celestial pond, within which was a sleeping Xuanwu turtle. Sitting cross-legged next to the pond was an old man in a violet robe. His eyes were somewhat clouded, and yet bright, and boundless karma was visible upon his person. In the instant in which Meng Hao saw him, he knew that this was the man he had come to see, Jitian. He was a former subordinate of Lord Li, a powerful expert from the same era as the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan. He was also the lord of the ninth mountain and sea. Jitian was not alone. A young man and a young woman stood behind him. Meng Hao was unfamiliar with the man, having never seen him before, but could see that he had an extraordinary cultivation base in the mid-ancient realm. When he looked at Meng Hao, the awe in his eyes was evident, and although he was apparently trying to hold back from revealing it, Meng Hao could see it clearly. As soon as Meng Hao laid eyes on the young woman, he recognized her. It was Ji Yin, and as soon as she saw him, a complex look could be seen in her eyes, and her expression darkened. Jitian's expression was the same as ever when he looked up at Meng Hao. It was almost as if he considered him to be an old friend. He smiled, and in a casual tone said, "You've come." Meng Hao looked at Jitian, expression calm as he approached and stood before him. Then he looked down at the Xuanwu turtle in the pond water, and his eyes suddenly glittered. "So you can see it?" Jitian said, smiling. "In that case, there's no use trying to hide the truth. The only question is, will I be able to calm your anger, Crown Prince of the mountains and seas?" Meng Hao stood there silently, eyes flashing. What he saw was that there were innumerable powerful karma threads binding Jitian to the Xuanwu turtle, creating a connection between the two of them that vastly exceeded the connection between an ordinary mountain and sea lord and Xuanwu turtle. In fact, the life forces of Jitian and the Xuanwu turtle seemed to be bound together. Furthermore, it was not a situation in which Jitian was in the dominant position, with the Xuanwu turtle being bound to him. Instead, the Xuanwu turtle was dominant. If the Xuanwu turtle died, Jitian would perish. However, if Jitian died, it wouldn't have any negative effect on the Xuanwu turtle at all. In fact, if Jitian died, the Xuanwu turtle would be able to absorb the power of his cultivation base, and thus have an explosive increase in battle prowess. The way Meng Hao saw it was that this was an oath sworn by Jitian that he would live or die with the ninth mountain and sea. Meng Hao examined the situation for a very long moment before turning to look Ji Tian in the eye. Why have you done this? Ji Tian looked back at Meng Hao and began to speak slowly, sounding as proud as the Lord of the Ninth Mountain and Sea should. That is the wrong question to ask, Crown Prince. Let us make things clear. I have a grudge with your Fang clan. Furthermore, although there are many sects and clans in the Ninth Mountain and Sea who venerate me, most of them fear me, but don't respect me. However, after becoming the Mountain and Sea Lord, I have committed no depraved acts of inhumanity. Perhaps I haven't led the Ninth Mountain and Sea into riches and glory, but I haven't led it into decline either. As a matter of fact, chosen have appeared here one after another. I never had a single one of those chosen killed, no matter what sect or clan they come from, nor have I engaged in any wholesale slaughter. It's true that the Ji clan has grown large and powerful thanks to the immortality bestowal dais I created, which allowed many people to become false immortals by means of my name. However, in the end, I have done nothing to harm the Ninth Mountain and Sea. If anything, I gave more people the hope and the chance to reach immortal ascension. As for the Fang clan, the only reason I ever targeted them was because of the old enmities that exist between our two clans. Despite that, from the very beginning until now, when you still haven't stepped into the Tao, I never made a move to attack you with the exception of that one time in the Eighth Mountain and Sea. Meng Hao thought for a moment, then responded in a cool voice, "Nice soliloquy, but it's not enough. I demand a complete explanation." Jiyin couldn't hold back from jumping in. "Meng Hao, why you're pushing things too far? What the patriarch did to you and your father wasn't his true wish. He actually—" "That's enough," Ji Tian said, waving his hand to interrupt Jiyin. He looked at Meng Hao and he seemed to have come to a decision. "I can give you that complete explanation, Crown Prince." With that, he rose to his feet and waved his hand, causing a rift to appear in front of him, which he immediately entered. Meng Hao glanced over at Jiyin. Based on what she had just said, he already had an idea of what was going on. He strode forward into the rift, then appeared in a small dimension. The surroundings weren't very large. It was a sepulchre. "Crown Prince, the explanation I owe you lies in here," Ji Tian said, his voice hoarse. Meng Hao looked around and was instantly moved. Within the sepulchre were 8 coffins, none of which contained bones, only piles of skin. There was also a strong karmic power that caused Meng Hao's eyes to glitter. It only took a moment of extrapolation on his part to determine the general function of this place, although he couldn't determine the specific grand magic at play. "Clone possession," he said, "crafting the perfect body. 8 possessions were like 8 lives, and from the look of it, Ji Dongyang was your 8th life. He wanted to possess me in order to become the 9th life. Therefore, what you want to tell me is that the divine magic you unleashed actually took control of you. The you that I encountered before wasn't really you. Furthermore, after cutting down Ji Dongyang, the magic was broken, and you recovered control." Eyes glittering, he looked over at Ji Tian. Ji Tian stood there for a while without responding. Then he sighed, looking around the sepulchre with mixed emotions. Kuyun Hai was the hero of an entire generation. His reincarnation magic worked for Kujusi. But even though I obtained the same magical technique, I couldn't get it to work right. Meng Hao's mind reeled as he realized why this magical technique seemed so familiar. It was obviously the same legendary transmigration technique Kuyun Hai had mentioned. "Crown Prince, does this explanation of mine meet with your satisfaction?" Ji Tian asked slowly. Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the dimension they were in to shrink down until it was nothing more than a dot of light in the palm of his hand. Then, he and Ji Tian reappeared back out on the 9th mountain. Ji Tian had made things very simple. He knew that he had offended Meng Hao and the Fang clan far too deeply. That was in fact why he had connected his life force to the 9th mountain's Xuanwu turtle. Such an act clearly demonstrated how determined he was to fight for the mountains and seas. Then, he had actually handed over to Meng Hao the very pocket dimension which was inextricably bound to his own life. All of that showed that he was placing his life in Meng Hao's hands. If Meng Hao wanted to, he could easily use the pocket dimension to torture him endlessly, even kill him. After providing all of these things to Meng Hao, Ji Tian stood quietly off to the side, waiting for Meng Hao to make his decision. Meng Hao thought for a moment, then gave Ji Tian a profound look. If there were no war in the mountains and seas, then he would definitely kill Ji Tian on the spot. But now, a profound gleam flickered in his eyes as he turned, taking the pocket dimension with him as he left the 9th mountain. After Meng Hao left, Ji Tian seemed to age, and much of his energy drained away. After standing there bitterly for a moment, he sighed. He knew that he had just sidestepped a huge catastrophe. Before Meng Hao had destroyed the first heaven, he had felt confident in being able to personally prevent him from taking action. But after what happened with the first heaven, and after he enslaved the Paragon, Ji Tian was filled with an unprecedented level of fear. At that point, he realized that all the preparations he had made would be useless in dealing with Meng Hao. The only way to have a shot at living was to place his life in Meng Hao's hands. Even then, he only had a sliver of a chance. After resolving matters with Ji Tian, Meng Hao proceeded along through the starry sky, observing the mountain and sea realm preparing for war. His heart grew calm, and his will to fight grew stronger. He was like a sword being sharpened, a sword that, when it was unsheathed, could sever the heavens. The preparations continued, and one by one, various projects were completed. The 8 lines of defense were set up, and the 9 seas were filled with astonishing restrictive spells. The mountain and sea cultivators were also organized into armies. Roughly 30% were sent to the first mountain and sea, with the rest being sent to the other mountains and seas, where they would wait to relieve troops on the battlefield or act as reinforcements. Ancient treasures from various sects and clans were distributed, and large numbers of cultivators were stationed on the sun and moon, which were in and of themselves precious treasures no weaker than paragons. During the battle with the first heaven, the will of the mountain and sea realm had been solely focused on maintaining the barrier against the other heavens. Therefore, the sun and the moon had not been used. Now that the barrier was breaking, and the 32 heavens were coming, the sun and moon were ready to explode into battle. Xitigarbha was stationed on the moon. Considering the level of his cultivation base, as well as the fact that he commanded the river of Reincarnation, the sea of the Yellow Springs, as well as numerous Yama King palaces, the moon was the best place for him to unleash his peak power. Most of the power of the moon was focused not on attacking but defending. The brightest glow of all came from the sun. The person who had been appointed to that station was Meng Hao. As per Paragon Sea Dream's orders, Meng Hao was to take control of the sun, and would wield the mountain and sea realm's most deadly weapon. As for the Paragon puppet, Meng Hao sent it to the peak of the first mountain, where it had a perfect view of the first sea, and would be able to observe all of the battlefields which would make up the first line of defense. Conveniently, Meng Hao's incredible divine sense made it possible for him multitask, and thus personally control the incredible power of the Paragon puppet. To him, it was a perfectly suitable thing to do, although to anyone else it would be impossible. Everyone took everything very seriously, and soon, a powerful will to fight pervaded the entire mountain and sea realm. With the siege mode activated, the realm was like a razor-sharp sword. The most important aspect of the siege mode was that everything surrounding the entire mountain and sea realm was locked down by its will. The only way in or out was through the first sea and the first mountain. If the 32 heavens wanted to exterminate all life in the mountain and sea realm, then there was really only one way to do it. They could not resort to trickery like the first heaven had, and try to divide the mountain and sea realm. All cultivators in the mountains and seas, regardless of whether they wanted to or not, were ready for war. Some of them were thinking of themselves, but most were thinking of their clans and their sects. Perhaps few people were worried about the mountain and sea realm as a whole, but everyone had a clan or sect as well as a family, and all of those existed within the mountain and sea realm. It was now only about 3 days until the 32 heavens were expected to break through the barrier. Everything was still and quiet, although the will to fight and the killing intent in the realm grew stronger and more pervasive. Meng Hao made his way through the starry sky until eventually he reached the sun. There were 100,000 cultivators posted there, arranged in both military and spell formations. The minimum cultivation level among those cultivators was the Immortal realm, with about 30% being ancient realm experts. They did not come from one particular mountain and sea, but had been picked from all of them. These people all cultivated fire-type techniques, and with them present, the power of the sun would be even further increased. As soon as Meng Hao arrived, the 100,000 cultivators clasped hands and bowed deeply, fanatical gleams shining in their eyes. "Greetings, Crown Prince of the mountains and seas. We shall live and die with the mountains and seas. We are willing to give our lives and souls for the Crown Prince." The voices of 100,000 cultivators joined together into a powerful roar that echoed out, and within their eyes burned passion and an intense desire to do battle. Meng Hao looked at them, looked at the sun, and then clasped hands and bowed deeply. He made no speech, but instead stepped forward into the nucleus spell formation at the center of the sun, where he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Now that Meng Hao had arrived, all of the 100,000 cultivators sat down cross-legged. Meng Hao had previously believed the sun to be huge, definitely larger than a planet, and most likely as large as one of the mountains of the realm. But now he realized that actually, it wasn't very big. The reason it seemed so spectacular was because of the dazzling, majestic light which constantly shone off of it, and the intense heat which made it impossible for ordinary cultivators to even get near it. In fact, these 100,000 cultivators were wearing a special type of armor provided by Paragon's Sea Dream, which allowed them to stay on the surface of the sun. As for Meng Hao, considering the current level of his fleshly body, he needed nothing of the sort. Numerous powerful spell formations could be seen which had apparently existed since time immemorial. As the 100,000 cultivators sat down cross-legged onto those spell formations, they merged into them, becoming part of the formations. Meng Hao, of course, sat down cross-legged at the spell formation in the very center. When he sent his divine sense out to cover the entire sun, he could sense a power there that could shake heaven and earth. It was not his first time sensing that power. Back in the windswept realm, he had used his drop of Paragon's blood to summon the light of this very sun, and the energy he had sensed at that time was the same as the energy he sensed now. With his divine sense unleashed, he could utilize the spell formation, and with a mere thought, could merge into that power, and even control it without the slightest interference. Meng Hao could also sense that deep within the recesses of the sun was the true precious treasure that this spell formation could unleash. According to the legends, he murmured, Paragon 9 Seals created the mountain and sea realm, and then used his two battle weapons to make the sun and moon. As for the sun, it focuses on battle, and the moon focuses on defense. With that, he looked over in the direction of the moon, which was on the opposite side of the mountain and sea realm. That was where Xidagarba was stationed, who Meng Hao had still not met in person. He was the most peerless expert in the mountain and sea realm, and he was tasked with using the moon to coordinate the defenses in battle. Meng Hao took a deep breath and looked away. Then he sent his divine sense throughout the sun, linking himself with the 100,000 cultivators. With that, he closed his eyes and began to wait. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were itching to fight, and their killing intent shook heaven and earth. Everyone was now completely focused on the starry sky up above. By now, boundless ripples were spreading out through the starry sky, as well as crashing booms, all from the barrier created by the will of the mountains and seas. Something terrifying was bashing at that barrier, causing the starry sky to burn, and sending crevices snaking out. As the crevices grew wider, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm calmed their spirits. No one spoke. They stood there silently, waiting for the 32 heavens to attack. It was in that moment that Paragon's Sea Dream's voice suddenly echoed out in Meng Hao's mind. Meng Hao! Meng Hao opened his eyes. The sun is extremely important, and is in fact the key to the war. The sun must not be lost. The Tailuo Red Thunder formation was one of the most powerful spell formations back in the days of the Paragon Immortal realm. Paragon 9 Seals himself set up the formation, and having built up energy for tens upon tens of thousands of years, it can unleash supreme power. However, that power is limited. It can attack only 19 times at 100% strength. Eventually, the formation may break, and at that time there is something you must remember. When it comes to the power of the sun, the spell formation is the first layer, the structure of the sun is the second layer, and the precious treasure in the nucleus is the third layer. Hold on for as long as you can. This war is going to go on for a long time. Paragon C Dream's voice echoed away into nothing. Meng Hao sat there silently. He didn't respond to her words, but his eyes shone with a sharp, brilliant light. As for his divine sense, he sent some of it out toward the peak of the first mountain where the Paragon puppet sat cross-legged. In the instant his divine sense poured into it, the Paragon puppet's eyes opened, and they glittered brightly as it slowly looked up. That was the moment in which a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion rang out through the mountain and sea realm. Up above in the starry sky, visible to all, was a huge black scorpion claw, slashing down through the barrier up above. The barrier was ripped open, and rumbling sounds like thunder filled the starry sky of the entire mountain and sea realm. The rift which had been opened in the barrier was thousands of meters wide, and on the other side was an army of outsiders so large it was impossible to number. Countless eyes stared toward the mountains and seas, filled with greed and ruthlessness. The 32 heavens were coming. The rumbling was so intense that the heavenly bodies shook. The scorpion pincer retracted, then appeared once again in another area off to the side. More booms could be heard as a second huge rift was ripped open. Meng Hao watched silently, as did all of the other cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. Their cold eyes were fixed on the starry sky up above as they awaited orders from Paragon Sea Dream. The gigantic scorpion pincer appeared again and again, and soon 10 rifts had been slashed open into the barrier in the starry sky. The strangest thing was that the 10 rifts did not connect at all. With every slash of the pincer, the barrier grew weaker and weaker, until the final slash was delivered, whereupon a blast of energy surged out from the pincer. Everything trembled, and a huge shockwave surged out, although it seemed as if the source of that blast was actually beyond the barrier itself. After all, the scorpion pincer itself was more than 30,000 meters long, so it could only be imagined how gigantic the scorpion itself was. The aura emanating from the scorpion pincer spread out in all directions, and the pressure of a paragon superseded that of heaven and earth, dispersing everything in its path as it descended toward the mountain and sea realm, a will unto itself. Heathens of the paragon immortal realm, henceforth all of ye shall cease to exist. All immortals shall perish. All immortal bloodlines will be cut off. All memories will be expunged. Massive rumbling echoed out in concert with the voice, causing the mountains to shake and the seas to seethe. The minds of all the cultivators in the mountain and sea realm shook. That was the will of a paragon, and not that of a 7 essences paragon. No, this was an 8 essences paragon. The mountains and seas were trembling. The lands shook and mountains were rocked as heaven and earth crumbled. The enormous scorpion pincer gradually retracted, as if the outsider paragon were temporarily incapable of actually descending into the mountains and seas, but first needed to widen the passageway before its true form could come. As the pincer pulled back through the huge 3,000-meter rift it had just opened, a sea of countless outsiders began to swarm through. Their eyes blazed with greed and a thirst for blood, and their laughter rang out in all directions. At the same time, countless outsiders began to fly out from the other rifts. The flesh and blood of immortals. I haven't savored that flavor for a long, long time. Immortals, huh? So this is the immortal world we've been suppressing for so many millennia? They actually managed to wipe out the first heaven. Ha ha ha! Attack! Screams that could twist the mind and heart echoed out as huge waves of outsiders poured out. For the most part, they looked completely different than ordinary cultivators. Some had scaly skin, others had bone spurs protruding out all over their bodies. Some of them even looked like enormous crocodiles. There were outsiders that had human bodies but the heads of lions, and others with even more bizarre appearances. At a single glance, it was possible to tell that these beings were from outside the mountain and sea realm. When Meng Hao saw them pouring through the rifts, he frowned, and wondered why the Paragon Immortal realm had ever ruled over lower realms filled with outsiders such as these. It was at this point that Paragon Sea Dream's icy voice suddenly rang out in the minds of all mountain and sea cultivators. Fight! It was one word, but it was a word that called for a battle to the death. The resolve of the cultivators exploded like a whirlwind, and their hearts burned as if with fire. Rumbling could be heard as the cultivators on the first line of defense attacked, unleashing their most powerful divine abilities. The starry sky trembled as the might of millions of cultivators exploded out. Instantly, the starry sky was not black, but instead filled with a riot of dazzling colors. Countless divine abilities and magical techniques emanated scintillating colors, and were backed by the will and resolve of all the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. It was like an ocean of magic that surged with fatal power toward the outsiders. And this was just the first showdown. The fighting exploded in an instant. The outsiders also unleashed their most profound divine abilities, some of them moving so fast they were mere blurs. Others laughed maniacally as they grew to incredible sizes, using their natural armor-like flesh to fight back. Some even transformed into multiple clones. However, there were quite a few who were immediately cut down by the raging ocean of magic that blasted into them. This time, the mountain and sea realm had entered its siege mode, and the spirits of its cultivators burned with passion. They were completely and utterly prepared for battle. The ocean of magic swept over the outsiders, and even as it began to fade away, another wave surged out from the first mountain and sea. As Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the sun, he refrained from attacking. This precious treasure of the mountain and sea realm could not be squandered casually. It was impossible to say exactly how long the war would last, and Meng Hao wanted to ensure that each attack he unleashed would inflict maximum damage on the invading 32 heavens. His paragon puppet was also waiting to attack. Currently, the only fighters on the field of battle were the cultivators from the first mountain and sea. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the initial advance of the outsiders was shoved back, making it impossible for them to descend into the mountain and sea realm. However, despite being sent spinning back by the ocean of magic, the number of outsiders was vast, and more of them poured out of the 10 rifts. Furthermore, additional rifts were now opening up. As the forces of the outsiders swelled in number, they were slowly able to push back against the ocean of magic unleashed by the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao frowned in thought. Then, the sun's spell formation began to flicker with light as he prepared to launch an attack. However, it was at this point that a cold snort echoed out from within the rift, and a new figure appeared. It was a lion-headed outsider, and as soon as he appeared, he exploded with the aura of an imperial lord. As he advanced, his aura transformed into an enormous circular shield of light. The shield of light grew larger and larger as he advanced, until it was fully 3,000 meters in diameter. This was what the outsider Imperial Lord used to defend against the ocean of magic. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and without hesitation, he took action. The boundless light of the sun became the most dazzling light on the battlefield. A beam of light shot out, and if you looked closely, within that beam of light was a glowing arrow. The arrow pierced through the void to appear directly in front of the lion-headed Imperial Lord. His light shield instantly shattered, and the Imperial Lord's face fell. Pupils constricting, he shot backward. However, the arrow's speed hadn't been reduced in the slightest. Just as the arrow was about to slam into him, the lion-headed Imperial Lord threw his head back and roared. At the same time, his body rapidly expanded and changed shape into that of a golden lion. He then butted his head into the light shooting toward him from the sun. Intense, blistering light radiated out from the outsider Imperial Lord, and he let out a miserable shriek. Just when he was on the verge of being wiped out of existence, he suddenly spit a marionette out of his mouth. It was hard to tell whether the marionette was laughing or crying, and apparently, it was taking the place of the outsider Imperial Lord's soul as it cracked into pieces. After the marionette was destroyed, the outsider Imperial Lord's body grew blurry and then vanished. When he reappeared near the border of one of the rifts, he was trembling, and was clearly much weaker than before. Enraged, he turned to look in the direction of Meng Hao in the sun. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he snorted coldly. At the same time, the outsider Imperial Lord suddenly looked back in the direction of his destroyed marionette to find that the light arrow had reformed. It then shot forth at incredible speed, and before he could react, it stabbed into his forehead. A boom rang out, and a look of disbelief flashed across his face in the moment before he exploded. In the last moments before he died, the only thing that filled his mind was disbelief that he was dying after having just stepped foot onto the battlefield. Then he was completely wiped out of existence. Countless cultivators within the mountain and sea realm saw this happen, and they were instantly enlivened. Upon the death of the lion-headed Imperial Lord, another astonishing stream of aura pierced out from within one of the rifts. It was a second Imperial Lord who moved so fast it was difficult to see him. Only when he stopped moving was it possible to see that his appearance was not humanoid. Instead, he was a 3,000-meter-tall ant. He was pitch black and emanated a boundless black glow that fought back against the ocean of magic. Even as he looked over warily at Meng Hao, a third Imperial Lord appeared. Shockingly, this third Imperial Lord was not an outsider, but a cultivator. He emanated profound ancientness and wore a long white robe. He was an old man who had apparently lived for countless years and emanated boundless cultivation base ripples. As soon as he appeared, he looked down at the mountain and sea realm with a complex expression. Seemingly reminiscent, he finally snorted coldly, waving his right hand to cause a crimson flame phoenix to appear, fully 3,000 meters long. Instantly, it shot toward the ocean of magic. Two Imperial Lords were now attacking simultaneously, causing the ocean of magic to begin to vibrate. After a long moment, just when it seemed as if it couldn't sustain itself for any longer, the invading outsiders built up enough troops to unleash a magical ocean of their own. Meng Hao quickly prepared the sun's spell formation for a second attack. In the blink of an eye, another light arrow shot out toward the white-robed Imperial Lord who was clearly a cultivator who had originally come from in the mountain and sea realm. However, it was at this point that the starry sky trembled. Everything shook as a huge hand stretched out from one of the rifts. It was completely golden and covered with boundless fur that floated about elegantly. That hand stretched out with incredible speed to simply grab the second light arrow Meng Hao had just shot from the sun. The hand clenched down viciously, and the light arrow shattered. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He hadn't used the full power of the sun in his previous two attacks, only about 60 to 70%. Even still, the only type of person who could crush those arrows would be a paragon. Massive rumbling could be heard as the light arrow collapsed into pieces. The paragon's enormous hand stopped in place, then opened slowly, causing a drop of blood to drop down. That blood drop sizzled, and then exploded into a boundless sea covered with innumerable magical symbols. It descended like a millstone toward the ocean of magic unleashed by the huge army of mountain and sea cultivators. Meng Hao's pupils constricted in response. He definitely deserves to be a paragon. He clearly has copious experience in battle and is adept at changing tactics in the middle of fighting. He actually took the drop of blood that resulted from being struck by the light arrow and turned it into a powerful attack. There was no time for Meng Hao to stop what was happening. Frowning, he watched as the paragon's sea of blood shoved down onto the ocean of magic, instantly causing its light to fade wherever they connected. Simultaneously, the two Imperial Lords also attacked. Rumbling sounds could be heard as, for the first time, the mountain and sea realm's ocean of magic was suppressed and began to fade away. It was also at this point that the rifts in the starry sky were relentlessly ripped open wider and wider. Vast quantities of outsiders appeared. There were no less than 1 million at this point, and their expressions were all fierce and vicious as they charged toward the first mountain and sea. The rifts only continued to open wider, and it was possible to see that even more outsiders were waiting beyond. They kept pouring through the openings without stop. Furthermore, behind all of those outsiders was a land mass. It was the second heaven. This second heaven was clearly larger than the first heaven, and beyond it, Meng Hao could see the third heaven, the fourth heaven, and the fifth heaven. Each of the 33 heavens was larger than the one before it, with the smallest being the first heaven, and the largest heaven being the 33rd heaven. Rumbling could be heard as the second heaven battered the barrier, causing the rifts to grow larger and allowing more and more outsiders to enter the mountain and sea realm. From the look of it, the barrier wouldn't stay intact for very much longer. Meng Hao looked back toward the rifts, and his eyes flickered as he caught sight of the paragon who had just shattered his arrow. He was enormous and golden-colored, with the head of a lion, the type of figure to be the subject of all attention. Golden light shimmered off of him, and Meng Hao could even sense that this lion-headed paragon possessed terrifying, world-destructive power. Sensing Meng Hao's gaze, the lion-headed paragon looked over, and his lightning-like eyes pierced through the void to land on the sun, and Meng Hao. Voice cool, he said, "I am Xianfang." Meng Hao snorted coldly as he sent his divine sense out to defend himself. Xianfang's eyes glittered. Ignoring Meng Hao, he turned to face the paragon puppet which waited on the first mountain. His expression was mixed as he extended his hand and pointed toward the first mountain and sea. "Let the war of extermination begin." In response to his words, countless outsiders roared and charged toward the first mountain and sea, unleashing numerous magical techniques and divine abilities. The army that comprised the first line of defense for the mountain and sea realm was separated from the outsiders by the first sea, but they still fought back directly with various magics. However, the number of outsiders was vast, and more were pouring in by the moment. Their charge was relentless and awe-inspiring, and their advance drew them ever closer to the first sea. The seawater boiled and screamed, and began to vaporize into a mist, as if it were being eternally wiped away. Unexpectedly, Paragon Xianfang stayed in place, an enigmatic smile on his face as he studied the mountain and sea realm. Then he shot up into the starry sky and stretched out both hands, as if he were going to grab hold of the expanse and rip it apart. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the barrier in the starry sky was ripped open even wider. Apparently, a tipping point had been reached, as massive rumbling could be heard, and the barrier became completely inundated with cracks and tears, and then shattered into pieces like a mirror. As it did, everything that was up above was then revealed. All of the 32 heavens. Now that the barrier was down, the mountain and sea realm and the 32 heavens were connected. Both sides could look directly at each other. However, it was in that moment that all of the outsiders from the 32 heavens suddenly grew blurry and then faded away. Shockingly, they returned back to the land masses from whence they had come. This strange development caused Meng Hao's heart to begin to thump. Something strange was happening, and although he wasn't sure what it was, it seemed like something big was about to occur. Paragon Xianfang's expression flickered with scorn as he looked coldly at the mountain and sea realm. "I have to admire your little plot, but I couldn't care less about it." In almost the exact same instant that Xianfang's words echoed out, Meng Hao's heart trembled from the intense foreboding that was growing stronger by the moment. Suddenly, all of the shattered remnants of the barrier began to emit a droning sound as they spun around to form a huge tempest. Then they began to rise up toward the 32 heavens. At the same time, Paragon Sea Dream's voice echoed out into the minds of the mountain and sea cultivators. "Attack!" Rumbling sounds echoed out, starting from the 9th mountain and sea and then moving to the 8th, the 7th, and all the way to the 1st mountain and sea, as the mountain and sea cultivators unleashed explosive divine abilities and magical techniques. They rocketed up, then shot out from the 1st mountain and sea in an ocean of magic which exceeded the ferocity of the previous oceans by 10 times. It shot out toward the tempest, merging into it and thus experiencing an exponential growth in size and power. That indescribably powerful force was heading directly toward the 32 heavens. This was the mountain and sea realm plot that Xianfang had referred to, something that had been enacted by Paragon Sea Dream, but originally planned out by Paragon 9 Seals. It really was a plot, although it wasn't possible to tell from the perspective of the mountain and sea realm itself. From the direction of the 33 heavens, it was easier to distinguish. The barrier which had been erected by the will of the mountain and sea realm, once shattered, would clearly be able to unleash a shocking attack. That shocking attack, that intense tempest, would combine all of the magical techniques of the mountain and sea realm cultivators to create a power similar to that of a paragon, which would then be used to strike at the 2nd heaven. The massive tempest swept out to cover the second heaven, smashing its mountains and buildings, then moving on to batter the third heaven, the fourth heaven, and then the fifth heaven. As of this moment, Meng Hao had already unleashed 2 powerful attacks, leaving him with less than 16 left. However, he didn't hesitate to add the power of 1 more light arrow into the huge tempest, making it even more glorious than before. Meng Hao could also sense that there were likely more tricks hidden within the shattered barrier, so despite the sense of foreboding he had, he still chose to join in. The windstorm screamed, backed by the madness of the mountain and sea realm cultivators, by the explosive power of the will of the mountain and sea realm, as if they wanted to bash all of the 32 heavens to pieces. However, even as the windstorm blasted into the 6th heaven, and before it could charge on toward the 7th heaven, blinding light shone out to cover the landmass that was the 7th heaven. It then covered the 8th heaven above it, and the 9th and onward all the way to the 33rd heaven. Then all of those heavens began to fade into blurriness. At the same time, a barrier appeared, cutting the connection between the 6th heaven and the 7th heaven. Simultaneously, a gigantic scorpion appeared in the vast expanse above the 7th heaven. It was blurry, but its eyes glittered with oppressive coldness as it stared down at the mountain and sea realm. The tactics of 9 seals carried by Sea Dream. Our 33 heavens have no choice but to face the power of your plot. As it turns out, that power of extermination is as terrifying as ever. However, tens upon tens of thousands of years have passed. We are different than we used to be. In the past, you might have been able to blast through all 33 heavens, to open up a path for the mountain and sea realm to flee. But now, you shall be stopped at the 6th heaven. That mountain and sea siege mode might seem like it is intended to converge power for defense, but there is no question that its shape is that of an arrow. In all likelihood, Paragon 9 Seals planned this out all those tens of thousands of years ago. His plan for the final battle was actually to open a corridor to make your getaway. I wonder how many cultivators of the mountain and sea realm actually knew about this little plan? Based on what I know of your personality, Sea Dream, my guess is that you didn't tell anyone. The scorpion's laughter rang out through the mountain and sea realm as it slowly disappeared. His words were filled with sinister malevolence, and when they entered the ears of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, their hearts trembled with shock. Not even Meng Hao had been aware that Sea Dream would do something like this. Although he could disregard the allegation of the scorpion-shaped paragon if he wanted to, after some thought, he realized that what he had said didn't seem like a complete fabrication. If Meng Hao was affected in such a way, then it could only be imagined how the rest of the mountain and sea cultivators felt. They couldn't help but suddenly lose a bit of confidence regarding the war. After all, even their paragon wanted to escape, not fight to the death. The sensation of hope they had felt after Meng Hao destroyed the first heaven and enslaved a paragon suddenly faded a bit thanks to the words of the scorpion-shaped paragon. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and his heart sank. He knew that cultivators who could reach the level of paragon were by no means weak, and would also be profound schemers. As the scorpion-shaped paragon disappeared, and the 7th through 33rd heavens faded into a state of invisibility, the land masses of the 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd heavens all began to descend. Although they were broken and in ruins, the outsiders on them clearly had ways to defend from the attack just now. All of them boiled forth, tens of millions of them, backed by their land masses as they charged in attack. There were also numerous black cubes which spread out from the 5 land masses, no less than 1 million of them. At this point, Paragon Sea Dream's cold voice echoed out into the starry skies. What a pack of lies! You think a measly scorpion tribe priest like yourself can understand the ways and means of Paragon 9 Seals? Cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, the 7th heaven and all the other heavens have unleashed their heaven-concealing sorcery. For the next year, they will be incapable of emerging from their current state. Nor will they be able to fight us. They will only be able to watch. They have abandoned the 2nd through 6th heavens. Their armies are alone. Outsider cultivators of the lower realms, did you know that? Did you know that you have been forsaken? It didn't matter whether or not Paragon Sea Dream really had planned to flee with the mountain and sea realm, or whether or not she felt the war to be hopeless. As of this moment, her echoing words not only solidified the hearts of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, it was also a rhetorical counterpunch that caused the outsiders who remained behind in the second through sixth heavens to turn very grim-faced. Meng Hao breathed a sigh of relief, then looked toward the ninth mountain with a complex expression. Deep in his heart, he was convinced that Paragon Sea Dream really had intended to lead the mountain and sea realm into flight. However, now was not the time to ponder the matter. He settled his thoughts and then focused completely on the spell formation, causing brilliant sunlight to shine out into the starry sky. Meanwhile, as if giving their reply to Sea Dream's words, the millions of black cubes floating in the starry sky suddenly erupted with boundless lightning, which then lashed downward and bombarded the mountain and sea realm's first line of defense. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but in addition, the surging energy of a paragon also erupted out from the sixth heaven. A hoarse voice could be heard, filled with seemingly infinite pride. Still as slippery with words as ever, fellow Taoist Sea Dream. How amusing! The 33 heavens originally had 5 powerful paragons. Of those, 1 had been enslaved by Meng Hao. That left 4, and now 2 were present to fight. The words spoken by this paragon instantly filled the outsiders with confidence. After all, if the 32 heavens sent 2 paragons to support them, then how could it be, as Sea Dream said, that they had been abandoned? Their fighting spirit soared. Roaring, millions upon millions of outsiders charged toward the first sea, whose waters boiled and bubbled as countless restrictive spells exploded out. The first mountain and sea was the first line of defense, and the cultivators there had no time to think or ponder. They could only begin to fight. Millions of cultivators charged forth in attack. Countless scintillating beams of light shot through the first sea, joining the power of the restrictive spells and spell formations to unleash carnage upon the outsiders. The first sea seethed as innumerable outsiders poured into the battle. In the blink of an eye, miserable shrieks and cries filled the air, and countless grievous injuries and even deaths occurred. The first sea almost instantly turned crimson, making the entire sea look like a sea of blood. As for the paragon who had just spoken out from the sixth heaven, he did not appear in body. Clearly, his only goal had been to put pressure on the mountain and sea realm, and to calm the outsiders. Even more so, he wanted to buy time. Time was needed for the 7th through 33rd heavens to emerge from the special state created by the magic they had used to evade the destructive tempest. As for the outsider imperial lords, their number had increased from 4 to 6, and they were making a grand display in battle. Out in the starry sky, Xianfang's eyes glittered as he looked over at the 6 imperial lords, then pointed in the direction of the sun. All of you. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression flickered. Not good. In that same instant, a glowing shield exploded out from the moon. Xianxia was using all the power he could unleash to utilize the moon's spell formation power. The moon was devoted to defense, and now it created a shield that covered the mountain and sea realm, including the first sea. That shield locked down the mountain and sea realm, and at the same time, cut off all of the outsiders who were within the first sea from the others. It was as if the outsiders' huge army had suddenly been cut apart. One portion was isolated in the first sea, with the majority of the army being stuck outside. At the same time, Meng Hao sent divine will into the paragon puppet that was waiting atop the first mountain. Suddenly, it looked up, its eyes flashing. The puppet's face was expressionless, but when Xianfang saw it, his face fell. The puppet rose to its feet, the pressure of a paragon exploding out from the first mountain to fill the first sea. Then it took a step forward. "Igu, what are you doing?" Xianfang roared from the other side of the shield. He took a step toward the shield, clenched his hand into a fist, and struck out. The entire shield shook as though it might break at any moment. However, Xianxia's eyes gleamed viciously, and blood oozed out of the corners of the mouths of the 100,000 cultivators under his command. As a result, the shield stabilized, and showed no further signs of being breached. Xianfang roared with fury as he battered the shield again, but it did no good. He stared viciously at Meng Hao's paragon puppet as it took a step forward, then unleashed a fist strike toward the first sea. That fist strike contained paragon power that could shake the heavens. The entire first sea sank down, and the mountain and sea cultivators were pushed back by an enormous force. In contrast, the outsiders' faces flickered with shock and despair. No! That's Paragon Egu. How could this be possible? Paragon Egu has turned traitor. Massive rumbling echoed out as the fist strike descended. The outsiders began to cough up blood, and cracking sounds mixed with miserable shrieks could be heard as their bodies began to fall to pieces. After the fist strike landed, a powerful shockwave surged out in all directions like a massive tempest. As it passed over the outsiders in the first sea, their bodies were flayed into masses of blood and gore. Their flesh became ash, and their bones were shattered into fragments, leaving nothing behind. Their magical items, their bags of holding, everything about them was completely destroyed, until nothing was left behind but wisps of smoke. However, the blood that filled the first sea remained behind. Not a bit of it faded away, and in fact, it grew thicker, until the first sea emanated a stench that struck fear into the hearts of the outsiders on the other side of the shield. One single punch exterminated all of the enemy forces in the first sea. The power of a paragon, once unleashed, could exterminate heaven and earth. The paragon puppet slowly looked up, and its eyes were clearly not that of Egu, but Meng Hao. The icy madness therein, freezing killing intent which stabbed out of the mountain and sea realm's shield toward Xianfang. Xianfang shivered, and his face darkened, but the killing intent in his own eyes burned brighter than ever as he then turned to look in the direction of the sun, and Meng Hao. As long as this kid remains alive, he thought, this war will be 10 times as hard to win. After a moment he looked away. Without speaking another word, he turned his attention back to the shield. He was confident that he would be able to break it open, but he also knew that even if he did, his army wouldn't be willing to casually step into the first sea. And yet, if he didn't break the stalemate, then despite being able to buy some time, the morale of the troops would be significantly damaged. Furthermore, that would also give time for the mountain and sea realm to make further preparations. Xianfang's eyes glittered. We can't let them dictate the tide of battle. To break this stalemate, I need to throw out some bait. An imperial lord wouldn't be enough. Only by offering myself up as bait can I force the mountain and sea realm into making a move, whatever it is. After a moment of silence, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm suddenly began to cheer, and their excitement grew. At the same time, the shield began to fade away. As it did, the outsiders stared at the bloody first sea, and just as Xianfang had predicted, none of them dared to enter it. Although they clearly outnumbered the mountain and sea realm cultivators, they were the scared ones. None of them dared to enter, but Xianfang did. He shot through the vanishing shield at high speed, and in that same moment, Xianxia suddenly rose to his feet from where he sat inside the moon. He actually dares to enter? He thought, eyes shining with a strange light. However, he hesitated. That hesitation came as he considered whether or not to activate the shield again, trapping the outsider paragon inside, and then using the power of the mountains and seas to kill him. Accomplishing that could potentially end the battle much earlier. It wasn't just Xianxia who was hesitating. Sea Dream was frowning, and as for the rest of the outsider army, they were stunned. However, some of the outsiders were already beginning to roar and charge forth to fight. The 6 imperial lords were also shaken. The only person who seemed unfazed was the other paragon in the 6th heaven. Meng Hao began to breathe heavily. The decisiveness being shown by Xianfang caused an icy coldness to glitter in his eyes. Offering himself up as bait? There was no time for lengthy consideration. Xianfang shot into the first sea and appeared directly in front of the paragon puppet. As he closed in, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing the surrounding sea of blood to solidify, almost as if it were being frozen by indescribable coldness. Seal! Sea Dream barked in response, countering his move. Her eyes flickered with a fierce gleam. There was really no choice in the matter. If Xianfang was brave enough to offer himself up as bait, and the mountain and sea realm was too cowardly to bite, then how could they possibly continue to fight the war? Sea Dream normally planned things out carefully, but this situation was different. Even as Sea Dream's voice continued to echo out, and before she could act on her decision, the light of the sun around Meng Hao blazed brightly. He had made his choice too, which was to take the bait. Xianxia took a deep breath as his cultivation base surged with power. The river of Reincarnation appeared, along with the sea of the Yellow Springs, and the numerous underworld palaces. The 100,000 cultivators on the moon all erupted with cultivation-based power, pouring it into the spell formation, which Xianxia then manipulated, causing the shield to spring up, covering the mountain and sea realm, completely trapping Paragon Xianfang. In the same moment that the shield appeared, the sun blazed with intense light as an attack was unleashed. An arrow of light shot through the starry sky, and at the same time, Paragon Sea Dream suddenly shot to her feet in the 9th mountain, then took a step forward to appear on the battlefield. Rumbling could be heard as Meng Hao's Paragon puppet began to fight with Xianfang. Even as the spectacular battle began to play out, the sunlight arrow was closing in. Unexpectedly, Xianfang didn't attempt to evade the arrow. In fact, he didn't even pay any heed to Paragon Sea Dream. Do you people really think I threw myself out as bait to get revenge for the millions of my fellow clan members who have died already? Or perhaps because of this egu puppet? Oh no, I came here. He suddenly looked toward the sun and smiled coldly. For you, laughing. He reached up and grabbed the light arrow, crushing it with his hand. A massive boom rang out, and blood oozed out of his mouth as he seemed to be on the verge of exploding. However, a strange light then began to flicker within his eyes. Tao of Time, return to the origin, trace this light back, and converge my true form. Even as he spoke, Xianfang vanished. When he reappeared, he was on the sun, a black pearl in his hand, which he then slammed downward. It was as if he had searched for the origin of the arrow, followed the light arrow back, used some incomprehensible divine ability to travel back in time by several breaths. Furthermore, Paragon Xianfang himself had traveled back in time. The injuries that had just been inflicted on him by the light arrow suddenly faded away as he appeared on the surface of the sun. Massive rumbling sounds could be heard, and the whole sun began to vibrate. The sudden turn of events caused Meng Hao's eyes to narrow. The essence of time. Meng Hao had fought many people in his life, and although he might not have as much experience as Xianfang, he came close. Therefore, it was without the slightest hesitation that he reacted. In fact, his physical reaction was even faster than his mental reaction, as his cultivation base exploded with power, taking the power of the spell formation formed by the 100,000 cultivators and sending a vicious attack out. That attack contained the full power of the sun, becoming a beam of light that shot, not directly toward Xianfang, but toward the black pearl. That pearl gave Meng Hao a very bad feeling. The golden light which emanated off of Paragon Xianfang had faded some. Clearly, using the heaven-defying timeshift magic was not something he could easily do. In fact, most likely, he wouldn't be able to unleash the same magic again anytime soon. In that respect, it was similar to Meng Hao's essence of space. In any case, Paragon Xianfang's sudden appearance on the sun not only caused Meng Hao's eyes to widen, Paragon Sea Dream was clearly shocked. Paragon Sea Dream instantly drew upon her full power to teleport over to the region of the sun. Meng Hao also used divine will to call his Paragon puppet over to help extricate himself from the danger. Amidst rumbling sounds, brilliant light shot toward the pearl that Paragon Xianfang was slamming toward the surface of the sun with such speed that it seemed that it would surely be able to intercept the pearl before its impact. Xianfang snorted coldly, then suddenly let go of the black pearl, allowing the light of the sun to slam into it. A huge boom then echoed out as the pearl was completely shattered. As that happened, black mist spread out, which Meng Hao could instantly tell was filled with some sort of incredible sealing power. Thankfully, it had been destroyed before being fully unleashed. Had it been used, even a paragon would have been hard-pressed to undo the sealing effect. Clearly, the pearl had been a precious treasure that only a paragon could create. As soon as the black pearl shattered, Paragon Xianfang suddenly flickered into motion. In the blink of an eye, he was off in the distance. However, He was still on the surface of the sun, and shockingly, another black pearl could be seen in his hand. A vicious grin could be seen on his face as he completely ignored the incoming sea dream and paragon puppet. "When I attack, I plan things meticulously," he said coolly. "Things rarely go awry when I make a move." With that, he viciously threw the black pearl down toward the surface of the sun. "Why does he insist on slamming that thing into the sun?" thought Meng Hao, frowning. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, and at the same time, the lightning cauldron appeared. Electricity danced as Meng Hao teleported out of the spell formation. Xianfang's jaw dropped as, in the blink of an eye, form displacement transposition caused him to switch places with Meng Hao. Meng Hao waved his hand, and just as the black pearl was about to slam into the surface of the sun, he scooped it up. As soon as he touched it, he understood. He doesn't want to seal this moment in time, and he doesn't want to use the pearl to kill me. He wants to seal the sun. With that, he looked up, and his pupils constricted as he realized that Paragon Xianfang had produced a third black pearl. This time, Xianfang didn't speak. In almost the same instant that Meng Hao laid eyes on him, he didn't throw the pearl down, but simply crushed it. As the pearl was crushed, thick black mist exploded out, instantly swirling out to cover the entire sun, creating something like a unique domain. It was at this point that Meng Hao's paragon puppet closed in and unleashed a fist strike upon the black mist. However, the power of that strike disappeared as quickly as a stone ox thrown into the ocean. Furthermore, there was no reaction whatsoever from the mist. As for Paragon Sea Dream, as soon as she was close enough, she waved her finger, sending paragon power exploding out. However, it did nothing to the mist except cause it to shudder and loosen slightly. "Those are gloom pearls." An extremely unsightly expression appeared on Sea Dream's face. Gloom pearls were not something from the 33 heavens. Back when the Paragon Immortal realm faced complete catastrophe, one of the two major enemy forces created them with the express purpose of ensnaring powerful experts of the immortal world. Once their power was unleashed, it couldn't easily be dispelled. At the very least, it could trap everything inside of it for a quarter of an hour. During that quarter hour, whatever was inside the mist was completely cut off from the rest of the world. Even as Sea Dream's face flickered, Paragon Xianfang was within the mist, eyes flickering with icy killing intent. Although he initially appeared to be going after the Paragon puppet, in the blink of an eye, he changed his target to Meng Hao. But then, just when everyone thought he was actually trying to kill Meng Hao, he unleashed a gloom pearl to lock down the sun. He had even prepared 3 pearls, all to ensure that the power of the sun could not be unleashed. That would remove one of the major obstacles to the invading army. However, just when people thought they knew what Xianfang was trying to do, he suddenly changed tactics again. Instead of trying to keep the sun sealed, he targeted Meng Hao. The truth was that few people would be able to guess exactly what his goals were. Right now, the sun was cut off because of the mist. Sea Dream and the Paragon puppet were on the outside, trying to batter their way in, trying to undo the seal. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was inside, facing incredible danger. "I have a quarter of an hour to kill you, and that's all I need." Xianfang laughed loudly, erupting with the cultivation base power of a paragon as he took a step forward toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face darkened. Xianfang was turning into a real headache. Not only was his cultivation base incredibly powerful, his ability to scheme ran deep and profound. He was proving much more difficult to deal with than Igu. Even as Xianfang bore down on him, Meng Hao backed up, sending out divine will to gather the power of the spell formation. Rumbling sounds could be heard as brilliant light exploded out, transforming into a light arrow that shot toward Xianfang. Xianfang roared and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing an enormous golden lion to appear behind him. The lion rapidly grew in size, covering Xianfang and taking the hit of the arrow instead of him. A boom rang out as the light arrow pierced into the image of the lion, which distorted, and then, before it could even roar, shattered into pieces. The light arrow, despite dimming somewhat, continued to stab toward Xianfang, who then reached out and grabbed it. As he crushed his hand down, the light arrow collapsed, and Xianfang backed up a few steps, his face pale and yet covered with an expression of scorn. The treasures passed down by 9 seals are truly powerful. Unfortunately, you can only unleash a limited bit of its power. Perhaps if you struck me over and over again in quick succession, you would have a chance to kill me. However, you can only unleash the power with the help of that spell formation, and those 100,000 cultivators which maintain it. What a joke! Besides, for the next 10 breaths of time at the minimum, you will not be able to unleash the power of this sun. Even as he spoke, Xianfang launched himself toward Meng Hao, golden light flickering around him as he clenched his fist and punched out. Your fleshly body has the signs of fleshly body cultivation. Let's see how well you cultivated it. The fist strike was powerful enough to shatter mountains and crush the earth. The sun trembled, and boundless golden light radiated out as a gigantic lion appeared within the fist strike, roaring as it charged toward Meng Hao. Paragon power dispelled the natural laws in the area, causing the 100,000 cultivators to cough up mouthfuls of blood. There were even some who exploded into showers of blood and gore. Meng Hao's cultivation base suddenly teetered unstably, and he staggered backward. At the same time, Paragon Sea Dream's voice echoed urgently from beyond the mist, sounding almost as if it were coming from a different time and space. Meng Hao, just hold on for a quarter of an hour. That's the longest it will take us to break this seal. The danger was intense, leaving Meng Hao's heart pounding. He might be as powerful as the peak of 6 essences, capable of fighting with imperial lords. However, the difference between that and a paragon was too vast. He was currently trapped, with nowhere to flee, and no choice but to fight to the death. In this critical juncture, Meng Hao dismissed all notions of coming up with a clever idea. Instead, his mind thrummed with the desire to fight. A quarter hour, he thought, eyes flickering with killing intent. Then, he sent his divine sense rocketing toward Xianfang in a vicious attack. Instead of falling back, he fought back against the pressure, taking a step forward and unleashing his own fist strike. Life extermination. Everything shook violently, and a tempest sprang out in all direction as Meng Hao's fist strike slammed into Paragon Xianfang's. A huge boom could be heard, and blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth. However, his expression was extremely vicious as he took another step forward and unleashed a second fist strike. Bedevilment fist. No survival without bedevilment. Meng Hao laughed uproariously. Massive energy was unleashed by the fist strike, causing a deafening boom to ring out. Even Paragon Xianfang was taken aback. Meng Hao coughed up more blood, and cracking sounds could be heard coming from within him. He might have a Dao sovereign fleshly body, but Xianfang was a paragon, with an even stronger fleshly body, one that vastly exceeded Meng Hao's. You really want to die? Xianfang laughed coldly. Rotating his cultivation base, he caused intense pressure to spread out. The golden lion roared, completely suppressing Meng Hao's bedevilment fist, and then appearing directly in front of Meng Hao himself. It was at this point that Meng Hao's eyes shone with a brilliant light as he unleashed a third fist strike. It was none other than the god-slaying fist. Merge my will with that of the heavens. My fist arouses the sun, becoming a fist of light. As of that moment, Meng Hao's will converged in the form of the god-slaying fist. Advancing courageously and with complete determination, he unleashed the powerful blow. When it slammed into Paragon Xianfang's fist, massive booms rang out. A tremor ran through Meng Hao, and his right arm distorted. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he was sent tumbling backward as though he had been struck by a powerful blast. However, at the same time, Xianfang's eyes flickered with astonishment. Although he appeared to have been unfazed, the 5 fingers of his right hand were tingling in pain, and he couldn't even stretch them out. An injury like this wasn't something that would cause him to cough up blood. And yet, his finger bones were crushed, and the other bones in his arm were fractured. However, the intense pain only caused the killing intent in Xianfang's eyes to deepen. Once again, he closed in on Meng Hao. Wish you could get away? Xianfang chuckled. However, Even as he closed in, Meng Hao suddenly stopped in place and looked up, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as his Green Emperor's eternal incantation operated at full speed. "The thought never crossed my mind," he replied icily. Azure light shone out as he transformed into an azure rock, which then shot toward Xianfang at high speed. A piercing cry rang out, and at the same time numerous mountains descended, along with the Paragon Bridge, which erupted with intense power. Rumbling could be heard as Paragon Xianfang laughed coldly, choosing not to evade, but instead to step forward and make a grasping motion. Immediately, golden light sprang into being in front of him, within which flickered innumerable magical symbols. A spell formation was formed, which radiated the power of the stars, causing the 5 elements to be thrown into chaos and strange lights to flicker. The spell formation immediately shot toward Meng Hao, causing his mountains to shatter and destroying his azure rock form. Azure light scattered, and Meng Hao's human form emerged, looking completely bedraggled. His chest was a mass of blood and gore, and even organs were visible. Without the incredible effort of the Green Emperor's eternal incantation, which constantly healed him, Meng Hao would already be dead. Even with it, he was clearly in a no-win situation. Now this is a paragon, he thought, eyes flickering with an unyielding gleam. His fight with Igu hadn't been nearly as intense as this. Right now, he was trapped, and had no other choice but to face the terrifying might of a paragon. And this was just a 7 essences paragon. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the golden spell formation bore down on Meng Hao. He threw his head back and roared, causing brilliant light to shine off of the Paragon Bridge as it fought back. The pressure from the Paragon Bridge caused the golden spell formation to tremble, and finally break into pieces. Then the Paragon Bridge continued to crush downward toward Xianfang. Xianfang's eyes widened. He suddenly looked more closely at the Paragon Bridge, and his expression flickered. Backing up, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then placed his finger onto his forehead. Instantly, golden light erupted from the top of his head, transforming into a golden lion. An expression of avarice appeared on Xianfang's face, and he began to laugh. "I can't believe it's that bridge. I'll take it." The golden lion was a sliver of Xianfang's psyche, and as it flew out, it began to swirl around the Paragon Bridge, attempting to use the power of a paragon to sever the connection between it and Meng Hao. Meng Hao had no time to try to stabilize the connection. It was a critical moment of deadly crisis, but Meng Hao was confident that as long as he himself didn't die, the bridge couldn't be taken away from him. Even as Xianfang was backing up, Meng Hao suddenly teleported back into the spell formation in the middle of the sun. There, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing scintillating light to swirl out from the sun. Shockingly, he had already been fighting with Paragon Xianfang for more than 10 breaths of time, which meant that the sunlight arrow could once again be unleashed. Rumbling sounds could be heard as intense light shot toward Paragon Xianfang. Because of how close he was, that light landed on him almost instantly. It stabbed into his forehead, causing Xianfang to shudder and then cough up a mouthful of blood. His energy waned slightly, and although he wasn't dead, a grievous wound could be seen on his forehead, which immediately began to heal up. It only took a moment of analysis on Meng Hao's part to come to the conclusion that Xianfang hadn't come out unharmed. He was clearly using some sort of secret magic to suppress the harmfulness of the wound. In the future, he might suffer an incredible backlash because of that, but at the moment, his battle prowess was not decreased at all because of the wound. "Damn it!" thought Meng Hao, his face darkening. At the same time, Xianfang gave a sinister laugh and charged toward Meng Hao. As he closed in, he waved his hand, causing a golden sea to spread out in all directions, then bashed toward Meng Hao within the spell formation. "Don't even mention that quarter hour. You won't even last long enough to fire another of those light arrows." Paragon Sea Dream was outside of the mist, her face pale as she realized that Xianfang was completely intent on killing Meng Hao. Even she didn't believe that Meng Hao could last an entire quarter of an hour against him. It was actually just as Xianfang had said. Meng Hao couldn't hold out for that long. Not unless he sacrificed the 100,000 cultivators and allowed them to die in his place to buy time. Xianfang, Sea Dream roared, battering anxiously at the mist. At the same time, the divine sense which Meng Hao had sent to drive the ego puppet was slowly fading. The puppet was already becoming sluggish, and it wouldn't be long before the divine sense completely faded away. Then the puppet would lose most of its power and be able to fight only with its basic instincts. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, the outsider army on the other side of the shield was getting stirred up and was now trying to break through. At the same time, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were completely shocked by what was happening with the sun. Even more relevant was that, in the sixth heaven outside of the mountain and sea realm, a cold laugh rang out, which belonged to none other than the second paragon. If he didn't understand how to take advantage of the opportunity Paragon Xianfang had created, then he didn't deserve to be a paragon himself. As he stepped out from the sixth heaven into the starry sky, no one could see what he looked like, as he was covered by a rippling field of darkness. He looked coldly out at the mountain and sea realm and the shield, then at the battlefield that was the sun. His lips twisted into a cold smile, and a merciless cruelty radiated out from him. He did not speak, but instead raised his right hand and performed an incantation gesture. Instantly, the rippling darkness around him twisted and distorted, then began to expand outward. Clearly, he was gathering his power. The aura of a paragon erupted out from him as the land mass that was the second heaven began to vibrate. It suddenly began to move, as though some giant, invisible hand had grabbed it, and was sending it hurtling toward the barrier protecting the mountain and sea realm. The sight of an entire land mass smashing toward the mountain and sea realm shield was something that provoked shock on the part of both the mountain and sea realm cultivators and the outsiders. Most nervous of all were the outsiders from the second heaven itself. However, they didn't dare to give voice to such feelings, and could only watch as the land mass, which had already been smashed by the tempest earlier, suddenly began to crush toward the mountain and sea realm's shield. It seemed to be moving slowly, but the truth was that the power it contained was enough to shake heaven and earth. As of this moment, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were now witnessing what a paragon truly was. A paragon was a person who could influence the tide of an entire battle. They could use an entire massive landmass like a weapon to unleash unimaginably destructive power. In fact, were it not for certain limitations, a paragon might even use the starry sky itself in that way. The landmass that was the second heaven was the smallest among the 5 land masses present, but it was still difficult to put into words exactly how large it was. Even the mere pressure exuding from it was enough to shatter the starry sky. Instantly, the mountain and sea realm's shield began to show signs of buckling. Xidigarba's face was ashen, but he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. At the same time, he produced a medicinal pill bottle. After a moment of hesitation, he popped the contents into his mouth, and then his cultivation base exploded with power. Blue veins popped out on his face, and a vicious-looking green horn suddenly protruded from the top of his head. His skin began to change color, turning green, and he grew to a size of 300 meters tall. His Taoist robe was shredded to pieces as his energy rocketed up. As of this moment, his energy was no longer that of a cultivator, but was instead that of a demon. He lifted his right hand and then slapped it down onto the ground, using his life force, using everything he had, to fight against the incoming second heaven land mass. The 100,000 cultivators on the moon all smiled bitterly as they also delivered up their life forces, their cultivation bases, their souls, pouring them into the spell formation to assist Xidigarba, to assist the mountain and sea realm, to fight back against the enemy. As of this moment, the sun and the moon were both in situations of deadly crisis. Moments ago, the mountain and sea realm had held the upper hand, but now it was the opposite. All of that was thanks to Xianfang. Of the 33 heavens' 5 paragons, Xianfang's cultivation base was not the highest. However, in this critical moment in the war, the 33 heavens had sent him, and were clearly intensely confident that under his leadership, the 5 heavens' worth of outsiders could shake the mountain and sea realm. At the very least, they could easily cause the fighting to last for a year. Back on the sun, Xianfang was laughing. He took a step forward toward Meng Hao, who was still in the spell formation, and said, "There's no harm in revealing my true plan now. My true goal is not Igu or the sun and not even you. Instead, it is something I haven't even personally seen. Your moon." The surrounding cultivators were coughing up blood, and yet none of them abandoned their posts. Just like the cultivators on the moon, they unleashed their cultivation bases and their life forces. Even if they died, they would buy time for Meng Hao. They would bear the brunt of Xianfang's paragon power to help Meng Hao. 100,000 individuals were all thinking the same thing. Their life forces connected to the spell formation, and their souls thrummed with unyielding ardor. Their cultivation base power made them as one, as they fought together to protect Meng Hao. Xianfang laughed coldly, then stomped his foot down. Instantly, everything began to shake violently, and an intense rumbling sound could be heard as the 100,000 cultivators coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Meng Hao was in the middle of the spell formation, mind reeling. He couldn't simply sit there and ignore what was happening. He knew that he wasn't a match for a paragon, and also knew that all he had to do was close his eyes and wait for enough time to pass. If enough time was bought, it might be possible to hold out for that full quarter hour until the mist dispersed. At that time, he might be able to make it out alive. However, Meng Hao did not choose to wait. Performing an incantation gesture, he ceased to draw upon the power of the sun. If he continued to do so in his current state, it would deplete the life forces of the 100,000 cultivators even faster than before, which was something he wouldn't do. He strode forward, leaving the spell formation and heading toward Xianfang, who laughed loudly, eyes shining with scorn. He had actually been worried that Meng Hao would hole up and try to burn time. As soon as Meng Hao took action, Xianfang suddenly vanished, and then reappeared right in front of him. Then, he raised his right hand, sending power slamming into Meng Hao that he couldn't possibly defend against. Meng Hao instantly staggered backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. "Crown Prince! Crown Prince!" The cries of the 100,000 cultivators rang out in anguish. As Meng Hao hovered there, his Green Emperor's eternal incantation worked constantly to prevent his body from collapsing. However, under the pressure of a paragon, he couldn't hold out for very long, and besides, his wounds had already reached a critical level. Once again, Xianfang closed in, raising his right hand high, killing intent flickering in his eyes as he grabbed at Meng Hao's head. "Just die, would you?" Even as Xianfang reached out to grab him, Meng Hao performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. However, in the same moment that the hexing magic was unleashed, and Xianfang stopped in place, the magic was shattered. The backlash slammed into Meng Hao, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. Even though it seemed as if he were staggering backward, suddenly, time rippled in front of Meng Hao. Everything changed, causing a look of shock to appear on Xianfang's face. His eyes widened as Meng Hao suddenly vanished, then reappeared behind him. Xianfang turned and lunged toward him, but ended up passing right through Meng Hao, as if he were nothing more than a shadow. Time! Xianfang's eyes once again widened. This was not some trivial change in time, but rather contained the power of time travel. Apparently, Meng Hao had appeared several breaths of time before, right behind Xianfang. This was none other than the strange time-walking technique that Meng Hao had learned from the black-robed slaughter. When he reappeared, he was still directly behind Xianfang, and suddenly his right hand transformed. Shockingly, the battle weapon appeared, which he raised high above his head as he took a step forward, seemingly walking from the past back into the present. A shocking blade then slashed down. Xianfang had no time to dodge. The blade slashed from the past into the present, making it impossible to evade. For the first time, a sensation of crisis filled Xianfang's mind. Although it wasn't a situation of deadly crisis, it was still something very rare for him to experience. Rumbling could be heard echoing out in all directions as a bright flash of light descended onto Paragon Xianfang. Although he couldn't completely dodge, he managed to move slightly, ensuring that the blow didn't land on his forehead, but rather on his left shoulder. A boom echoed out, and blood splashed as Paragon Xianfang's left arm was completely severed. Xianfang fell back at top speed, face ashen, eyes flickering with killing intent toward Meng Hao. In the next instant, his severed arm exploded, transforming into a sea of golden blood, which then swept out toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao trembled. He had already sustained serious injuries, and now he was coughing up more blood. His consciousness was starting to fade, and he was laughing bitterly. And yet, an unyielding gleam flared up in his eyes, and he sprang into motion, ignoring the damage he sustained in the process. In the instant in which he burst into motion, Paragon Xianfang's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture and stabbed out viciously with his finger, causing a long golden blade to appear. The blade slashed out with ferocious speed, and before Meng Hao could even react, the meat jelly flew out and blocked the blade. A miserable shriek rang out as the meat jelly was sent flying back, clearly weakened. However, it didn't return to the bag of holding, but instead started to drag Meng Hao back into the spell formation. "You're not going anywhere," Paragon Xianfang said, his voice sinister and cold. All he had left was his right arm, which he stretched out toward Meng Hao. As he extended his fingers, essence power erupted out. 5 essences rumbled out, swirling together. Moments later, a 6th essence appeared, and then a 7th. With the addition of the essence of time, the enormous hand that had been created was filled with completely unpredictable power. Once this hand was unleashed, it was certain to strike its target. Meng Hao's face was deathly pale. In this critical moment, he shoved the meat jelly away, then suddenly reached his right hand out toward the incoming hand, toward Xianfang, then pointed his finger. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the huge hand ground to a halt. However, it only lasted for a moment before it lurched into motion again. As a result, blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth because of the intense backlash. That was one of the reasons he had hesitated to use the hexing magic before. If he tried to use it to tie up a paragon, not only would he fail, he would also end up hurting himself. When he had fought Igu, Chomentai had been in the process of enslaving him, which meant that the hexing magic was possible to use. But now he was fighting a full paragon, and it wasn't that his hexing magic had a problem, but rather, "My cultivation base is too low." Meng Hao laughed bitterly and gritted his teeth. As the hand closed in on him, he unleashed his essence of divine flame, then performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and waved his finger multiple times. Demon Sealing, 7th Hex, 6th Hex, 5th Hex, 3rd Hex, 2nd Hex. If he was going to risk his life, then he might as well go all out. His eyes gleamed with madness as he unleashed all of his hexing magic. Everything shook violently, and Xianfang frowned as the qi around him was thrown into chaos, and a profoundly disturbing sensation rose up. Meng Hao was trembling, and his body was collapsing into a bloody mass because of the backlash from the demon sealing hexing magic. What he really wanted to do was use the Seal the Heavens incantation, but that relied on the power of the mountains and seas, and considering that he was now isolated and cut off, it was impossible. Instead, he had to risk death to combine his demon-sealing hexing magics into one attack. Combining 9 hexes was the ultimate transformation a demon sealer could perform. But right now, Meng Hao only had mastery of 6 hexes. He was missing the 1st hex and the 4th, and had yet to create his own 9th hex. However, there was nothing else he could do at the moment. More than half of the quarter hour had passed, but that meant that half of that amount of time still remained. He simply couldn't hold on any longer. Meng Hao threw his head back and howled, pushing with all the power he had. His flesh and blood exploded, his bones shattered, all in his effort to fuse his hexing magics together. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out, and everyone on the sun was filled with shock. Xianfang gasped in astonishment at the sudden drastic transformations. As of this moment, the entire mountain and sea realm was trembling. The hosts of cultivators out in the starry sky were shocked, and the outsiders were shaking. Even the paragon from the 6th heaven was astounded. Sea Dream, and everyone else present, felt themselves trembling. In sharp contrast was Shui Donglu, who stood on planet South Heaven, looking anxiously in Meng Hao's direction. His eyes were filled with concern, and even turmoil. Massive energy was rising up from the sun. Meng Hao shook violently as, all of a sudden, a sphere of light appeared in front of him. The light was in chaos, as 6 powers swirled around therein. It almost seemed as if that sphere of light were thinking, as if some entity inside of it was on the verge of bursting out. The intense pressure caused Paragon Xianfang's face to flicker, and suddenly, he felt a sensation of deadly crisis. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to speed backward. Even as he fell back, Meng Hao unleashed all the power he could muster, drawing upon even his life force to push the turbid sphere of light forward. He was trembling, his flesh was being shredded to pieces, revealing his bones, which then shattered. Rumbling could be heard as the sphere was pushed fully away from him. However, he was now completely drained of power. Even as he collapsed, the meat jelly scooped him up and carried him back inside the spell formation. At the same time, the sphere of light shot toward Xianfang. As it closed in, Xianfang screamed. A sensation of deadly crisis overwhelmed him, and he suddenly began to grow in size. In the blink of an eye, he was 30,000 meters tall. Then he instantly shrank back down, turning into a shocking golden lion. His eyes flickered with the gleam of augury, as he drew upon his life force to unleash a magical technique that he hoped would help him identify the weakness in the magic he faced. Death! 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 Xianfang's face was a mass of shock and terror. In a very short time, he performed more than 10,000 augury calculations, but no matter how he analyzed it, the end result was always the same. Death. This is impossible. Just what type of divine ability is this? Xianfang was trembling as he fell back further. Unfortunately for him, the surrounding mist, which he had put in place to trap Meng Hao, now left him trapped. Incomplete. It's an incomplete magic. That means I have a chance. He must have injured his soul to use it. Clearly this is a Tao in the midst of percolating, which he is drawing upon early. Until he completes the Taoist magic later, it won't matter if he survives this day. He won't be able to use it again until then. Xianfang's eyes flickered. I still have a chance, and that is, in the shadows of time. Roaring, his body flickered into motion as he unleashed his Tao of time with all the power he could. His body turned blurry, and in the blink of an eye his undying soul appeared. I have lived for tens upon tens of thousands of years. Perhaps I have no hope of getting 8 essences, but even still, I have the ability to leave behind a soul at the end of every 60-year cycle. This is the ultimate magic of time. Unless you destroy each and every one of those souls of mine, then you can never destroy my true soul. Xianfang's eyes were bright red. This was a magic he would only use if he had no other choice, if his life were truly in great danger. This was a life-saving magic that he could use only once in his life. As of this moment, he was pushed to his very limit. If he didn't use the magic now, then he would die beyond the shadow of a doubt.